Chapter 1 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 1. 2 Letters. The first, a small half-sheet, enclosed in a large thick envelope and addressed in a childish, unformed hand to Mr. James Everard Forrest, Jr., Ellicottville, Berkshire County, Massachusetts, with a request in the lower left-hand corner for the postmaster to forward immediately. The second, a dainty little perfumed missive, with a fanciful monogram, directed in a plain round hand to J. Everard Forrest, Esq., Ellicottville, Mass., with the words "in haste" written in the corner. Both letters were in a hurry, and both found their way together to a brown-haired, brown-eyed, brown-faced young man who sat under the shadow of the big maple tree on the common in Ellicottville, lazily puffing his cigar and fanning himself with his Panama hat, for the thermometer was 90 in the shade, and the hour 10 a.m. of a sultry July day. At first it was almost too much exertion to break the seals, and for a moment J. Everard Forrest, Jr., toyed with the smaller envelope of the two and studied the handwriting. "I may as well see what Josie wants of me in haste," he said at last, and breaking the seal, he read: Halberton, July 15th. Dear Ned, you must come tomorrow on the 4 o'clock train. Everything has gone at 6s and 7s. For just at the very last, Mrs. Murdoch, who has been dying for 20 years or more, must really die, and the Murdoch boys can't act, so you must take the character of the bridegroom in the play, where I am to be the bride. You will have very little to say. You can learn it all in 15 minutes, but you must come tomorrow, so as to rehearse with us once at least. Now don't you dare fail. I shall meet you at the station. Yours lovingly, Josephine Fleming. P.S. Do you remember I wrote you in my last of a Dr. Matthewson, who has been in town a few days stopping at the hotel? He has consented to be the priest on condition that you are the bridegroom, so do not fail me. Again, with love, Joe. And so this is my lady's great haste, the young man said, as he finished reading the letter. She wants me for her bridegroom, and I don't know but I'm willing, so I guess I'll have to go. And now for Rothsay's interesting document, which must be forwarded immediately. I only wish it may prove to have money in it from the governor, for I am getting rather low. So saying, he took the other letter and examined it carefully, while a smile broke over his face as he continued. Upon my word, Rothsay did not mean this to go astray, and has written everything out in full, even to Massachusetts and Junior. Good for her. But how crooked? Why, that Junior stands at an angle of several degrees above the Mr. Rothsay ought to do better. She must be nearly 13, but she's a nice little girl, and I'll see what she says. What she said was as follows: Forrest House, July 14th. Mr. Everard Forrest. Dear Sir, nobody knows I am writing to you, but your mother has been worse for a few days and keeps talking about you, even in her sleep. She did not say send for you, but I thought if you knew how bad she was, you would perhaps come home for a part of your vacation. It will do her so much good to see you. I am very well, and your father too, so no more at present. Yours respectfully, Rosamond Hastings. P.S. Miss Beatrice Belknap has come home from New York and had the typhoid fever and lost every speck of her beautiful hair. You don't know how funny she looks. She offered me $50 for mine to make her a wig, because it curls naturally and is just her color. But I would not sell it for the world. Would you? Enclosed, find $10 of my very own money, which I send you to come home with, thinking you might need it. Do not fail to come, will you? Everard read this letter twice, and smoothed out the crisp $10 bill, which was carefully wrapped in a separate bit of paper. It was not the first time he had received money in his sore need from the girl, for in a blank book, which he always carried in his pocket, were several entries, as follows: January 2, from Rosamond Hastings, $5. March 4th, $2. June 8th, $1. And so on until the whole amount was more than $20. But never before had she sent him so large a sum as now, and there was a moisture in his eyes, and his breath came heavily as he put it away in his purse and said, "There never was so unselfish a creature as Rothsay Hastings. She is always thinking of somebody else, and I am a mean, contemptible dog to take her money as I do. But then I honestly intend to pay her back tenfold when I have something of my own." Thus reassuring himself, he put his purse in his pocket, and glancing again at Rothsay's letter, his eye fell upon Miss Belknap's name, and he laughed aloud as he said, "Poor bald bee Belknap! She must look comical. I can imagine how it hurts her pride. Buy Rothsay's hair, indeed? I should think not, when that is her only beauty, if I except her eyes, which are too large for her thin face. But that will round out in time, and Rothsay may be a beauty yet, though not like Josie. No, never like Josie." And that brought the young man back to Miss Fleming's letter, and its imperative request. Could he comply with it now? Ought he not to go at once to the sick mother, who was missing him so sadly, and who had made all the happiness he had ever known at home? Duty said yes, but inclination drew him to Halberton and the fair Josephine, with whom he believed himself to be, and with whom he was, perhaps, as much in love as any young man of 20 well can be. Perhaps Rothsay had been unduly alarmed. At all events, if his mother were so very sick, his father would write, of course, and on the whole he believed he should go to Halberton by the afternoon train, and then perhaps go home. And so the die was cast, and the young man walked to the telegraph office and sent across the wires to Miss Josephine Fleming the 3 words, "I will come." End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mama Fish. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 2. Dr. Matthewson. The train from Ellicottville was late that afternoon. In fact, its habit was to be late, but on this particular day it was more than usually behind time, and the one stage which Halberton boasted had waited more than half an hour at the little station of the out-of-the-way town, which lies nestled among the Berkshire hills, just on the boundary line between the Empire State and Massachusetts. The day was hot even for midsummer, and the 2 fat motherly matrons who sat in the depot alternately inveighed against the heat and wiped their glowing faces, while they watched and discussed the young lady who, on the platform outside, was walking up and down, seeming wholly unconscious of their espionage. But it was only seeming, for she knew perfectly well that she was an object of curiosity and criticism, and more than once she paused in her walk, and turning squarely round, faced the 2 old ladies in order to give them a better view, and let them see just how many tucks and ruffles and puffs there were in her new dress, worn that day for the first time. And a very pretty picture Josephine Fleming made, standing there in the sunshine, looking so artless and innocent, as if no thought of herself had ever entered her mind. She was a pink and white blonde, with masses of golden hair rippling back from her forehead, and those dreamy blue eyes of which poets sing, and which have in them a marvelous power to sway the sterner sex by that pleading, confiding expression which makes a man very tender towards the helpless creature appealing so innocently to him for protection. The 2 old ladies did not like Josephine, though they admitted that she was very beautiful and stylish, in her blue muslin and white chip hat, with the long feather drooping low behind, Too pretty by far, and too much of the fine lady, they said, for a daughter of the widow Rothsay Fleming, who lived in the brown house on the common, and sewed for a living when she had no boarders from the city. And then, as the best of women will sometimes do, they picked the girl to pieces, and talked of the scandalous way she had of flirting with every man in town, of her airs and indolence, which they called laziness, and wondered if it were true that poor old Agnes, her half sister, made the young lady's bed, and mended her clothes, and waited upon her generally as if she were a princess, and toiled and worked and went without herself, that Josie might be clothed in dainty apparel, unbecoming to one in her rank of life. And then they wondered next if it were true, as had been rumored, that she was engaged to that young Forrest from Amherst College, who had boarded at the Brown House for a few weeks the previous summer, and been there so often since. A well-mannered chap, as you would wish to see, one of them said, with a civil word for high and low, and a face of which any mother might be proud. Only, and here the speaker lowered her voice as she continued, only he does look a little fast, for no decent-behaved boy of 20 ought to have such a tired, fagged look as he has. And they do say there were some great carousings at Widow Fleming's last summer, which lasted up to midnight, and wine was carried in by Agnes, and hot coffee made as late as 11. And if you'll believe it, here the voice was a whisper, they had a pack of cards, for Miss Murdoch saw them with her own eyes, and young Forrest handled them as if used to the business. Cards! That settles it, was repeated by the second woman, with a shake of the head, which indicated that she knew all she cared to know of Everard Forrest. But her friend, who was evidently better posted in the gossip of the town, went on to add that people said that young Forrest was an only son, and that his father was very rich, and lived in a fine old place somewhere west or south, and had owned negroes in Kentucky before the war, and was a copperhead, and very close and proud, and kept colored help, and would not like it at all if he knew how his son was flirting with Josephine Fleming. Then they talked of the expected entertainment at the village hall the following night, the proceeds of which were to go toward buying a fire engine, which the people greatly needed, and Josephine was to figure in most everything, and they presumed she was now waiting for some chap to come on the train. For once they were right in their conjecture. She was waiting for Everard Forrest, and when the train came in, he stepped upon the platform looking so fresh and cool and handsome in his white linen suit that the ladies almost forgave Josephine for the gushing manner with which she greeted him, and carried him off toward home. She was so glad to see him, and her eyes looked at him so softly and tenderly, and she had so much to tell him, and was so excited with it all, and the brown house overgrown with hop vines was so cool and pleasant, and Agnes had such a tempting little supper prepared for him on the back piazza, that Everard felt supremely happy and content, and once, when nobody was looking on, kissed the blue-eyed fairy flitting so joyously around him. I say, Josie, he said, when the tea things had been removed, and he was lounging in his usual lazy attitude upon the doorstep and smoking his cigar, it's a heap nicer here than down in that hot, close hall. Let's not go to the rehearsal. I'd rather stay home. But you can't do it. You must go, Josephine replied. You must rehearse and learn your part, though for tonight it doesn't matter. You can go through the marriage ceremony well enough, can't you? Of course I can, and can say, I, Everard, take thee, Josie, to be my lawful wife. And by Jove, I wouldn't care if it was genuine. Suppose we get a priest and make a real thing of it. I'm willing if you are. There was a pretty blush on Josie's cheek as she replied, What nonsense you are talking, and you not yet through college, and then hurried him off to the hall, where the rehearsal was to take place. Here an unforeseen difficulty presented itself. Dr. Matthewson was not forthcoming in his character as priest. He had gone out of town and had not yet returned, so another took his place in the marriage scene, where Everard was the bridegroom and Josephine the bride. The play was called The Mock Marriage, and would be very effective with the full glamour of lights and dress and people on the ensuing night, and Josephine declared herself satisfied with the rehearsal and sanguine of success, especially as Dr. Matthewson appeared at the last moment, apologizing for his tardiness and assuring her of his intention to be present the next evening. He was a tall, powerfully built man of 30 or more, whom many would call handsome, though there was a cruel, crafty look in his eyes, and in the smile which habitually played about his mouth. Still, he was very gentlemanly in his manner and fascinating in his conversation, for he had traveled much and seen everything, and spoke both German and French as readily as his mother tongue. With Miss Fleming he seemed to be on the most intimate terms, though this intimacy only dated from the time when she pleaded with him so prettily and successfully to take the place of the priest in the mock marriage, where John Murdoch was to have officiated. At first the doctor had objected, saying gallantly that he preferred to be the bridegroom, and asking who the favourite individual was to be. Mr. Everard Forrest, from Rothsay, southern Ohio, Josephine replied with a conscious blush which told much to the experienced man of the world. Forrest! Everard Forrest, the doctor repeated thoughtfully, and the smile about his mouth was more perceptible. Seems to me I have heard that name before. Where did you say he lived, and where is he now? Josephine replied again that Mr. Forrest's home was in Rothsay, Ohio, at a grand old place called Forrest House, that he was a student at Amherst, and was spending his summer vacation with a friend in Ellicottville. Yes, I understand, the doctor rejoined, adding after a moment's pause, I'll be the priest, but suppose I had the power to marry you in earnest, what then? Oh, you wouldn't. You must not. Everard is not through college, and it would be so very dreadful. And romantic, too, the girl said, as she looked searchingly into the dark eyes meeting hers so steadily. Up to that time, Dr. Matthewson had taken but little notice of Josephine, except to remark her exceeding beauty as a golden-haired blonde. With his knowledge of the world and ready discernment, he had discovered that whatever position she held in Holberton was due to her beauty and piquancy and firm resolve to be noticed, rather than to any blood or money or culture. She was not a lady, he knew, the first time he saw her in the little church, and attracted by her face, watched her through the service while she whispered and laughed and passed notes to the young men in front of her. Without any respect himself for religion or the church, he despised irreverence in others, and formed a tolerably accurate estimate of Josephine and her companions. After her interview with him, however, he became greatly interested in everything pertaining to her, and by a little adroit questioning, learned all there was to be known of her, and, as is usual in such cases, more too. Her mother was poor and crafty and designing, and very ambitious for her daughter's future. That she took in sewing and kept boarders was nothing to her detriment in a village, where the people believed in honest labor, but that she traded on her daughter's charms, and brought her up in utter idleness, while Agnes, the child of her husband's first marriage, was made a very drudge and slave to the young beauty, was urged against her as a serious wrong, and, except as the keeper of her boarding house, in which capacity she excelled, the widow Fleming was not very highly esteemed in Holberton. All this Dr. Matthewson learned, and then he was told of young Forrest, a mere boy 2 years younger than Josie, who had stopped with Mrs. Fleming a few weeks the previous summer, and for whom both Josie and the mother had, to use the landlady's words, made a dead set, and succeeded, too, it would seem, for if they were not engaged, they ought to be, though it was too bad for the boy, and somebody ought to tell his father. Such was, in substance, the story told by the hostess of the Eagle to Dr. Matthewson, who smiled serenely as he heard it, and stroked his silken mustache thoughtfully, and then went down to call upon Miss Fleming, and judge for himself how well she was fitted to be the mistress of Forrest House. When Everard came and was introduced to him after the rehearsal, there was a singular expression in the eyes which scanned the young man so curiously, but the doctor's manners were perfect, and never had Everard been treated with more deference and respect than by this handsome stranger, who called upon him at Mrs. Fleming's early in the morning, and in the course of an hour established himself on such terms of intimacy with the young man that he learned more of his family history than Josephine herself knew after an acquaintance of more than a year. Everard never could explain to himself how he was led on naturally and easily to speak of his home in Rothsay, the grand old place of which he would be heir, as he was the only child. He did not know how much his father was worth, he said, as his fortune was estimated at various sums, but it didn't do him much good, for the governor was close, and insisted upon knowing how every penny was spent. Consequently, Everard, who was fast and expensive in his habits, was, as he expressed it, always hard up, and if his mother did not occasionally send him something unknown to his father, he would be in desperate straits, for a fellow in college, with the reputation of being rich, must have money. Here Everard thought of Rosamond, and what she had sent him, but he could not speak of that to the stranger, who sat smiling so sweetly upon him, and leading him on step by step, until at last Rothsay's name did drop from his lips, and was quickly caught up by Dr. Matthewson. "Rothsay," he repeated in his low, purring tone. "Rothsay, who is she? Have you a sister?" "Oh, no, I told you I was an only child. Rothsay is Rosamond Hastings, a little girl whose mother was my mother's most intimate friend. They were schoolgirls together, and pledged themselves to stand by each other should either ever come to grief, as Mrs. Hastings did." "Married unhappily, perhaps," the doctor suggested, and Everard replied, "Yes, married a man much older than herself, who abused her so shamefully that she left him at last, and sought refuge with my mother. Fortunately, this Hastings died soon after, so she was freed from him, but she had another terror in the shape of his son, the child of a former marriage, who annoyed her dreadfully." "How could he?" the doctor asked, and Everard replied, "I hardly know. I believe, though, it was about some house or piece of land, of which Mrs. Hastings held a deed for Rothsay, and this John thought he ought to share it, at least, and seemed to think it a fortune, when in fact it proved to be worth only $2,000, which is all Rosamond has of her own. Perhaps he did not know how little there was, and thought it unjust for his half-sister to have all his father left, and he nothing," the doctor said, and it never once occurred to Everard to wonder how he knew that Mr. Hastings left all to his daughter and nothing to his son. He was wholly unsuspicious, and went on, "Possibly. At all events, he worried his stepmother into hysterics by coming there one day in winter and demanding first a deed or will, and second his sister, whom he said his father gave to his charge. But I settled him." "Yes?" the doctor said interrogatively, and Everard continued. "Father was gone, and this wretch, who must have been in liquor, was bullying my mother, and declaring he would go to the room where Mrs. Hastings was fainting for fear of him, when I came in from riding, and just bade him be gone. And when he said to me sneeringly, 'Oh, little David, what do you think you can do with the giant? You have no sling,' I hit him a cut with my riding whip, which made him wince with pain, and I followed up the blows till he left the house, vowing vengeance on me for the insult offered him." "And since then?" the doctor asked. "Since then I have never seen him. After Mrs. Hastings died, he wrote an impertinent letter to father, asking the guardianship of his sister, but we had promised her mother solemnly never to let her fall into his hands or under his influence, and father wrote him such a letter as settled him. At least, we have never heard from him since, and that is 8 years ago. Nor should I know him either, for it was dark, and he all muffled up." "And have you no fear of him, that he may yet be revenged? People like him do not usually take cowhidings quietly," the doctor asked. "No, I have no fear of him, for what can he do to me? Besides, I should not wonder if he were dead. We have never heard of him since that letter to father," was Everard's reply, and after a moment his companion continued, "And this girl, is she pretty and bright, and how old is she now?" "Rothsay must be 13, Everard said, "and the very nicest girl in the world. But as to being pretty, she is too thin for that, though she has splendid eyes, large and brilliant, and black as midnight. And what is peculiar for such eyes, her hair, which ripbles all over her head, is a rich chestnut brown, with a tinge of gold upon it. when seen in the sunlight. Her hair is her great beauty, and I should not be surprised if she grew to be quite a handsome woman." "Very likely. Excuse me, Mr. Forrest," and the doctor spoke respectfully, nay deferentially. "Excuse me if I appear too familiar. We have talked together so freely that you do not seem a stranger, and friendships, you know, are not always measured by time." Everard bowed, and, foolish boy that he was, felt flattered by this giant of a man, who went on: "Possibly this little Rothsay may some day be the daughter of the house in earnest." "What do you mean? That my father will adopt her regularly?" Everard asked, as he lifted his clear, honest eyes inquiringly into the face of his companion, who, finding that in dealing with a frank, open nature like Everard's, he must speak out plain, replied: "I mean, perhaps you will marry her." "I marry Rothsay? Absurd! Why, I would as soon think of marrying my sister." And Everard laughed merrily at the idea. "Such a thing is possible," returned the doctor, "though your father might object on the score of family, if that brother is such a scamp. I imagine he is rather proud, your father, I mean, not that brother." "Rothsay's family is well enough for anything I know to the contrary," said Everard. "Father would not object to that, though he is infernally proud. He is a South Carolinian, born in Charleston, and boasts of Southern blood and Southern aristocracy, while mother is a Bostonian of the bluest dye, and both would think the Queen of England honored to have a daughter marry their son. Nothing would put father in such a passion as for me to make what he thought a mésalliance." "Yes, I see. And yet—" The doctor did not finish the sentence, but looked instead down into the garden where Josephine was flitting among the flowers. "Miss Fleming is a very beautiful girl," the doctor said at last, and Everard responded heartily: "Yes, the handsomest I ever saw." "And rumor says you two are very fond of each other," was the doctor's next remark, which brought a blush like that of a young girl to Everard's cheek, but elicited no reply, for there was beginning to dawn upon his mind a suspicion that his inmost secrets were being wrung from him by the smooth-tongued stranger, who, quick to detect every fluctuation of thought and feeling in another, saw he had gone far enough, and having learned all he cared to know, he arose to go, and, after a good morning to Everard and a few soft speeches to Josephine, walked away and left the pair alone. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The Mock Marriage. The long hall, or rather ballroom, of the Old Eagle Tavern was crowded to its utmost capacity, for the entertainment had been talked of for a long time, and as the proceeds were to help buy a fire engine, the whole town was interested, and the whole town was there. First on the program came tableaux and charades, interspersed with music from the Glee Club and music from the Ellicott Band. And then there was a great hush of expectation and eager anticipation, for the gem of the performance was reserved for the last. Behind the scenes, in the little anterooms where the dressing and powdering and masking and jesting were all going on promiscuously, Josephine Fleming was in a state of great excitement, but hers was a face and complexion which never looked red or tired. She was, perhaps, a shade paler than her wont, and her eyes were brighter and bluer as she stood before the little 2-foot glass, giving the last touches to her bridal toilet. And never was real bride more transcendently lovely than Josephine Fleming when she stood at last ready and waiting to be called, in her fleecy tarlatan, with her long veil sweeping back from her face and showing like a silver net upon her golden hair. And Everard, in his dark, boyish beauty, looked worthy of the bride, as he bent over her and whispered something in her ear which had reference to a future day when this they were doing in jest should be done in sober earnest. For a moment they were alone. Dr. Matthewson had managed to clear the little room, and now he came to them and said, "I feel I should be doing wrong to let this go any further without telling you that I have a right to make the marriage lawful, if you say so. A few years ago I was a clergyman in good and regular standing in the Methodist Episcopal Church at Clarence, in the western part of this state. I am not in regular and good standing now. The world, the flesh, and the devil, especially the latter, got the upper hand of me. But I still have the power to marry you fast and strong. You two are engaged, I hear. Suppose for the fun of it we make this marriage real. What do you say?" He was looking at Everard, but he spoke to Josephine, feeling that hers would be the more ready assent of the two. She was standing with her arm linked in Everard's, and at Dr. Matthewson's words she lifted her blue eyes coyly to her lover's face and said, "Wouldn't that be capital? And shouldn't we steal a march on everybody?" She waited for him to speak, but his answer did not come at once. It is true he had said something of this very nature to her only the night before, but now, when it came to him as something which might be if he chose, he started as if he had been stung, and the color faded from his lips, which quivered as he said, with an effort to smile, "I'd like it vastly. Only, you see, I am not through college, and I should be expelled at once. Then father never would forgive me. He'd disinherit me, sure." "Hardly so bad as that, I think," spoke the soothing voice of the doctor, while one of Josephine's hands found its way to Everard's, which it pressed softly as she said, "We can keep it a secret, you know, till you are through college. And it would be such fun." Half an hour before Everard had gone with the doctor to the bar and taken a glass of wine, which was beginning to affect his brain and cloud his better judgment, while Josephine was still looking at him with those great, dreamy, pleading eyes, which always affected him so strangely. She was very beautiful, and he loved her with all the strength of his boyish, passionate nature. So it is not strange that the thought of possessing her years sooner than he had dared to hope made his young blood stir with ecstasy, even though he knew it was wrong. He was like the bird in the toiler's snare, and he stood irresolute, trying to stammer out he hardly knew what, except that it had some reference to his father and mother and Rothsay, for he thought of her in that hour of his temptation, and wondered how he could face her with that secret on his soul. "They are growing impatient. Don't you hear them stamping? What are you waiting for?" came from the manager of the play, as he put his head into the room, while a prolonged and deafening call greeted their ears from the expectant audience. "Yes, let's go," Josephine said. "And pray forget that I almost asked you to marry me, and you refused. I should not have done it, only it is leap year, you know, and I have a right. But it was all in joke, of course. I didn't mean it. Don't think I did, Everard." Oh, how soft and beautiful were the eyes, swimming in tears and lifted so pleadingly to Everard's face. It was more than mortal man could do to withstand them, and Everard went down before them body and soul. His father's bitter anger, so sure to follow, his mother's grief and disappointment in her son, and Rothsay's childish surprise were all forgotten, or, if remembered, weighed as naught compared with this lovely creature with the golden hair and eyes of blue, looking so sweetly and tenderly at him. "I'll do it, by George," he said, and the hot blood came surging back to his face. "It will be the richest kind of a lark. Tie as tight as you please. I am more than willing." He was very much excited, and Josephine was trembling like a leaf. Only Dr. Matthewson was calm as he asked,
"Do you really mean it? And will you stand to it?"
"Are you ever coming?" came angrily, this time from the manager, who was losing all patience. "Yes, I mean it, and will stand to it," Everard said, and so went on to his fate. There was a cheer, followed by a deep hush, when the curtain was withdrawn, disclosing the bridal party upon the stage, fitted up to represent a modern drawing-room, with groups of gaily dressed people standing together, and in their midst Everard and Josephine, she radiantly beautiful, with a look of exultation on her face, but a tumult of conflicting emotions in her heart, as she wondered if Dr. Matthewson had told the truth, and was authorized to marry her really, and if Everard would stand to it, or repudiate the act. He, with a face white now as ashes, and a voice which was husky in its tone when, to the question,
"Dost thou take this woman for thy wedded wife? Dost thou promise to love her and cherish her, both in sickness and in health, and, forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her?"
He answered, "I do," while a chill like the touch of death ran through every nerve and made him icy cold. It was not the lark he thought it was going to be. It was like some dreadful nightmare, and he could not at all realize what he was doing or saying. Even Josephine's voice, when she too said, "I will," sounded very far away, as did Matthewson's concluding words,
"According to the authority vested in me, I pronounce you man and wife. What God hath joined together, let no man put asunder."
How real it seemed to the breathless audience, so real that Agnes Fleming, sitting far back in the hall, in her faded muslin and old-fashioned bonnet, involuntarily rose to her feet and raised her hand with a deprecating gesture, as if to forbid the banns. But her mother pulled her down to her seat and in a low whisper bade her keep quiet. And so the play went on, and was over at last. The crowd dispersed, and the tired actors, sleepy and cross, gathered up the paraphernalia scattered everywhere and went to their several homes. Everard and Josephine were the last to leave, for she had so much to say and so much to see to that it was after 12, and the summer moon was high in the heavens ere they started at last for home, accompanied by the young man with whom Everard was staying in Ellicottville, and who had come down to the play. It had been arranged that young Stafford should pass the night at Mrs. Fleming's, and when the party reached the cottage, they found a supper prepared for them, of which hot coffee and sherry formed a part. And under the combined effects of the two, Everard's spirits began to rise. And when at last he said good night to Josephine and went with his friend to his room, he was much like himself, and felt that it would not be a very bad state of affairs after all if it should prove that Josephine was really his wife. It would only be expediting matters a little, and the secret would be so romantic and unusual. Still, he was conscious of a feeling of unrest and disinclination to talk, and declared his intention of plunging into bed at once.
"Perhaps you'd better read this first," Stafford said, handing him a telegram. "It came this morning, and I brought it with me, but would not give it to you till after the play, for fear it might contain bad news."
Now, young Stafford knew perfectly well the nature of the telegram, for he had been in the office when it came, and decided not to deliver it until the play was over. It was from Everard's father, and read as follows.
"To J. Everard Forrest, Jr. Your mother is very sick. Come immediately. J. E. Forrest."
"Oh, Stafford!" And Everard's voice was like the cry of a wounded child.
"Why didn't you give me this before? There was a train left at 5 o'clock. I could have taken it and saved—"
He did not finish the sentence, for he could not put into words the great horror of impending evil which had fallen upon him with the receipt of that telegram. Indeed, he could not define to himself the nature of his feelings. He only knew that he wished he had gone home in answer to Rothsay's summons instead of coming to Holborton. And in this he meant no disloyalty to Josephine, nor attributed any blame to her, and when next morning, after a troubled night, in which no sleep visited his weary eyes, he met her at the breakfast table looking as bright and fresh and pretty as if she too had not kept a sleepless vigil, he experienced a delicious feeling of ownership in her, and for a few moments felt willing to defy the whole world, if by so doing he could claim her as his, then and there. He told her of the telegram, and said he must take the first train west, which left in about 2 hours. And Josephine's eyes instantly filled with tears as she said, "I am so sorry for you, and I hope your mother will recover. I have always wished to see her so much. Would you mind telling her of me, and giving my love to her?" This was after breakfast, when they stood together under the vine-wreathed porch, each with a thought of last night's ceremony in their minds, and each loath to speak of it first. Stafford had gone to the hotel to settle his bill of the previous day and make some inquiries about the connection of the trains, and thus the family were alone when Dr. Matthewson appeared, wearing his blandest smile, and addressing Josephine as Mrs. Forrest, and asking her how she found herself after the play. At the sound of that name given to Josephine, as if she had a right to it, a scarlet flame spread over Everard's face, and he felt the old horror and dread of the night creeping over him again. Now was the time to know the worst or the best, whichever way he chose to put it, and as calmly as possible under the circumstances, he turned to Dr. Matthewson and asked, "Were you in earnest in what you said last night? Had you a right to marry us? And is Josephine my wife?" It was the first time he had put it into words, and as if the very name of wife made her dearer to him, he wound his arm around her and waited the doctor's answer, which came promptly and decidedly.
"Most assuredly she is your lawful wife. You took her with your full consent, knowing I could marry you, and I have brought your certificate, which I suppose the lady will hold."
He handed a neatly folded paper to Josephine, who, with Everard looking over her shoulder, read to the effect that on the evening of July 17th, in the village hall at Holborton, the Reverend John Matthewson married J. Everard Forrest, Jr., of Rothsay, Ohio, to Miss Josephine Fleming of Holborton.
"It's all right, I believe, and only needs the names of your mother and sister as witnesses to make it valid, in case the marriage is ever contested," Matthewson said, and this time he looked pitilessly at Everard, who was staring blankly at the paper in Josephine's hands, and if it had been his death warrant he was reading, he could scarcely have been paler. Something in his manner must have communicated itself to Josephine, for in real or feigned distress she burst into tears, and laying her head on his arm, sobbed out, "Oh, Everard, you are not sorry I am your wife? If you are, I shall wish I was dead." No, Josie, not sorry you are my wife," he said. "I could not be that, only I am so young, and have 2 years more in college, and if this thing were known, I should be expelled, and father would never forgive me, or let me have $1 again, so you see, it is a deuced scrape after all." He was as near crying as he well could be, and not actually give way, and Matthewson was regarding him with a cool, exultant expression in his cruel eyes, when Mrs. Fleming appeared, asking what it meant. Very briefly, Dr. Matthewson explained the matter to her, and laying his hand on Everard's arm, said laughingly, "I have the honor of presenting to you your son, who, I believe, acknowledges your claim upon him." There was a gleam of triumph in Mrs. Fleming's eyes,
but she affected to be astonished and indignant that her daughter should have lent herself to an act which Mr. Forrest was perhaps already sorry for.
"You are mistaken,"
Everard said, and his young manhood asserted itself in Josephine's defense.
"Your daughter was not more to blame than myself. We both knew what we were doing, and I am not sorry, except for the trouble in which it would involve me if it were known at once that I was married."
"It need not be known, except to ourselves," Mrs. Fleming answered quickly. "What is done cannot be undone, but we can make the best of it, and I promise that the secret shall be kept as long as you like. Josie will remain with me as she is, and you will return to college and graduate as if last night had never been. Then, when you are in a position to claim your wife, you can do so, and acknowledge it to your father." She settled it rapidly and easily, and Everard felt his spirits rise thus to have someone think and decide for him. It was not distasteful to know that Josie was his, and he smoothed caressingly the bowed head, still resting on his arm where Josie had laid it. It would be just like living a romance all the time, and the interviews they might occasionally have would be all the sweeter because of the secrecy. After all, it was a pretty nice lark, and he felt a great deal better, and watched Mrs. Fleming and Agnes as they signed their names to the certificate, and noticed how the latter trembled, and how pale she was as, with what seemed to him a look of pity for him, she left the room and went back to her dishwashing in the kitchen. Everard had spent some weeks in Mrs. Fleming's family as a boarder, and had visited there occasionally, but he had never noticed or thought particularly of Agnes, except, indeed, as the household drudge, who was always busy from morning till night, washing, ironing, baking, dusting, with her sleeves rolled up and her broad check apron tied around her waist. She had a limp in her left foot, and a weakness in her left arm which gave her a helpless, peculiar appearance, and the impression he had of her, if any, was that she was unfortunate in mind as well as body, fit only to minister to others, as she always seemed to be doing. She had never addressed a word to him without being first spoken to, and he was greatly surprised when, after Dr. Matthewson was gone, and Mrs. Fleming and Josephine had, for a moment, left him alone in the room, she came to him, and putting her hand on his, said in a whisper, "Did you really mean it, or was it an accident, a joke? And do you want to get out of it? Because if you do, now is the time. Say you didn't mean it. Say you won't stand it, and there surely will be some way out. I can help. Weak as I am, it is a pity, and you so young." She was looking fixedly at him, and he saw that her eyes were soft and dark, and sad in their expression, as if for them there was no brightness or sunshine in all the wide world. Nothing but the never-ending dishwashing in the kitchen, or serving in the parlor. But there was another expression in those sad eyes, a look of truth and honesty, which made him feel intuitively that she was a person to be trusted even to the death, and had he felt any misgivings then, he would have told her so unhesitatingly. But he had none, and he answered her, "I do not wish to get out of it, Agnes. I am satisfied. Only it must be a secret for a long, long time. Remember that, and your promise not to tell." "Yes, I'll remember, and may God help you," she answered as she turned away, leaving him to wonder at her manner, which puzzled and troubled him a little. But it surely had nothing to do with Josephine, who came to him just before he left for the train, and said so charmingly and tearfully, "I am so mortified and ashamed when I remember how eagerly I seemed to respond to Dr. Matthewson's proposition that we be married in earnest. You must have thought me so forward and bold, but believe me, I did not mean it, or consider what I was saying, so when you are gone, don't think of me as a brazen-faced creature who asked you to marry her. Will you?" What answer could he give her except to assure her that he esteemed her as everything lovely and good, and he believed that he did when at last he said good-bye, and left her kissing her hand to him as she stood in the doorway under the spreading hop-vine, the summer sunshine falling in flecks upon her golden hair, and her blue eyes full of tears. So he saw her last, and this was the picture he took with him as he sped away to the westward towards his home, and which helped to stifle his judgment and reason whenever they protested against what he had done. But it could not quite smother the fear and dread at his heart when he reflected what the consequences of this rash marriage would be should his father find it out. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Luxinger. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 4. The Forrest House. Just where it was located is not my purpose to tell, except that it was in the southern part of Ohio, in one of those pretty little towns which skirt the river, and that from the bluff on which it stood you could look across the water into the green fields and fertile plains of the fair state of Kentucky. It was a large, rambling house of dark gray stone, with double piazza on the front and riverside, and huge chimneys with old-time fireplaces where cheery wood fires burned always when the wind was chill. There was the usual wide hall of the south, with doors opening front and rear, and on one side the broad oak staircase and square landing 2/3 of the way up, where stood the tall, old-fashioned clock, which had ticked there for 50 years, and struck the hour when the first Forrest, the father of the present proprietor, brought home his bride, a fair southern girl, who drooped and pined in her northern home until her husband took her back to her native city, Charleston, where she died when her boy was born. This boy, the father of our hero, was christened James Everard in the grim old church, St. Michael's, and the years of his boyhood were passed in Charleston, except on the few occasions when he visited his father, who lived at Forrest House without other companionship than his horses and dogs, and the bevy of black servants he had brought from the South. When James was nearly 21, his father died, and then the house was closed until the heir was married, and came to it with a sweet, pale-faced Bostonian of rare culture and refinement, who introduced into her new home many of the fashions and comforts of New England, and made the house very attractive to the educated families in the neighborhood. Between the lady and her husband, however, there was this point of difference. While she would, if possible, have changed and improved and modernized the house, he clung to everything savoring of the past, and though liberal in his expenditures where his table and wines and horses and servants were concerned, he held a tight purse string when it came to what he called luxuries of any kind. What had been good enough for his father was good enough for him, he said, when his wife proposed new furniture for the rooms which looked so bare and cheerless. Matting and oilcloth were better than carpets for his muddy boots and muddier dogs, while curtains and shades were nuisances and only served to keep out the light of heaven. There were blinds at all the windows, and if his wife wished for anything more, she could hang up her shawl or apron when she was dressing and afraid of being seen. He did, however, give her $500 to do with as she pleased, and with that and her exquisite taste and Yankee ingenuity, she transformed a few of the dark, musty old rooms into the coziest, prettiest apartments imaginable, and, with the exception of absolutely necessary repairs and supplies, that was the last, so far as expenditures for furniture were concerned. As the house had been when James Everard Jr. was born, so it was now when he was 20 years old. But what it lacked in its interior adornments was more than made up in the grounds, which covered a space of 3 or 4 acres and were beautiful in the extreme. Here the judge lavished his money without stint, and people came from miles around to see the place, which was at its best that warm July morning when, tired and worn with his rapid journey, Everard entered the highway gate and walked up the road to the house, under the tall maples which formed an arch over his head. It was very still about the house, and 2 or 3 dogs lay in the sunshine asleep on the piazza. At the sound of footsteps they awoke, and recognizing their young master, ran toward him with a bark of welcome. The windows of his mother's room were open, and at the bark of the dogs a girlish face was visible for an instant, then disappeared from view, and Rosamond Hastings came out to meet him, looking very fresh and sweet in her short gingham dress and white apron, with her rippling hair tied with a blue ribbon and falling down her back. "Oh, Mr. Everard," she cried, as she gave him her hand, "I am so glad you have come. Your mother has wanted you so much. She is a little better this morning, and asleep just now, so come in here and rest. You are tired and worn and pale. Are you sick?" And she looked anxiously into the handsome face, where even she saw a change, for the shadow of his secret was there, haunting every moment of his life. "No, I'm just used up, and so hungry," he said, as he followed her into the cool family room, looking out upon the river, which she had made bright with flowers in expectation of his coming. "Hungry, are you?" she said. "I'm so glad, for there's the fattest little chicken waiting to be broiled for you, and we have such splendid black and white raspberries. I'm going to pick them now, while you wash and brush yourself. You will find everything ready in your room, with some curtains and tidies on the chairs. I did it myself, hoping you'd find it pleasant, and stay home all the vacation, even if your mother gets better. She is so happy to have you here. Will you go up now?" He went to the room which had always been his, a large, airy chamber, which, with nothing modern or expensive in it, looked cool and pretty, with its clean matting, snowy bed, fresh muslin curtains, and new blue and white tidies on the high-backed chairs, all showing Rothsay's handiwork. Rothsay had been in Miss Beatrice Belknap's lovely room furnished with blue, and thought it a little heaven, and tried her best to make Mr. Everard's a blue room too, though she had nothing to do it with except the tidies and toilet set and lambrequins made of plain white muslin bordered with strips of blue cambric. The material for this she had bought with her own allowance, at the cost of some personal sacrifice, and when it was all done, and the 2 large blue vases were filled with flowers and placed upon the mantel, she felt that it was almost equal to Miss Belknap's, and that Mr. Everard, as she always called him, was sure to like it. And he did like it, and breathed more freely, as if he were in a purer, more wholesome atmosphere than that of the brown house in far-off Holberton, where he had left his secret and his wife. It came to him with a sudden wrench of pain in his quiet room. The difference between Josephine and all his early associates and surroundings. She was not like anything at the Forrest House, though she was marvelously beautiful and fair. So much fairer than little Rothsay, whose white cape bonnet he could see flitting among the bushes in the garden, where in the hot sunshine she soiled and pricked her fingers gathering berries for him. He had a photograph of Josephine, and he took it out and looked at the great blue eyes and fair blonde face, which seemed to smile on him, and saying to himself, "She is very lovely," went down to the sitting-room, where Rothsay brought him his breakfast. It was so hot in the dining-room, she said, and Aunt Axie was so out of sorts this morning that she was going to serve his breakfast there in the bay window, where the breeze came cool from the river. So she brought in the tray of dishes, and creamed his coffee, and sugared his berries, and carved his chicken as if he had been a prince, and she his lawful slave. At Mrs. Fleming's he had also been treated like a prince, but there it was lame Agnes who served, with her sleeves rolled up, and Josephine had acted the part of the fine lady, and never to his recollection had she soiled her hands with household work of any kind. How soft and white they were! while Rothsay's hands were thin and tan from exposure to the sun, and stained and scratched with a rag around one thumb which a cruel thorn had torn. But what deft, nimble hands they were, nevertheless, and how gladly they waited upon this tired, indolent young man, who took it as a matter of course, for had not Rothsay Hastings ministered to him since she was old enough to hunt up his missing cap and bring him the book he was reading? Now, as she flitted about, urging him to eat, she talked to him incessantly, asking if he had received her letter and its contents safely, if it was very pleasant at Ellicottville with his friend Stafford, and if— She did not finish that question, but her large black eyes, clear as crystal, looked anxiously at him, and he knew what she meant. "No, Rothsay," he said laughingly, "I do not owe $1 to anybody, except your dear little self, and that I mean to pay with compound interest. And I haven't been in a single scrape, that is, not a very bad one, since I went back." And a flush crept to the roots of his hair as he wondered what Rosamond would think if she knew just the scrape he was in. And why should she not know? Why didn't he tell her, and have her help him keep the secret tormenting him so sorely? He knew he could trust her, for he had done so many a time, and she had not betrayed him, but stood bravely between him and his irascible father, who, forgetting that he once was young, was sometimes hard and severe with his wayward son. Yes, he would tell Rothsay, and so make a friend for Josephine, but before he had decided how to begin, Rosamond said, "I'm so glad you are doing better, for—" Here she hesitated and colored painfully, while Everard said, "Well, go on. What is it? Do you mean the governor rides a high horse on account of my misdemeanors?" "Yes, Mr. Everard, just that. He is dreadful when you write for more money, which he says you squander on cigars and fast horses and fine clothes and girls. He actually said girls, but your mother told him she knew you were not the kind of person to think of girls and you so young. Absurd!" And Rothsay pursed up her little mouth as if it were a perfectly preposterous idea for Everard Forrest to be thinking of the girls. The young man laughed a low musical laugh and replied, "I don't know about that. I should say it was just in my line. There are ever so many pretty girls in Ellicottville and Holberton, and one of them is so very beautiful that I'm half tempted to run away with and marry her. What would you think of that, Rothsay?" For a moment the matter-of-fact Rothsay looked at him curiously, and then replied, "I should think you crazy, and you not through college. I believe your father would disinherit you, and serve you right, too." "And you, Rothsay, wouldn't you stand by me and help me if I got into such a muss?" "Never," said Rothsay, spoke with all the decision and dignity of 30. "It would kill your mother, too. I sometimes think she means you for Miss Belknap. She is so handsome this summer." "Without her hair?" Everard asked, and Rothsay replied, "Yes, without her hair. She has a wig, but does not quite like it. She means to get another." "And she offered $50 for your hair," Everard continued, stroking with his hand the chestnut brown tresses flowing down Rothsay's back. "Yes, she did, but I could not part with my hair even to oblige her. Of course I should give it to her, not sell it, but I can't spare it." What an unselfish child she was, Everard thought, and yet she was so unlike the golden-haired Josephine, who would make fun of such a plain, simple, unformed girl as Rosamond, and call her green and awkward and countrified. And perhaps she was all these, but she was so good and pure and truthful that he felt abashed before her and shrank from the earnest, truthful eyes that rested so proudly on him, lest they should read more than he cared to have them. Outside in the hall there was the sound of a heavy step, and the next moment there appeared in the door a tall, heavily built man of 50, with iron-gray hair and keen, restless eyes which always seemed on the alert to discover something hidden and drag it to the light. Judge Forrest meant to be a just man, but, like many just men, when the justice is not tempered with mercy, he was harsh and hard with those who did not come up to his standard of integrity, and seldom made allowances for one's youth or inexperience, or the peculiar temptations which might have assailed them. Though looked up to as the great man of the town, he was far less popular with the people of Rothsay than his scamp of a son, with whom they thought him unnecessarily strict and close. It was well known that there was generally trouble between them, and always on the money question, for Everard was a spendthrift and scattered his dollars right and left with a reckless generosity and thoughtlessness, while the judge was the reverse, and gave out every cent not absolutely needed with an unwillingness which amounted to actual stinginess. And now he stood at the door, tall, grand-looking, and cold as an icicle, and his first greeting was, "I thought I should track you by the tobacco smoke. They told me you were here. How do you do, sir?" It was strange the effect that voice had upon Everard, who, from an indolent, care-for-nothing, easy-going youth, was transformed into a circumspect, dignified young man, who rose at once, and, taking his father's hand, said that he was very well, had come on the morning train from Cleveland, and had started as soon as he could after receiving the telegram. "It must have been delayed, then. You ought to have had it Wednesday morning," Judge Forrest replied, and blushing like a girl, Everard said that it did reach Ellicottville Wednesday, but he was in Holberton, just over the line in New York. "And what were you doing at Holberton?" the father asked, always suspicious of some new trick or escapade for which he would have to pay. "I was invited there to an entertainment," Everard said, growing still redder and more confused. "You know I boarded there a few weeks last summer and have acquaintances, so I went down the night before, and Stafford came the next day and brought the telegram, but did not tell me till the play was over and we were in our room. Then it was too late, but I took the first train in the morning. I hope my delay has not made Mother worse. I'm very sorry, sir." He had made his explanation, which his father accepted without a suspicion of the chasm bridged over in silence. "You have seen your mother, of course," was his next remark, and, still apologetically, nay, almost abjectly, for Everard was terribly afraid of his father, he replied, "She was sleeping when I came, and Rothsay thought I'd better not disturb her, but have my breakfast first. I have finished now, and will go to her at once if she is awake." He had put Rothsay in the gap, knowing that she was a tower of strength between himself and his father. During the years she had been in the family, Rothsay had become very dear to the cold, stern judge, who was kinder and gentler to her than to any living being, except, indeed, his dying wife, to whom he was, in his way, sincerely attached. "Yes, very right and proper that you should have your breakfast first, and not disturb her. Rothsay, see if she is now awake," he said, and in his voice there was a kindliness which Everard was quick to note, and which made his pulse beat more naturally, while there suddenly woke within him an intense desire to stand well with his father, between whom and himself there had been so much variance. For Josephine's sake he must have his father's good opinion, or he was ruined, and though it cost him a tremendous effort to do so, the moment Rosamond left the room he said, "Father, I want to tell you now, because I think you will be glad to know that I've come home and left no debt, however small, for you to pay. And I mean to do better. I really do, Father, and quit my fast associates and study so hard that when I am graduated you and Mother will be proud of me." The flushed, eager face on which, young as it was, there were marks of revels and dissipation, was very handsome and winning, and the dark eyes were moist with tears as the boy finished his confession, which told visibly upon the father. "Yes, yes, my son, I'm glad, but your poor mother will not be here when you graduate. She is going from us fast." And under cover of the dying mother's name, the judge veiled his own emotions of softening toward Everard, whose heart was lighter and happier than it had been since that night when Matthewson's voice had said, "I pronounce you man and wife." And he would be a man worthy of the wife, and his mother should live to see it, and to see Josephine, too, and love her as a daughter. She was not dying, she must not die, when he needed and loved her so much, he thought, as, at a word from Rosamond, he went to the sick room where his mother lay. What a sweet, dainty little woman she was, with such a lovely expression on the exquisitely chiseled features, and how the soft brown eyes, so like the sun's, brightened at the sight of her boy, who did not shrink from her as he did from his father. She knew all his faults, and that under them there was a noble, manly nature, and she loved him so much. "Oh, Everard," she cried, "I am so glad you have come. I feared once I should never see you again." He had his arms around her and was kissing her white face, which, for the moment, glowed with what seemed to be the hue of health, and so misled him into thinking her better than she was. "Now that I have come, mother, you will be well again," he said, hanging fondly over her, and looking into the dear face which had never worn a frown for him. "No, Everard," she said, as her wasted fingers threaded his luxuriant hair, "I shall never be well again. It's only now a matter of time. A few days or weeks at the most, and I shall be gone from here forever, to that better home, where I pray heaven you will one day meet me. Hush, hush, my child, don't cry like that," she added, soothingly, for, struck with the expression on her white pinched face, from which all the color had faded, and which told him the truth more forcibly than she had done, Everard had felt suddenly that his mother was going from him, and nothing in all the wide world could ever fill her place. Laying his head upon her pillow, he sobbed a few moments like a child, while the memory of all the errors of his past life, all his waywardness and folly, rushed into his mind like a mountain, crushing him with its magnitude. But he was going to do better. He had told his father so. He would tell it to his mother, and God would not let her die, but give her back to him as a kind of reward for his reformation. So he reasoned, and with the hopefulness of youth grew calm, and could listen to what his mother was saying to him. She was asking him of his visit in Ellicottville, and if he had found it pleasant there, just as Rothsay had done, and he told her of the play in Holborton, but for which he should have been with her sooner, and told her of his complete reform, he called it, although it had but just begun. He had abjured forever all his wild associates. He had kept out of debt. He was going to study and win the first honors of his class. He was going to be a man worthy of such a mother. And she, the mother, listening rapturously, believed it all. That is, believed in the noble man he would one day be, though she knew there would be many a slip, many a backward step, but in the end he would conquer, and from the realms of bliss she might, perhaps, be permitted to look down and see him all she hoped him to be. Over and above all he said to her was a thought of Josephine. His mother ought to know of her, and he must tell her, but not in the first moments of meeting. He would wait till tomorrow, and then make a clean breast of it. He wrote to Josephine that night just a few brief lines to tell her of his safe arrival home and of his mother's illness, more serious than he feared. "My dear little wife," he began. "It seems so funny to call you wife, and I cannot yet quite realize that you are mine, but I suppose it is true. I reached home this morning quite overcome with the long, dusty ride. Found Mother worse than I expected. Josie, I am afraid Mother is going to die, and then what shall I do, and who will stand between me and Father? I mean to tell her of you, for I think it will not be right to let her die in ignorance of what I have done. I hope you are well. Please write to me very soon, with kind regards to your mother and Agnes. Your loving husband, J. Everard Forrest." It was not just the style of letter which young and ardent husbands usually write to their brides, nor, in fact, such as Everard had been in the habit of writing to Josephine, and the great difference struck him as he read over his rather stiff note and mentally compared it with the gushing effusions of other times. "By Jove," he said, "I'm afraid she will think I have fallen off amazingly, but I haven't. I'm only tired tonight. Tomorrow I'll send her a regular love letter after I have told Mother." And thus reasoning to himself, he folded the letter and directed it to Miss Josephine Fleming, Holborton, New York. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5. of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Beatrice Belknap. That afternoon, Miss Beatrice Belknap drove her pretty black ponies up the avenue to the Forrest House. Miss Beatrice, or B, as she was familiarly called by those who knew her best, was an orphan and an heiress, and a belle and a beauty, and 21 and a distant relative of Mrs. Forrest, whom she called Cousin Mary. People said she was a little fast and a little peculiar in her ways of thinking and acting, but charged it all to the French education she had received in Paris, where she had lived from the time she was 6 until she was 18, when, according to her father's will, she came into possession of her large fortune, and, returning to America, came to Rothsay, her old home, and brought with her all her dash and style and originality of thought and character, and the Rothsayites received her gladly, and were very proud and fond of her, for there was about the bright girl a sweet graciousness of manner which won all hearts, even though they knew she was bored with their quiet town and humdrum manner of living, and that at their backs she laughed at their dress and talk and walk, and sometimes, I am sorry to say it, laughed at their prayers too, especially when good old Deacon Reed or Sister Baker took the lead in the little chapel on the corner, where B was occasionally to be seen. B had no preference for any church unless it were St. Peter's in Rome, or St. Eustace in Paris, where the music was so fine, and some of the young priests so handsome. So she went where she listed, kneeling one Sunday in the square pew at St. John's, where her father had worshipped before her, and where she had been baptized, and the Sunday following patronizing the sect called the Nazarites, because, as she expressed it, she liked the excitement and liked to hear them holler. And once the daring girl had hollered herself and had the power, and Sister Baker had rejoiced over the new convert who, she said, carried with her weight and measure. But when it was whispered about that the whole was done for effect, just to see what they would say, the Nazarites gave poor B the go-by, and prayed for her as that wicked trifler until it came to the building of their new church, when B, who was a natural carpenter and liked nothing better than lath and plaster and rubbish, made the cause her own, and talked and consulted, and paced the ground and drew a plan herself, which they finally adopted, and gave them $1,000 besides. Then they forgave the pretty sinner, who had so much good in her after all, and B and Sister Rhoda Ann Baker were the very best of friends, and more than once Rhoda Ann's plain Nazarite bonnet had been seen in the little phaeton side by side with B's stylish Paris hat, on which the good woman scarcely dared to look lest it should move her from her serene height of plainness and humility. In spite of her faults, Beatrice was very popular, and nowhere was she more welcome than at the Forrest House, where she was beloved by Mrs. Forrest, and worshipped by Rothsay as a kind of divinity, though she did not quite like all she did and said. Offers, many and varied, Beatrice had, both at home and abroad. She might have been the wife of a senator. She might have married her music teacher and her dancing master. She might have been a missionary and taught the Fiji Islanders how to read. She might have been a countess in Rome, a baroness in Germany, and my lady in Edinburgh, but she had said no to them all, and felt the hardest wrench when she said it to the Fiji missionary, and for aught anyone knew, was heart whole and fancy free when she alighted from her phaeton at the door of Forrest home the morning after Everard's arrival. She knew he was there, and with the spirit of coquetry so much a part of herself, she had made her toilette with a direct reference to this young man whom she had not seen for more than a year, and who, when joked about marrying her, had once called her Old B. Belknap, and wondered if anyone supposed he would marry his grandmother. Miss B. had smiled sweetly on this audacious boy who called her old and a grandmother, and had laid a wager with herself that he should some day offer himself to Old B. Belknap and be refused. In case he didn't, She would build a church in Omaha and support a missionary there 5 years. She was much given to building churches and supporting missionaries. This sprightly dashing girl of 21, who flashed and sparkled and shone in the summer sunshine like a diamond, as she threw her reins over the backs of her 2 ponies, Spitfire and Starlight, and giving each of them a loving caress, bade them stand still and not whisk their tails too much, even if the flies did bite them. Then, with ribbons and laces streaming from her on all sides, she went fluttering up the steps and into the broad hall where Everard met her. Between him and herself there had been a strong friendship since the time she first came from France, and queened it over him on the strength of her foreign style and a year's seniority in age. From the very first she had been much at the Forrest House, and had played with Everard, and romped with him, and read with him, and driven with him, and rowed with him upon the river, and quarrelled with him too, hot, fierce quarrels, in which the girl generally had the best of it, inasmuch as her voluble French, which she hurled at him with lightning rapidity, had stunned and bewildered him, and then they had made it up, and were the best of friends, and more than one of the knowing ones in Rothsay had predicted a union some day of the Forrest and Belknap fortunes. Once, when such a possibility was hinted to Everard, who was fresh from a hot skirmish with Bea, he had, as recorded, called her old, and made mention of his grandmother, and she had sworn to be revenged, and was conscious all the time of a greater liking for the heir of Forrest House than she had felt for any man since the Fiji missionary sailed away with his Vermont school mistress, who wore glasses and a brown alpaca dress. Bea could be forgiven the glasses, but the brown alpaca, never, and she pitied the missionary more than ever, thinking how he must contrast her Paris gowns, which he had said were so pretty, with that abominable brown garb of his bride. Everard had never quite fancied the linking of his name with that of Beatrice in a matrimonial way, and it had sometimes led him to assume an indifference which he did not feel. But now, with Josephine between them as an insurmountable barrier, he could act out his real feelings of genuine liking for the gay butterfly, and he met her with an unusual degree of cordiality, which she was quick to note just as she had noted another change in him. A skilful reader of the human face, she looked in Everard's, and saw something she could not define. It was the shadow of his secret, and she could not interpret it. She only felt that he was no longer a boy, but a man, old even as his years, and that he was very glad to see her, and looked his gladness to the full. Bea Belknap was a born coquette, and would have flirted in her coffin had the thing been possible, and now, during the moment she stood in the hall with her hand in Everard's, she managed to make him understand how greatly improved she found him, how delighted she was to see him, and how inexpressibly dull and poky Rothsay was without him. She did not say all this in words, but she conveyed it to him with graceful gestures of her pretty hands, and sundry expressive shrugs of her shoulders, and Everard felt flattered and pleased, and for a few moments forgot Josephine, while he watched this brilliant creature as she flitted into the sick-room, where her manner suddenly changed, and she became quiet and gentle and womanly as she sat down by his mother's side, and asked how she was, and stroked and fondled the thin pale face, and petted the wasted hands which sought hers so gladly. Bea Belknap always did sick people good, and there was not a sick bed in all Rothsay, from the loftiest dwelling to the lowest tenant house, which she did not visit, making the rich ones more hopeful and cheerful from the effect of her strong sympathetic nature, and dazzling and bewildering and gratifying the poor, with whom she often left some tangible proof of her presence. "You do me so much good. I am always better after one of your calls," Mrs. Forrest said to her, and then, when Bea arose to go, and said, "May I take Everard with me for a short drive?" she answered readily, "Yes, do. I shall be glad for him to get the air." And so Everard found himself seated at Beatrice's side, and whirling along the road toward the village, for he wished to post his letter, and asked her to take him first to the post-office. What would she say if she knew? He thought, and it seemed to him as if the letter in his pocket must burn itself through and show her the name upon it. And then he fell to comparing the two girls with each other, and wondering why he should feel so much more natural, as if in his own atmosphere and on his good behavior, with Beatrice, than he did with Josephine. Both were beautiful, both were piquant and bright, but still there was a difference. Beatrice never for a moment allowed him to forget that she was a lady and he a gentleman, never approaching to anything like coarseness, and he would as soon have thought of insulting his mother as to have taken the slightest familiarity either by word or act with B. Josephine, on the contrary, allowed great latitude of word and action, and by her free and easy manner often led him into doing and saying things for which he would have blushed with shame had Beatrice, or even Rothsay Hastings, been there to see and hear. Had Josephine lived in New York, or any other city, she would have added one more to that large class of people who laugh at our time-honored notions of propriety and true, pure womanhood, and on the broad platform of liberality and freedom sacrificed all that is sweetest and best in their sex. As a matter of course, her influence over Everard was not good, and he had imbibed so much of the subtle poison that some of his sensibilities were blunted, and he was beginning to think that his early ideas were prudish and nonsensical. But there was something about Rosamond and Beatrice both which worked as an antidote to the poison, and as he rode along with the latter, and listened to her light, graceful badinage, in which there was nothing approaching to vulgarity, he was conscious of feeling more respect for himself than he had felt in many a day. They had left the village now, and were out upon the smooth river road, where they came upon a young M.D. of Rothsay, who was jogging leisurely along in his high sulky behind his old sorrel mare. Beatrice knew the doctor well, and more than once they had driven side by side amidst a shower of dust along that fine broad road, and now, when she saw him and his sorry-looking nag, the spirit of mischief and frolic awoke within her, and she could no more refrain from some saucy remark concerning his beast and challenging him to a trial of speed than she could keep from breathing. Another moment and they were off like the wind, and to Bee's great surprise, old Jenny, the sorrel mare, who in her long past youth had been a racer and swept the stakes at Cincinnati, and who now at the sound of battle felt her old blood rise, kept neck to neck with the fleet horses Spitfire and Starlight. At last old Jenny shot past them, and in her excitement Beatrice rose, and, standing upright, urged her ponies on until Jenny's wind gave out, and Starlight and Spitfire were far ahead, and rushing down the turnpike at a break-neck speed, which rocked the light phaeton from side to side and seemed almost to lift it from the ground. It was a decided runaway now, and people stopped to look after the mad horses and the excited but not in the least frightened girl, who, still standing upright, with her hat hanging down her back and her wig a little awry, kept them with a firm hand straight in the road, and said to the white-faced man beside her, when he too sprang up to take the reins, "Sit down and keep quiet. I'll see you safely through. We can surely ride as fast as they can run. I rather enjoy it." And so she did, until they came to a point where the road turned with the river, and where in the bend a little schoolhouse stood. It was just recess, and a troop of boys came crowding out, whooping and yelling as only boys can whoop and yell, when they saw the ponies, who, really frightened now, shied suddenly and reared high in the air. After that came chaos and darkness to Everard, and the next he knew he was lying on the grass, with his head in Bee's lap, and the blood flowing from a deep gash in his forehead just above the left eye. This she was staunching with her handkerchief, and bathing his face with the water the boys brought her in a tin dipper from the schoolhouse. Far off in the distance the ponies were still running, and scattered at intervals along the road were fragments of the broken phaeton, together with Bee's bonnet, and, worse than all, her wig. But Bee did not know that she had lost it, or care for her ruined phaeton. She did not know or care for anything, except that Everard Forrest was lying upon the grass as white and still as if he were really dead. But Everard was not dead, and the doctor, who soon came up with the panting, mortified Jenny, said it was only a flesh wound, from which nothing serious would result. Then Bee thought of her hair, which a boy had rescued from the playful puppy which was doing his best to tear it into pieces. The sight of her wig made Bee herself again, and with many a merry joke at her own expense, she mounted into a farmer's wagon with Everard, and bade the driver take them back to the Forrest House. It was Rothsay who met them first, her black eyes growing troubled and anxious when she saw the bandage on Everard's head. But he assured her that it was nothing, while Bea laughed over the adventure, and when the judge would have censured his son, took all the blame upon herself, and then, promising to call again in the evening, went in search of her truant horses. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 6 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Luxinger. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 6. Mother and Son. That afternoon Mrs. Forrest seemed so much better that even her husband began to hope when he saw the color on her cheek and the increased brightness of her eyes. But she was not deceived. She knew the nature of her disease and that she had not long to live. So what she would say to her son must be said without delay. Accordingly, after lunch, she bade Rothsay send him to her, and then leave them alone together. Everard obeyed the summons at once, though there was a shrinking fear in his heart as he thought, "Now I must tell her of Josie," and wondered what she would say. Since his drive with Beatrice, it did not seem half so easy to talk of Josephine, and that marriage ceremony was very far away, and very unreal, too. His mother was propped up on her pillows, and smiled pleasantly upon him as he took his seat beside her. "Everard," she began, "there are so many things I must say to you about the past and the future, and I must say them now while I have the strength. Another day may be too late." He knew to what she referred, and with a protest against it, told her she was not going to die. She must not. She must live for him, who would be nothing without her. Very gently she soothed him into quiet, and he listened while she talked of all he had been and all she wished him to be in the future. Faithfully but gently she went over with his faults one by one, beseeching him to forsake them, and with a bursting heart he promised everything which she required, and told her again of the reform already commenced. "God bless you, my boy, and prosper you as you keep this pledge to your dying mother. And whether you are great or not, may you be a good and Christ-like, and come one day to meet me where sorrow is unknown," she said to him finally. Then, after a pause, she continued, "There is one subject more of which, as a woman and your mother, I must speak to you. Some day you will marry, of course." "Yes, mother," and Everard started violently, while the cold sweat stood in drops about his lips, but he could say no more than, and his mother continued, "I have thought many times who and what your wife would be, and have pictured her often to myself, and loved her for your sake. But I shall never see her. When she comes here I shall be gone, and so I will speak of her now, and say it is not my wish that you should wait many years before marrying. I believe in early marriages, where there is mutual love and esteem. Then you make allowance more readily for each other's habits and peculiarities. I mean no disrespect to your father. He has been kind to me, but I think he waited too long. There were too many years between us. My feelings and ideas were young, his middle-aged. Better begin alike for perfect unity. And, my boy, be sure you marry a lady." "A lady, mother?" Everard said, wondering if his mother would call Josephine a lady. "Yes, Everard," she replied, "a lady in the true sense of the word, a person of education and refinement, and somewhere near your own rank in life. I never believed in the Maud Muller poem, never was sorry that the judge did not take the maiden for his wife. He might, perhaps, never have blushed for her, but he would have blushed for her family, and their likeness in his children's faces would have been a secret annoyance. I do not say that every mésalliance proves unhappy, but it is better to marry your equal if you can, for a low-born person with low-born tastes will of necessity drag you down to her level. She stopped a moment to rest, but Everard did not speak for the fierce struggle in his heart. He must tell her of Josephine, and could he say that she had no low-born tastes? Alas, he could not, when he remembered things which had dropped from her pretty lips so easily and naturally, and at which he had laughed as at something spicy and daring. His mother would call them coarse, with all her innate refinement and delicacy, and a shiver ran through him as he seemed to hear again the words, "I pronounce you man and wife." They were always ringing in his ears, louder sometimes than at others, and now they were so loud as almost to drown the low voice which after a little went on. "I do not believe in parents selecting companions for their children, but surely I may suggest. You are not obliged to follow my suggestion. I would have your choice perfectly free," she added quickly, as she saw a look of consternation on his face and mistook its meaning. "I have thought, and still think, that were I to choose for you, it would be Beatrice." "Beatrice? B. Belknap, mother?" And Everard fairly gasped. "B. Belknap is a great deal older than I am." "Just a year, which is not much in this case. She will not grow old fast, while you will mature early. The disparity would never be thought of," Mrs. Forrest said. "Beatrice is a little wild and full of fun and frolic, but under all that is a deep-seated principle of propriety and right, which makes her a noble and lovely character. I should be willing to trust you with her, and your father's heart is quite set on this match. I may tell you now that it has been in his mind for years, and I wish you to please him, both for his sake and yours. I hope you will think of it, Everard, and try to love Beatrice. Surely it cannot be hard to do that." "No, mother," Everard said, "but you seem to put her out of the question entirely. Is she to have no choice in the matter, and do you think that belle and flirt as she is, she would for a moment consider me, Ned Forrest, whom she calls a boy and ridicules unmercifully? She would not have me were I to ask her 1,000 times." "I think you may be wrong," Mrs. Forrest said. "It surely can't be that you love someone else," and she looked at him searchingly. Now was the time to speak of Josephine, if ever, and while his heart beat so loudly that he could hear it, he said, "Yes, mother, I do like someone else. It is a young girl in Holborn, where I stayed last summer. She is very beautiful. This is her picture." And he passed Josephine's photograph to his mother, who studied it carefully for 2 or 3 minutes. Then, turning her eyes to her son, she said, "She is beautiful, so far as features and complexion are concerned, but I am greatly mistaken in you if the original of this face can satisfy you long." "Why, mother, what fault have you to find with her? Isn't she a born lady?" Everard asked, a little scornfully, for he was warming up in Josephine's defense. "Don't misunderstand what I mean by a lady," Mrs. Forrest said. "Birth has not all to do with it. Persons may be born of the lowliest parentage, and in the humblest shed, but still have that within them which will refine, and soften, and elevate till the nobility within asserts itself, and lifts them above their surroundings. In this case," and she glanced again at the picture, "the inborn nobility, if there were any, has had time to assert itself and stamp its impress upon the face, and it has not done that." "For pity's sake, mother, tell me what you see to dislike so much in Josephine," Everard burst out indignantly. His mother knew he was angry, but she would not spare him, lest a great misfortune should befall him. She saw the face she looked upon was very fair, but there was that about it from which she shrunk intuitively. her quick woman instinct telling her it was false as fair, and not at all the face she would have in her boy's home. So she answered him unhesitatingly, "Shall I tell you the kind of person I fancy this girl to be, judging from her picture? Her face is one to attract young men like you, and she would try to attract you, too, and the very manner with which she would do it would be the perfection of the art. There is a treacherous, designing look in these eyes, so blue and dreamy, and about the mouth there is a cruel, selfish expression which I do not like. I do not believe she can be trusted. And then, it may be a minor matter, I do not like her style of dress. A really modest girl would not have sat for her picture with so much exposure of neck and arms, and so much jewelry. Surely you must have noticed the immense chain and cross, and all the show of bracelets and pins and ornaments in her hair." Everard had thought of it, but he would not acknowledge it, and his mother continued, "The whole effect is tawdry, and, excuse me for putting it so strongly, but it reminds me of the dollar store and the jewelry bought there. She cannot have the true instincts of a lady. Who is she, Everard, and where does she live?" Everard was terribly hurt and intensely mortified, while something told him that his mother was not altogether wrong in her estimation of the girl, whose picture did resemble more a second-rate actress tricked out in her flashy finery than a pure, modest girl. But he answered his mother's question and said, "She lives in Holborton, New York, and her name is Josephine Fleming. I boarded for 3 weeks last summer with her mother, Widow Rothsay Fleming, as the people call her." He spit the last out a little defiantly, feeling resolved that his mother should know all he knew about the Flemings, be it good or bad, but he was not prepared for the next remark. "Rothsay? Rothsay Fleming? Is she a second wife, and is there a stepdaughter much older than Josephine?" "Yes, but how did you know it, and where have you seen them?" Everard asked, eagerly, his anger giving way to his nervous dread of some development worse even than the dollar jewelry, which had hurt him cruelly. "Years ago, when I was a young girl, we had in our family a cook, Rothsay Burroughs by name, competent, tidy, and faithful in the discharge of her duties, but crafty, designing, and ambitious. Our butcher was a Mr. Fleming, a native of Ireland, and a very respectable man, whose little daughter used sometimes to bring us the steak for breakfast in the morning, and through whom Rothsay captured the father after the mother died. She was so sorry for the child, and mended her frocks, and made much of her till the father was won, when, it was said, the tables were turned, and little Agnes mended the frocks and darned the socks, while Rothsay played the lady. I remember hearing of the birth of a daughter, but I was married about that time, and knew no more of the Flemings until a few years later, when I was visiting in Boston, and Mother told me that he was dead, and Rothsay had gone with the children to some place west. I am sure it must be the same woman with whom you boarded. Has she sandy hair and light gray eyes with long yellow lashes?" "Yes, she has. It is the same," Everard replied, with a feeling like death in his heart as he thought how impossible it was now to tell his mother that Josephine was his wife. How impossible it was that she would ever be reconciled to the daughter of her cook and butcher, who added to her other faults the enormity of wearing dollar jewelry. And I think that last really hurt Everard the most. On such points he was very fastidious and particular, and more than once had himself thought Josie's dress too flashy, but the glamour of love was over all, and a glance of her blue eyes or touch of her white hands always set him right again, and brought him back to his allegiance. But the hands and the eyes were not there now to stand between him and what his mother had said, and he felt like crying out bitterly as he took back his photograph and listened a few moments longer, while his mother talked lovingly and kindly, telling him he must forgive her if she had seemed harsh, that it was for his good, as he would one day see. He would forget this boyish fancy in time and come to wonder at his infatuation. Forget it? With those words ever in his ears, I pronounce you man and wife." He could not forget, and it was not quite sure that he would do so if he could. Josie's face and Josie's wiles had a power over him yet to keep him comparatively loyal. He had loved her with all the intensity of a boy's first fervent passion, which never stopped to criticize her manner or language or style of dress, though, now that his eyes were opened a little, it occurred to him that there might be something flashy in her appearance, and something told him that the massive chain and cross, so conspicuous on Josephine's bosom, came from that store in Pittsfield where everything was $1, from an immense picture down to a set of spoons. And his mother had detected it by what subtle intuition he could not guess, and had traced her origin back to a butcher and a cook. Well, what then? Was Josie the worse for that? Was it not America's boast that the children of butchers and bakers and candlestick makers should stand in the high places and give rule? Certainly it was, and his mother herself had said it was neither birth nor blood which made the lady. It was a nobleness from within asserting itself without and stamping its impress upon its possessor. And had Josephine this inborn refinement and nobility, or had she not? That was the point which troubled the young man as he went out from his mother's presence and sought a little arbor in a retired part of the grounds where he would be free to think it out. With his head, which was aching terribly, bowed upon his hands, he went over all the past as connected with Josephine, detecting here and there many a word and act which, alas, went far toward proving that his mother's estimate of her was not very wrong. But how did his mother divine it? Had women some secret method of reading each other unknown to the other sex? Could Beatrice read her, too, from that photograph, and what would Bee's verdict be? He wished he knew, wished he could show it to her incidentally as the photograph of a mere acquaintance. And while he was thus thinking, he heard in the distance Bee's voice, and lifting up his head he saw her coming down the long walk gaily and airily in her pretty white muslin dress, with a bit of pink coral in her ears and in the lace bow at her throat. One could see that she was a saucy, fun-loving, frolicsome girl with opinions of her own, which sometimes startled the staid ones who walked year by year in the same rut, but she was every whit a lady, and looked it, too, as she came rapidly toward Everard, who found himself studying and criticizing her as he had never criticized a woman before. She was not like Josephine, though wherein the difference consisted he could not tell. He only knew that the load at his heart was heavier than ever, and that he almost felt that in some way he was aggrieved by this young girl, who, when she saw him, hastened her steps and was soon at his side. "Oh, here you are," she said. "Rothsay told me I should find you in the garden. I came to inquire after that broken head, for which I feel responsible. Why, Ned," she continued, calling him by the old familiar name of his boyhood, "how white you are! I am afraid it was more serious than I supposed," and she looked anxiously into his pale, worn face. His head was aching terribly, but he would not acknowledge it. He only said he was a little tired, that the cut on his forehead was nothing, and would soon be well. Then, making Beatrice sit down beside him, he began to ask her numberless questions about the people of Rothsay, especially the young ladies. Where was Sylvia Blackmer, and where was Annie Doane, and, by the way, where was Allie Beadle, that pretty little blonde with the great blue eyes who used to sing in the choir? By Jove, she was pretty, he said, except that her hair was a little too yellow. She looked so much like a girl East that some of the college boys rave about, only this girl, Miss Fleming, is the prettier of the two. I shouldn't wonder if I had her photograph somewhere. She had a lot taken and gave me one. Yes, here it is, he continued, after a feint of rummaging his pocketbook. What do you think of her? He asked, passing the picture to Beatrice, and feeling himself a monster of duplicity and deception. Bea took the card, and looking at it a moment, said, Yes, she is very pretty, but you don't want anything to do with that girl. She is not like you. It was the old story repeated, and Everard felt nettled and annoyed, but managed not to show it, as he replied, Who said I did want anything to do with her? But honestly, though, What do you see in her to dislike?"
"Nothing to dislike," Bee said. "I do not fancy her make-up, that's all. She looks as if she would wear cotton lace."
And having said what in her estimation was the worst thing she could say of a woman, Beatrice handed him back the picture, which he put up silently, feeling that he could not tell Beatrice of Josie. He could not tell anybody unless it was Rothsay, and he did not believe he cared to do that now, though he would like to show her the picture and hear what she had to say. Would she see dollar jewelry and cotton lace in the face he thought so divine? He meant to try her, and after Beatrice was gone, he strolled off to a shaded part of the grounds, where he came upon Rothsay watering a bed of fuchsias. She was not sylph-like and graceful, or clad in airy muslin, like Beatrice. She was unformed and angular, and her dress was a dark chintz, short enough to show her slender ankles, which he had once teasingly called pipe-stems, and her thick boots, which were much too large, for she would not have her feet pinched, and always wore shoes a size and a half too big. A clean white apron, ruffled and fluted, and a white sunbonnet completed her costume. Josephine would have called her homely, if she had noticed her at all, and some such idea was in Everard's mind as he approached her. But when, at the sound of his footsteps, she turned and flashed upon him from beneath the cape bonnet those great brilliant eyes, he changed his mind, and thought, "Won't those eyes do mischief yet, when Rothsay gets a little older?" She was glad to see him, and stopped watering her flowers while she inquired after his head, and if Miss Belknap found him. "Yes, she did," he said, adding, as he sat down in a rustic chair, "Bee is handsome and no mistake." "That's so," Rothsay replied, promptly, for Bee Belknap's beauty was her hobby. "She is the handsomest girl I ever saw, don't you think so?" Here was his opportunity, and he hastened to seize it. "Why, no," he said, "not the very handsomest I ever saw. I have a photograph of a girl I think prettier. Here she is." And he passed Josephine's picture toward Rothsay, who set down her watering pot, and wiping her soiled hands, took it as carefully as if it had been the picture of a goddess. "Oh, Mr. Everard," she cried, "she is beautiful, more so than Miss Beatrice, I do believe. Such dreamy eyes, which look at you so kind of coaxingly somehow, and such lovely hair. Who is she, Mr. Everard?" "Oh, she's one of the girls," Everard answered laughingly, and experiencing a sudden revulsion of feeling in Josie's favor at Rothsay's opinion of her. Here was one who could give an unprejudiced opinion. Here was a champion for Josie, and in his delight Everard thought how, with his first spare money, he would buy Rothsay a gold ring as a reward of merit for what she had said of Josie. Her next remarks, however, dampened his ardor a little. "She's very rich, isn't she?" Rothsay asked, and he replied, "No, not rich at all. Why do you think that?" "Because she has such a big chain and cross, and such heavy bracelets and earrings, and is dressed more than Miss Belknap dresses at a grand party," Rothsay said, and Everard answered her quickly, "Rothsay, you are a little thing, not much bigger than my thumb, but you have more sense than many older girls. Tell me then, if you know, is it bad taste to be overdressed in a picture, and is it a crime, a sin, to wear bogus jewelry?" She did not at all know at what he was aiming, and, pleased with the compliment to her wisdom, answered with great gravity, "Not a crime to wear flash jewelry. No. I wore a brass ring once till it blackened my finger. I wore a glass breastpin, too, which cost me 25 cents, till your mother said it was foolish and not like a lady. But I do not think it's a crime. It's only second-classy. A great many do it, and I shouldn't wonder a bit if—" Here the little lady looked very wise and lifted her forefinger by way of emphasis. "I shouldn't wonder a bit if this chain and cross were both shams, for now that I look at her more closely, she looks like a sham, too." Rosamond's prospect for a ring was gone forever, and Everard's voice trembled as he took back his picture and said, "Thank you, Rothsay, for telling me what you thought. Maybe she is a sham. Most things are in this world, I find." Then he walked rapidly away, while Rothsay stood looking after him and wondering if he was angry with her, and who the young girl was, and if he really liked her. "I hope not," she thought, "for though she is very handsome, there is something about her which does not seem like Mr. Everard and Miss Beatrice. They ought to go together. They must. It is so suitable." And having settled the future of Beatrice and Everard to her own satisfaction, the little girl resumed her work among the flowers, and did not see Everard again until supper time, when he looked so pale and tired that even his father noticed it and asked if he were sick. The cut over his eye was paining him, he said, and if they would excuse him he would retire to his room early, and should probably be all right on the morrow. The night was hot and sultry, and even the light breeze from the river seemed oppressive and laden with thunder, and for hours Everard lay awake thinking of the future, which stretched before him so drearily with that burden on his mind. How he wished that it might prove a dream from which he should awake to find himself free once more, free to marry Josephine if he chose, and he presumed he should, but not till his college days were over, and he could take her openly and publicly as a true man takes a woman he loves and honors. How he hated to be a sneak and a coward, and he called himself by these names many times, and loathed himself for the undefinable something creeping over him, and which made him shrink even from Josephine herself as Josephine. He said he did not care a picayune for the butcher and the cook, and he did not care for the dollar jewelry and cotton lace, though he would rather his mother and Bee had not used the opprobrious terms. But he did care for the sham of which his mother had spoken, and which even Rothsay had detected. Was Josie a sham, and if so, what was his life with her to be? Alas for Everard! He was only just entering the cloud which was to overshadow him for so many wretched years. At last he fell into a troubled sleep, from which he was aroused by the noise of the storm of rain which had swept down the river and was beating against the house. But above the storm there was another sound, Rothsay calling him in tones of affright, and bidding him hasten to his mother, who was dying. Of all which followed next, Everard retained in after life but a vague consciousness. There was a confused dressing in the dark, a hurrying to his mother, whose white face turned so eagerly toward him, and whose pallid lips were pressed upon his brow as they prayed God to keep him from evil, and bring him at last to the world she was going to. There were words of love and tender parting to the stricken husband and heartbroken Rothsay, who had been to her like a daughter, and whom she committed to the care of both Everard and his father as a precious legacy left in their charge. Then, drawing Everard close to her, she whispered so low that no one else could hear, "Forgive me if I seemed harsh in what I said of Josephine. I only meant it for your good. I may have been mistaken. I hope I was. I hope she is good and true and womanly, and if she is, and you love her, her birth is of no consequence, none whatever. God bless you, my child, and her too." She never spoke again, and when the early summer morning looked into the room, there was only a still, motionless figure on the bed, with pale hands folded upon the bosom, and the pillow strewn with flowers which Rosamond had put there. Rosamond thought of everything, first of the dead, then of the stern judge who broke down entirely by the side of his lost Mary, and then of Everard, who seemed like one stunned by a heavy blow. With the constantly increasing pain in his head, blinding him even more than the tears he shed, he wrote to Josephine. "Oh, Josie, you will be sorry for me when I tell you Mother is dead. She died this morning at 3 o'clock, and I am heartbroken. She was all the world to me. What shall I do without my mother?" He posted the letter himself, and then kept his room, and for the most part his bed, until the day of the funeral, when, hardly knowing what he was doing, or realizing what was passing around him, he stood by his mother's grave, saw the coffin lowered into it, heard the earth rattling down upon it, and had a strange sensation of wonder as to whom they were burying, and who he was himself. That puzzled him the most, except, indeed, the question as to where the sun was, the young man from Amherst College who drove such fast horses and smoked so many cigars and sometimes bet at cards. He ought to be here seeing to this, he thought, and then, as a twinge of pain shot through his temple, he moaned faintly and went back to the carriage in which he was driven rapidly home. There was a letter from Josephine in his room, which had come while he was at his mother's grave. He recognized the handwriting at once, and with a feeling as if something were clutching his throat and impeding his breath, he took it up and, opening it, read his first letter from his wife. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kimberly Bonin. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 7, Josephine. Immediately after Everard's departure, she wrote to the postmaster at Clarence, making inquiries for Dr. Matthewson, and in due time received an answer addressed to the fictitious name which she had given. There had been a clergyman in town by that name, the postmaster wrote, but he had been dismissed for various misdemeanors. However, a marriage performed by him with the knowledge and consent of the parties would undoubtedly be binding on such parties. Latterly, he had taken to the study of medicine and assumed the title of doctor. There could be no mistake, and the harrowing doubt which had so weighed on Josephine's spirits gave way as she read this answer to her letter. She was Mrs. James Everard Forrest, and she wrote the name many times on slips of paper, which she tore up and threw upon the floor. Then, summoning Agnes from the kitchen, she bade her arrange her hair, for there was a concert in the hall that night and she was going. Always meek and submissive, Agnes obeyed, and brushed and curled the beautiful golden hair, and helped array her sister in the pretty blue muslin, and clasped about her neck and arms the heavy bracelets and chain, which had been so criticized and condemned at the Forrest House. They were not quite as bright now as when the young lady first bought them in Pittsfield. Their luster was somewhat tarnished, and Josephine knew it. She felt a qualm of disgust every time she looked at them. She knew the difference between the real and the sham quite as well as Beatrice herself. And by, when she was established in her rightful position as Mrs. Everard Forrest, she meant to indulge to the full her fondness for dress, and make amends for the straits to which she had all her life been subjected. She would make old Forrest's money fly. Only let her have a chance, she said to Agnes, to whom she was repeating the contents of the letter just received from Clarence. Then it's true, and you are his wife? Agnes said, her voice indicative of anything but pleasure. This Josephine was quick to detect, and she answered sharply, His wife, yes. Have you any objection? One would suppose by your manner that you were sorry for Everard. And so I am, Agnes answered boldly. I don't believe he knew what he was doing. It's a pity for him. He is so young, and we so different. So different, Agnes? I wish you wouldn't forever harp on that string, as if I were not quite as good as a Forrest, or any other aristocrat. Can't you ever forget your Irish blood? It does not follow, because the poor people in Ireland and England lie down and let the nobility walk over them, that we do it in America, where it does sometimes happen that the daughter of a butcher and a cook may marry into a family above their level. Yes, I know all that, Agnes said. Praised be heaven for America, where everybody who has it in him can rise if he will. And yet, there's a difference here, just as much and more. I sometimes think, for to be somebody, you must have it in you. I can't explain. But I know what I mean, and so do you. Yes, I do, Josephine replied angrily. You mean that I have not the requisite qualifications to make me acceptable at the Forrest House. That my fine lady from Boston would be greatly shocked to know that the mother of her daughter-in-law once cooked her dinner, and washed her clothes. No, not for that. Not for birth or poverty, Agnes said eagerly. But because you are... Well, what? Josephine demanded impatiently, and Agnes replied, You are what you are. And pray, what am I? Josephine retorted. I was Miss Josephine Fleming, daughter of Mrs. Rothsay Fleming, who used to work for the Bigelows of Boston, till she married an Irish butcher, who was shabby enough to die and leave her to shift for herself, which she did by taking boarders. That's what I was. Now, I am Mrs. James Everard Forrest, with a long line of blue-blooded Southern ancestry, to say nothing of the bluer Bigelows of Boston. That's who I am. So please button my boots and bring me my shawl and fan. It's high time I was off. Agnes obeyed, and buttoned the boots and put a bit of blacking on the toe where the leather was turning red, and brought the fleecy shawl and wrapped it carefully around her sister, who looked exceedingly graceful and pretty, and bore herself like a princess as she entered the hall and took one of the most conspicuous seats. How she wished the people could know the honor to which she had come, and when, to the question of who she was, asked by a stranger behind her, she heard the reply, Oh, that's Jo Fleming. Her mother keeps boarders. She longed to shriek out her new name and announce herself as Mrs. James Everard Forrest. But it was policy to keep silent, and she was content to bide her time and anticipate what she would do in the future when her marriage was announced. Of Everard himself, she thought a great deal, but she thought more of his position and wealth than she did of him. And yet, she was very anxious to hear from him, and when his letter came, she tore it open eagerly, while a bright flush colored her cheeks when she saw the words, My dear little wife. And her heart was very light as she read the brief letter, so light, in fact, that it felt no throb of pity for the sick and dying mother. Josie had heard from her mother of the aristocratic Miss Bigelow, at whose grand wedding governors and senators had been present, and she shrank from this high-born woman, who might weigh her in the balance and find her sadly wanting. So she felt no sympathy with Everard's touching inquiry, What shall I do without my mother? He would do very well indeed, she thought. And as for herself, she would rather reign alone at Forrest House than share her kingdom with another. How she chafed and fretted that she could not begin her triumph at once, but must wait 2 years at least, and be known as Josephine Fleming, who held her position in Holborton only with her pretty face and determined will. But there was no help for it, and for the present she must be content with the knowledge that Everard was hers, and that by and by his money would be hers also. To do her justice, however, she was just now a good deal in love with her young husband, and thought of him almost as often as his money, though that was a very weighty consideration. And when her mother suggested that there was no reason why she should not, to a certain degree, be supported by her husband, even if she did not take his name, she endorsed the suggestion heartily. And the letter she wrote to Everard in reply to his contained a request for money. The letter was as follows. Holborton, July. Dear Everard, I was so glad to get your letter, and oh, my darling, how sorry I am to hear of your mother's dangerous illness. I trust it is not as bad as you feared, and hope she may recover. I know I should love her, and I mean to try to be what I think she would wish your wife to be. I am anxious to know if you told her, and what she said. I have written to Clarence, as Dr. Matthewson bade me to do, and find that he really was a clergyman, so there can be no mistake about the marriage. If you do not regret it. I certainly do not. Only it is kind of forlorn to know you have a husband, and still live apart from him, and be denied the privilege of his name. It is for the best, however, and I am content to wait your pleasure. And now, my dear husband, don't think meanly of me, will you, and accuse me of being mercenary. You would not if you knew the straits we are driven to in order to meet our expenses. Now that I am your wife, I wish to take lessons in music and French, so as to fit myself for the position I hope one day to fill in your family. You must not be ashamed of me, and you shall not, if I only have the means with which to improve my mind. If you can manage to send me $50, I shall make the best possible use of it. You do not know how I hate to ask you so soon, but I feel that I must in order to carry out my plans for improvement. And now, my darling husband, I put both my arms around your neck and kiss you many, many times, and ask you not to be angry with me, but write me soon, and send the money if possible. Truly, lovingly, faithfully, your wife, Jo. I haven't told more than 3 falsehoods, Josie said to herself as she read the letter over. I said I hoped his mother would recover, and that I knew I should love her, and that I wanted the money to pay for music and French, when in fact I want more a silk dress in 2 shades of brown. And he will send it, too. He'll manage to get it from his father or mother, and I may as well drop in at Bert's and look at the silk this afternoon, on my way to post this letter. She did drop in at Bert's and looked at the silk, and saw another piece, more desirable every way, and 50 cents more a yard. And from looking, she grew to coveting, and was sorry that she had not asked for $75 instead of $50, as the one would be as likely to be forthcoming as the other. Once she thought to open the letter and add a P.S. to it, but finally decided to wait and write again for the extra $25. The merchant would reserve the silk for her a week or more, he said. And picturing to herself how she should look in the 2 shades of brown, Josie tripped off to the post office, where she deposited the letter, which Everard found upon his table on his return from his mother's grave. It was the silk which, in Josie's mind, was the most desirable, but the music and the French must be had as well. And so she called upon a Mrs. Herring, who gave music lessons in the town, and proposed that she should have 2 lessons a week with the use of a piano, and that as compensation for the lady's washing and that of her little girl should be done by Sister Agnes, who was represented as the instigator of the plan. As the arrangement was better for the lady than for Josie, the bargain was closed at once, and Mrs. J.E. Forrest took her first lesson that very afternoon, showing such an aptitude and eagerness to learn that the teacher assured her of quick and brilliant success as a performer. The French was managed in much the same way, and paid for in plain sewing, which Josie, who was handy and neat with her needle, undertook herself, instead of putting it upon her mother or poor Agnes, who on the Monday following saw with dismay the basket piled high with extra linen, which she was to wash and iron. There was a weary sigh from the heavily burdened woman, and then she took up this added task, without a single protest, and scrubbed and toiled and sweat, that Josie might have the accomplishments which were to fit her to be the mistress of the Forrest House. Every day Josie passed the shop window at Bert's, and stopped to admire the silk, and at last fell into the trap laid for her by the scheming merchant, who told her that 3 other ladies had been looking at it with a view to purchase, and she'd better decide to take it at once, if she really wanted it. So she took it, and wrote to Everard that night, asking why he did not send the $50, and asking him to increase it with 25 more. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tara Siegel. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Section 8. Everard. He was so giddy and sick and faint when he returned to the house from his mother's grave that he had scarcely strength to reach his room, where the first object which caught his eye was Josephine's letter upon the table. Very eagerly he caught it up, and breaking the seal, began to read it, his pulse quickening and his heart beating rapidly as he thought, "She would be so sorry for me if she knew." He was so heart-sore and wretched in his bereavement, and he wanted the sympathy of someone, wanted to be petted as his mother had always petted him in all his griefs, and as she would never pet him again. She was dead, and his heart went out with a great yearning after his young wife, as the proper person to comfort and soothe him now. Had she been there he would have declared her his in the face of all the world, and laying his aching head in her lap, would have sobbed out his sorrow. But she was far away, and he was reading her letter, which did not give him much satisfaction from the very first. There was an eagerness to assure him that the marriage was valid, and he was glad, of course, that it was so, and could not blame her for chafing against the secrecy which they must for a time maintain. But what was this request for $50, this hint that she had a right to ask support from him? In all his dread of the evils involved in a secret marriage, he had never dreamed that she would ask him so soon for $50, when he had not 5 in the world, and but for Rosamond's generous forethought in sending him the 10, he would have been obliged to borrow to get home. $50! It seemed to the young man like a fabulous sum, which he could never procure. For how was he to do it? He had told his father distinctly that he was free from debt, that he did not owe $1, and if he should go to him now with a request for $50, what would he say? It made Everard shiver just to think of confronting his stern father with that demand. The thing was impossible. "I can't do it," he said, and then, in his despair, it occurred to him that Josie had no right to make this demand upon him so soon. She might have known he could only meet it by asking his father, which was sure to bring a fearful storm about his head. It was not modest, it was not nice in her, it was not womanly. Bea would never have done it, Rothsay would never have done it. But they were different, and there came back to him the remembrance of what his mother had said, and with it a great horror lest Josephine might really lack that innate refinement which marks a true lady. But he would not be disloyal to her even in thought. She was his wife, and she had a right to look to him for support when she could have nothing else. She could not take his name, she could not have his society, and he was a brute to feel annoyed because she asked him for money, with which to fit herself for his wife. She is to be commended for it, he thought. I wish her to be accomplished when I present her to Bea, who is such a splendid performer, and jabbers French like a native. Oh, if I had the money, he continued, feeling as by revelation that Josephine would never cease her importunings until she had what she wanted. But how should he get it? Could he work at something and earn it, or could he sell his watch, his mother's gift when he was 18? No, not that. I can't part with that, he groaned, and then he remembered his best suit of clothes, which had cost nearly $100, and a great many hard words from his father. He could sell these in Cincinnati. He had just money enough to go there and back, and he would do it the next day, and make some excuse for taking a valise, and no one need be the wiser. That was the very best thing he could do, and comforted with this decision, he crept shivering to bed just as the clock was striking the hour of 11. Breakfast waited a long time for him the next morning, and when she saw how impatient the judge was growing, Rosamond went to his door and knocked loudly upon it, but received no answer, except a faint sound like a moan of pain, which frightened her, and sent her at once to the judge, who went himself to his son's room. Everard was not asleep. nor did he look as if he had ever slept, with his bloodshot, wide-open eyes rolling restlessly in his head, which moved from side to side as if in great distress. He did not know his father. He did not know anybody, and said that he was not sick when the doctor came, and he would not be blistered, and he wouldn't be bled. He must get up and have his clothes, his best ones, and he made Rothsay bring them to him and fold them up and put them in his satchel, which he kept upon his bed all during the 2 weeks when he lay raving with delirium and burning with fever induced by the cut on his head, and aggravated by the bleeding and blistering which he had without stint. Rothsay was the nurse who stayed constantly with him, and who alone could quiet him when he was determined to get up and sell his clothes. This was the burden of his talk. "I must sell them and get the money," he would say, but with a singular kind of cunning common to crazy people. He never said money before his father. It was only to Rosamond that he talked of that, and once when she sat alone with him, he said, "Don't let the governor know, for your life." "No, I won't. You can trust me," she replied. Then, while she bathed his throbbing head, she asked, "Why do you want the money, Mr. Everard? What will you do with it?" "Send it to Joe," he said. "Do you know Joe?" Rothsay didn't know Joe, and she innocently asked, "Who is he?" "Who is he?" Everard repeated. "That's a good joke. He. Joe would enjoy that. He is a splendid fellow, I'll tell you." "And you owe him?" Rothsay asked, her heart sinking like lead at his prompt reply. "Yes, that's it. You've hit the nail. I owe him, and I must pay. And that's why I sell my clothes. I owe him money. Him! That's capital." He had told her that he had no debts, and she believed him, and had been so glad, and thought he had broken from his old associates and habits, and was trying to do better. And it was not so at all. He had not broken off. He still had dealings with a mysterious Joe, whoever he might be, some great hulking fellow, no doubt, who drank and raced and gambled and had led Everard astray. Rothsay's heart was very sad, and her voice full of sorrow when she asked next, "Was it gambling? Was it at play that you incurred this debt?" "Yes, by George, you've hit it again!" he exclaimed, catching at the word play. "It was a play, and for fun, I thought at first, but it proved to be the real thing, a lark, a sell, a trap. By Jove, I believe it was a trap, and they meant me to fall into it. I do, upon my word, and I fell, and now Joe must have $50 from me." $50! And Rothsay gasped at the enormous sum. Where would he get it? Where could he get it? Not from his father, that was certain, and not from her, for her quarterly interest on her $2,000 was not due in weeks, and even if it were, it was not $50. Perhaps Miss Belknap would loan it, if she were to ask her, and assume the payment herself. But in that case she must give the reason, and she would not for the world compromise Everard by so much as a breath of censure. Bea must think well of him at all costs, for Rothsay's heart was quite as much set on Beatrice's being the mistress of Forrest House, some day, as the mother's had been. She could not borrow of Miss Belknap, but Rothsay started from her chair as quickly as if she had been struck, while her hands involuntarily clutched her luxuriant hair, rippling in heavy masses down her back. She could do that for Mr. Everard, but her face was white to her lips, which quivered a little as she resumed her seat, and said, "What is Joe's other name? Joe what?" Everard looked at her cunningly a moment, and then replied, "Guess." "I can't," she replied. "I have nothing to start from, nothing to guide me. I might guess all day and not get it." "Suppose you start with some kind of fruit. Say pears. What varieties have we in our garden?" he said. And Rothsay answered, "There are the Seckles. Is it Joe Seckles?" "No." "Joe Bartlett?" "No." "Joe Bell?" "No." "Joe Vergaloo?" "No." "Joe Sheldon?" "No." There's the Louis Bondejersey. It can't be Joe Bondejersey. No, stupid. Well, Flemish beauty? It can't be that. How do you know? Joe is a beauty, and a Flemish one, if you change the SH to NG. No, try him again. Joe Fleming? Rothsay asked, and with an insane chuckle Everard replied, You bet, Rothsay, you are a brick, you are a trump, you've hit it exactly, Joe Fleming. Rothsay had in her pocket a pencil, and on a bit of newspaper wrote the name rapidly, and then asked, Does he live in Amherst? No. In Ellicottville? No. Well, then, in Holberton, where you were last summer, didn't you board with a Fleming? You are right again. He lives in Holberton, Everard replied, laughing immoderately at the idea of he as applied to Josephine. Thus far he had answered all Rothsay's questions correctly, but when she said, Tell me, please, his right name. Is it Joel or Joseph or what? The old look of cunning leaped into his eyes, and he answered her, No, you don't. Joe is enough for you to know. Besides, why are you questioning me so closely? What are you going to do? I'm going to try and get you out of your trouble, Rothsay said, and starting up in bed, Everard exclaimed, Get me out of this scrape. Oh, Rothsay, if only you would, if only you could. I can, I will, Rothsay said, emphatically as he continued. Out of every single bit of it, the whole thing, so I'll be free again? Yes, Rothsay answered at random. I am sure I will, but you must keep very quiet and not get excited or talk. Try to sleep and I'll fix it for you beautifully. How hopeful she was, and the delirious man believed and trusted in her, and promised to sleep while she was gone to fix it. But it may be a few days, you know, she said, so you must be patient and wait. He acceded to everything and closed his eyes as she left the room and repaired to her own, where she went straight to the glass, and letting out her heavy braids of hair, suffered it to fall over her shoulders like a veil. Then Rothsay studied herself, and saw a thin face, with great wide-open black eyes, which would look larger, more wide-open still, with all that hair gone. What a fright she would be without her hair, which was beautiful. B. Belknap had said so, others had said so, and, if she was not mistaken, Everard had said so too, and for his sake she'd like to keep it, though for his sake she was deciding to part with it. Maybe he did not think it pretty after all. She wished she knew, and, yielding to a sudden impulse, she went back to his room with all her shining tresses about her, and so astonished him that he called out, Hallo, Lady Godiva! Are you going to ride through the town clothed with modesty? Rothsay was not very well versed in Tennyson, and knew nothing of Lady Godiva, but she said to him, Mr. Everard, do you think my hair pretty? Nothing extra, was his reply. I've seen hair handsomer than that. Don't be vain, Rothsay. You will never be a beauty, hair or no hair. Her pride was hurt a little, but her mind was made up, and retiring to her room and fastening herself in, she sat down to write to Joe Fleming. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Candy27. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 9. The Result. Reason said to her, Perhaps there is no such person as Joe Fleming. Mr. Everard is crazy and does not know what he's saying. But to this Rosie replied, That may be, but even then there can be no harm in writing. The letter will go to the dead letter office, and no one be the wiser, and if there is a Joe, he deserves to have a piece of my mind. I shall write anyway. And she did write, and this is a copy of the letter. Forrest House, Rothsay, Ohio, August 3rd, 18. Mr. Fleming, sir. I take the liberty of writing to you, because I think you ought to know how sick Mr. Everard Forrest is, and how much he is troubled about the money he owes you. He was thrown from a carriage and heart more than 10 days ago, and his mother died that same night, and you wrote for money, and everything together made him very sick and out of his head, and that is the way I came to know about you, and that gambling debt of his. I am Rosamond Hastings, a little girl who lives in the family, and Mr. Everard is like a brother to me, and I take care of him, and heard him talk of Joe and money which he had to pay, and he wanted to sell his clothes to raise it, and I found out from him that your name was Fleming, and that he owed you $50, which must be paid at once. I suppose men would call it a debt of honor, but, Mr. Fleming, do you think it right to gamble and entice young men like Mr. Everard to play? I think it is very weak and dishonorable and disreputable, and that you have not to expect him to pay. Why, he cannot, for he has no money of his own, and his father would not give it to him for that, and would be so very angry that whatever comes he must never know it, never. Now, will you give up the debt and not bother him any more? If you will, please write to him and say so. If you will not, write to me, and I shall try, and I can do, for Mr. Everard must not be troubled with it. Hoping you will excuse me, and that you will reform and be a better man, I am, yours respectfully, Rosamond Hastings. P.S. You are not to suppose that Mr. Everard knows I am writing, for he does not, nor are you to think that he has spoken ill of you in his delirium. On the contrary, I imagine that he likes you very much indeed, and so I am led to hope that there is much good in you, and that there you will not only release him, but quit gambling yourself. She sealed the letter, and directing it to Mr. Joe Fleming, ASQ, Holborton, Mass., posted it herself, and then anxiously waited the answer. 3 days later, and the clerk in the post office at Holborton said, in reply to Josie's inquiry for letters, "There's one here for Mr. Joe Fleming. That can't be you. Let me see it." Josie said, and when she saw that it was from Rothsay, Ohio, she continued, "It is for me, and it is done for a joke. I will take it." Then, hurrying home, she broke the seal and read the curious letter, amid screams of convulsive laughter, which brought both her mother and Agnes to her side. "Look her! Just listen, will you?" she said. "Somebody thinks I'm a man, and a gambler, and everything bad." And she read the letter aloud, while the tears ran down her face, and she grew almost hysterical with her glee. "Did you ever know a richer joke? What a stupid thing that girl must be!" she said, but Agnes made no reply, and went quietly back to her work, while Josephine read the letter a third time, feeling a little sorry for and a little anxious about Everard. Rosie's postscript that he seemed to like her very much touched her and brought something like moisture to her eyes, but she never for a moment thought of giving up the debt. She must have the $50, for the brown silk was nearly finished, and the merchant expected his money, so she wrote to Rosie as follows: Holborton, August 7th, 18. Miss Rosamond Hastings. Your letter is received, and though I am very sorry for Mr. Forrest's illness, and agree with you that it is wrong to gamble, I must still insist upon the money, as I am in great want of it, and Mr. Forrest will tell you that my claim is a just one. I may as well add that $25 more are due me, which I shall be glad to have you send. I have written Mr. Forrest about it, but presume he has not been able to attend to it. Hoping he is better, I am, yours truly, Joe Fleming. Josephine's handwriting was large and plain, and she took great pains to make it still plainer and more masculine, and Rosie, when she received the letter, had no suspicion that it was not written by a man. Hastily breaking the seal, she read, with sinking heart, that the money must be paid, and, worse than all, that it was $75 instead of $50, as she had supposed. And she must raise it, and save Mr. Everard from all further trouble and anxiety. He was better now, and very quiet, and had allowed her to remove the satchel of clothes from his bed. Occasionally he spoke to her of Joe, and asked if she was sure she could help him out of the scrape. "Yes, sure," was always the reply of the brave little girl, and she must keep her word at the sacrifice of what she held most dear, her abundant and beautiful hair. Rosie's mind was made up, and after lunch was over, she started for Elm Park, where Miss Belknap lived. Bee was at home, and glad to see her little friend. She was very fond of Rosie, whose quaint, old-fashioned ways amused and rested her, and she took her at once to the pretty blue chamber which Rosie admired so much, and which seemed so in keeping with its lovely mistress. All Bee's tastes were of the most luxurious kind, and, as she had no lack of means, she gratified them to the full. The fever, which had deprived her of her hair, had hurt her pride sorely, for the wig which she was wearing until her own hair grew again was not a success, and she chafed against it, and hated herself every time she looked in the glass, and when Rosamond, who could not wait lest her courage should fail her, said, "Miss Beatrice, are you in earnest about my hair? Will you buy it now?" She answered, "Buy it? Yes, in a moment." "And give me $75? Rosie faltered, ashamed of herself for asking this enormous sum. But it did not at all appall Miss Belknap. $75 was nothing if she wished for anything, and she did want Rosie's hair. It was just the color and texture of her own, and she could have such a natural-looking wig made of it. "Yes, give you $75 willingly," she said. "But it seems very mean and selfish in me to take it," she continued. And Rosie, fearful lest the bargain should fall through, answered eagerly, "Oh no, don't. I want the money very much indeed. I am anxious to sell it, and if you do not buy it, I shall go to someone else. But you must not ask me why. I can tell that. Only it is not for myself. It's for a friend. I don't think the hair worth $75, but that it is what I must have, and so I asked it. Maybe if you can give me 50 and loan me 25, I can pay it when my allowance is due." "You conscientious little cheat," Bee said laughingly. "You have not yet learned the world's creed. Take all you can get. I am willing to give you $75, and, even at that price, think it's cheap. But you are a little girl, and will not look badly with short hair." With her natural shrewdness and her knowledge of some of Everard's shortcomings, Bee guessed that it was for him the sacrifice was made, and when the barber's scissors gleamed among the shining tresses, she saw that they did not cut too close, and made the girl affright. But the loss of her hair changed Rosie very much, and when she went back to the Forrest House, she shrank from the eyes of the servants, and stole up to her own room, where she could inspect herself freely, and see just how she looked. "Oh, how ugly I am, and how big my eyes are," she said, and 2 hot tears rolled down her cheeks, but she resolutely dashed them away, and thought, "His mother would be so glad if she knew I was doing it for him." And the memory of the dead woman who had been so kind to her helped her. For her sake she could bear almost anything, and, putting on her hat, she left the house again, going this time to the office of the family lawyer, Mr. Russell, a kind, elderly man, who was very fond of Rosie, and at once put aside his papers when she came in. "Can I do anything for you today?" he asked, and she replied, "I've come to ask you to write me just such a receipt as you would write if somebody owed you $75 and you paid it in full. Don't ask me anything, only write it, and make it read as if the debtor didn't owe the creditor a penny after the date." Mr. Russell looked curiously at the flushed face raised so eagerly to him, and in part guessed her secret. Like Bee, he knew of Everard's expensive habits, and suspected that this money had something to do with him. But he merely said, "What name shall I use?" "The receipt will read like this: received of blank $75, and so forth. Now how shall I fill the blank?" Rosie thought a moment, and then replied, "Will it make any difference who writes the receipt?" "Not at all. The signature is what gives it its value." "Then will you please give me a form, a true one, you know, which I can copy and send, and have I not to register the letter to make it safe?" She was quite a little businesswoman, and the old lawyer looked at her admiringly as he gave her the necessary directions, suggesting that a draft or post office order would be better than to send the money. But Rosie did not care for so much publicity as she fancied draft and post office orders would involve. She preferred to send the bills, a 50, a 20, and a 5, directly to Joe, and she did so that very afternoon, for, as good luck would have it, Beatrice asked her to drive to an adjoining town, where she registered and posted her letter, and felt as if a weight were lifted from her mind. She had no suspicion of Joe's playing her false. He would, of course, return the receipt, and Mr. Everard would be free, and her heart was almost as light as her head when she returned home and went to Everard's room. That poor short head, how it started at her in the glass, and how she tried to brush up the short, wavy hair and make the most of it. But do the best she could, she presented rather a forlorn appearance when she went in to Everard and asked him how he was. He had missed her very much that day, and greeted her with a bright smile so much like himself that she exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, Mr. Everard, you are better, you are almost well." He was better, but his mind was still unsettled and running upon the scrap from which Rosie was to extricate him, and he said to her, "Have you fixed it yet? Is it all right?" "Yes, all right," she answered, and he continued, "Every single bit right? Am I cut loose from the whole thing?" She thought he was, and soothed him into quiet until he suddenly noticed her head and exclaimed, "Hullo, what have you been doing? Where's your hair? Have you taken it off and laid it in the drawer as mother used to do? I thought yours was a different sort from that. Not store hair, but genuine. I say, Rosie, you look like a guy." She knew he was not responsible for what he said, but it hurt her all the same, and tears sprang to her eyes as she answered him, "My hair was very heavy and very warm this hot, sultry weather. I am sorry you do not like my looks. It will grow again in time." That was Rosie's one comfort. Her hair would grow again, and she met bravely the exclamations of her girl friends and of the servants who asked her numberless questions. But she kept her own counsel, and waited impatiently for the assurance that the money had gone in safety to Holborton. It came at last, on the very day when Everard began to seem like himself, and spoke to us about him rationally and naturally. His reason had returned, and his first question to Rosie was to ask if any letters had come to him during his illness, and his second to interrogate her with regard to her hair, and why she had cut it off. She told him the old story of its being heavy and warm, and then hastened to bring his letters, of which she had taken charge. She was certain that some of them were from Joe Fleming, though the handwriting was much finer than that which had come to her in the morning's mail. Joe had sent back the receipt without a word of comment, but Rosie did not care for that. She only felt that Everard was free, and she had the receipt in her pocket, and her face was almost pretty in her bright eagerness and gladness as she came to his bedside and handed him his letters. 3 were from college chums, and 3 from Josephine. These he opened first, beginning with the one bearing the oldest date. She had not then heard of his mother's death, and she wrote for more money, $25 more, which were absolutely needed. 75 in all it was now, and the perspiration started from every pore and stood thickly on Everard's forehead and about his lips, as, with an involuntary moan, he dropped the letter from his nerveless hand and turned his eyes toward Rosie, not with a thought that she could help him, only with a feeling that he could tell her and ask her what to do. And, if it were not better to leave college at once, acknowledge his marriage, and hire out as a day laborer if nothing better offered. She saw the haunted, hopeless expression in his eyes, and guessed the cause of it. In hers there was a great gladness shining, as she said, "I am almost certain that letter is from Mr. Joe Fleming, and I have one from him too, or rather a receipt in full for the gambling debt." And taking the receipt from her pocket, she handed it to Everard, and watched him while he read it. There it was in black and white, an acknowledgment of $75 and a receipt in full of all Everard Forrest's indebtedness to Joe Fleming up to that date. What did it mean? What could it mean? Everard asked, while through his mind there flitted a vague remembrance of something about Joe and money and the scrape from which Rosie was to extricate him. "Rosie, tell me, what do you know of Joe? What does it mean?" he asked, and then Rosie told him how he had raved about a Joe to whom he said he owed money, and how once, when he seemed a little rational, she had questioned him and found out that the man was Joe Fleming, who lived in Holborton, and to whom he owed $50, which he could not pay. "You had your best clothes in your valise on the bed, and were going to sell them to get it," Rosie said. "And I felt so sorry for you that I wrote to Mr. Fleming myself, and told him what I thought about such debts, and how sick and crazy you were, and your mother just dead, and you no way to pay, and asked him to give up the debt." Yes, Everard gasped, while his face grew white as ashes. And still he could not forbear a smile at the mistake with regard to Joe's sex, a mistake of which he was very glad, however. "Yes," he continued. "You wrote all this, and what was the reply?" "Just what you might expect from the bad, unprincipled, grasping man," Rosie said energetically, shaking her shorn head. "I told him it was wrong to gamble and tempt you to play, and told him how sick you were and how angry your father would be, and added that, if, after all this, he still insisted upon the money, he was not to trouble you, but write directly to me, and he was mean enough to do it. He said he was sorry you were sick, but he must have the money, and that you owed him 75, and you would tell me he had a right to ask it." "Yes," Everard said again, but the yes was like a groan, and every muscle of his face twitched painfully. "Yes, he wrote this to you, and you raised the money, but how?" Rosamond hesitated a moment, and then replied, "Do you remember I told you that Miss Belknap once offered to buy my hair?" "Oh, Rosie!" Everard exclaimed, as the truth flashed upon him, making the plain face of that heroic little girl seem like the face of an angel. "Oh, Rosie, you sold your beautiful hair for me, a scamp, a sneak, a coward. Oh, why did you humiliate me so, and make me hate and loathe myself?" And in his great weakness and utter shame, Everard covered his face with his hands and sobbed like a child. Rosamond was crying too, was shedding bitter tears of disappointment that she had made the great sacrifice for nothing except to displease Mr. Everard. "Forgive me," she said at last. "I thought you would like it. I did not want you to sell your clothes, did not want your father to know. I mean to do right. I am sorry you are angry." Angry! And in the eyes which looked at Rosie there was anything but anger. "I am not angry except with myself, only I am so mortified, so ashamed. I think you the dearest, most unselfish person in the world. Who else would have done what you have?" "Oh, ever so many," Rosie said, "if they were sorry for you and loved you. For, Mr. Everard, I am so sorry, and I love you a heap, and then I did it some because I thought your mother would like it if she knew." Rosamond's lip quivered as she said this, and there was such a pitiful look in her soft eyes that Everard raised himself in bed, and drawing her toward him, took the thin little face between his hands and kissed it tenderly, while his tears flowed afresh at the mention of his dead mother, who had been so much to him. "Rosie," he said, "what can I ever do to show you how much I appreciate all you have done for, and all you are to me?" The girl hesitated a moment, and then said, "If you will promise never to have anything to do with Joe Fleming, I shall be so happy, for I am sure he is a bad man, and leads you into mischief. Will you promise not to go near Joe Fleming again?" Everard groaned as he answered her, "You do not know what you ask. I cannot break with Joe Fleming. Oh, Rosie, I am a coward, a fool, and I wish I were dead. I do, upon my word. But there is one thing I can promise you, and I will. I pledge myself solemnly, from this day forth, never to touch a card of any kind in the way of gambling, never to touch a drop of spirits, or a cigar, or a fast horse, or to bet, or do anything of which you would not approve." "I am so glad," Rosie said. "And to make it quite sure, suppose you sign something just as they do the pledge to keep from drinking." He did not quite know what she meant, but he answered unhesitatingly, "I'll sign anything you choose to bring me." "I'm going to write it now," Rosie said, and the next moment she left the room and Everard was free to finish his letters alone. Taking the second one from Josephine, he read that she was sorry to hear of his affliction and wished she could comfort him, and that it must be a consolation for him to know that his mother was in heaven, where he would one day meet her if he was a good man. This attempt at piety disgusted Everard, who knew how little Josephine cared for anything sacred and how prone she was to ridicule what she called pious people. Immediately following this mention of his mother, she said she was missing and longing for him so much, and hoped he would write at once and send her the money for which she was obliged to ask him. Then she added the following: "I find myself in rather a peculiar position, so long as I am known as Miss Fleming. I shall, of course, be subject to the attentions of gentlemen, and what I am to do? Shall I go on as usual, discreetly, of course, and receive whatever attentions are paid to me, never allowing anyone to get so far as an offer? I ask you this because I wish to please you, and because, since my marriage, it seems as if so many men were inclined to be polite to me. Even old Captain Sparks, the millionaire, has asked me to ride after his fast horses, and as there was no reason which I could give him why I should not, I went, and he acted as silly as an old fool well can act. Tell me your wishes in the matter, and they shall be to me commands." For an instant Everard felt indignant at Captain Sparks for presuming to ride with and say silly things to Josephine, but when he reflected a moment, he knew that to the captain there was no reason why he should not do so. Josephine was to him a young marriageable maiden, and rumour said that the old man was looking for a fourth wife, and as he would, of course, look only at the young girls, it was natural for him to single out Josephine as an object of favour. Josie must, of course, hold her place as an unmarried person, he thought. But, oh, the horror of this deception! I'd give worlds to undo the work of that night. He thought so more than ever when he read the third and last letter, in which, after expressing her sorrow and concern for his sickness, she told him of her correspondence with Rosamond, and which, as it gives a still clearer insight into the young lady's character, we give in part to the reader. "Dear Everard, what do you suppose has happened? Why, I laughed until I nearly split my sides, and I almost scream every time I think of the funny letter I got from Rosamond Hastings, the little girl who lives with you, and who actually thinks I am a man, a bad, good-for-nothing, gambling, swearing man, who leads you into all sorts of scrapes, and to whom you owe money. It seems she gathered this when you were crazy, and took it upon herself to write to Mr. Joe Fleming. That's what she called me, and lecture him soundly on his badness. You have to hear her once, but I'll keep the letter and show you. She wished me to give up the debt, which she took for granted was a gambling one, but said if I would not, I must write to her and not trouble you. Now, I supposed it would have been generous and nice in me to say I did not care for the money, but you see I did. I must have it to pay my bills, and so I wrote to her and said you would tell her my claim was just one, if she asked you about it. In due time she sent me $75. Tough how she raised it, I am sure I cannot guess, unless she caused it from your father, and I hardly think she did that, as she seemed in great fear, lest he should know that you owed Joe Fleming. She is a good business woman, for accompanying the money was a receipt correctly drawn up, and declaring you discharged in full from all indebtedness to me. I wonder what the child would have done if I had not returned it, and just for the mischief of it, I thought once I wouldn't, for a while at last, and see what she would do. But Agnes made such a fuss, and I thought better of it, and shall send the receipt in the same mail, which take this to you. By the way, you've no idea how much Agnes has you and your interest at heart. I believe, upon my word, she thinks you did a dreadful thing to marry me as you did, and she says her prayers in your behalf, to my certain knowledge, 3 or 4 times a day. Verily, it ought to make your calling and election sure. Dr. Matthewson was in town yesterday, and inquired particularly for you. I told him of your mother's death, and that I had written to Clarence as he bade me do, and made inquiries about him, and had not received a very good report of his character as a clergyman. He took it good-humouredly, and said that the gospel didn't agree with him very well. I like the doctor immensely. He is so amusing and friendly. I hope you will not care because I told him of Rosamond's mistake, and showed him her letter. How he did roar! Why, he actually lay down on the grass, and rolled and kicked, and would not believe me till I showed him the letter. He left town this morning, saying he should be here again in the fall, and would like to board with mother. How I hate this life, planning how to get your bread and butter, and how glad I shall be when I am out of it. But I mean to be patient, and bear it, knowing what happiness there is in the future for me. When shall I see you, I wonder? Will you not come as soon as you are able to travel and spend the remainder of your vacation with me? You will at last stop here on the way to Amherst, and for what time I leave. Lovingly yours, Jo. It would be impossible to describe the nature of Everard's feelings as he read this letter, which seemed to him coarse and selfish and heartless in the extreme. Couldn't Josephine understand such a character as Rosy's, or appreciate the noble thing she had done? Could she only see in it a pretext for laughing till she split her sides, and was it a nice thing in her to tell Dr. Matthewson of the letter, and even show it to him, making him roll on the grass and roar and kick in her presence? Had she no delicacy or refinement to allow such a thing? Would any man dare do that with Bee or even Rosy, child tough she was? Was Josie devoid of that womanly dignity which puts a man always on his best behavior? He feared she was, he said sadly to himself, as he recalled the free and easy manner he had always assumed with her. How many times had he sat with his feet higher than his head, and smoked directly in her face, or stretching himself full length upon the grass while she sat beside him, laid his head in her lap and talked such slang as he would blush to have Rosie hear. And she had laughed and jested and allowed it all, or at the most reproved him by asking if he were not ashamed of himself. Josie was not modest and womanly like his mother and Bee and Rosamond. She was not like them at all, and for a moment there swept over the young man such a feeling of revulsion and disgust that his whole being rose up against the position in which he was placed, and from his inmost soul he cried out, "I cannot have it so." He had sown the wine, and he was beginning to reap the whirlwind, and it was a very nervous, feverish patient which Rosie found when she came back to him, bringing the paper he was to sign, and which was to keep him straight. She called it a pledge, and read it. "I terribly solemnly promise never to drink a drop of liquor, never to smoke a pipe or cigar, never to race with fast horses, never to play cards or any other game for money, never to bet, and to have just as little to do with Joe Fleming as I possibly can. Signed by me at the Forrest House this day of August, 18. There," Rosie said, as she read it to him and offered him the pen. "You'll sign that, and then be very safe." "Rosie," he said vehemently, "I wish to heaven I could honorably subscribe to the whole of it, but I cannot. I must erase the part about Joe Fleming. I cannot explain to you why, but I must keep my acquaintance with Joe, but I'll promise not to be influenced in that direction any more. Will that do?" "Yes, but I did so hope you would break with him entirely. I know he makes you bad. You told me when you came home you had no debts, and I believed you. And yet you owed this man $75, and I was so sorry to find you did not tell me true." Rosie's eyes were full of tears as she said this, for losing faith in Everard had hurt her sorely, but he hastened to reassure her. "Rosie," he said, "I did not know of this debt then. It has come up since. What I told you was told in good faith. Bad as I am, I would not tell a deliberate lie, and you must believe me." She believed him, and watched him as he put his pen through the sentence. "Have just as little to do with Joe Fleming as I possibly can," and then signed his name to the paper. "There," he said, as he handed it to her with a sickly effort to smile. "Keep it, Rosie, and if I break that pledge, may I never succeed in anything I undertake so long as I live. And now bat my head with the coldest ice water in the house, for it feels as if there was a bass drum in it." He was very restless and nervous, and did not improve as fast as the doctor had said he would, if once his reason returned. Indeed, for a few days he did not seem to improve at all, and Beatrice and Rosamond both nursed him tenderly, and pitied him so much when they saw him lying so weak and still, with his eyes shut and the great tears rolling down his face. "It's for his mother," Rosie whispered to her companion, and her own tears gathered as she remembered the sweet woman whose grave was so fresh in the churchyard. But it was not altogether for the dead mother that Everard's tears were shed. It was rather from remorse and sorrow for the deed he would have given so much to undo, for he was conscious of an intense desire to be free from the chain which bound him. Not free from Josephine, he tried to make himself believe, for if that were so he would indeed be the most wretched of men, but free from his marriage vow, made so rashly. How was it that he was tempted to do it? He asked himself as he went over in his mind with the events of that night. He was always more or less intoxicated with Josephine's beauty when he was with her, and he remembered how she had bewitched and bewildered him with the touch of her soft hands and sight of her bare arms and neck. She had challenged him to the act, and Dr. Matthewson had given him the wine which he knew now must have clouded his reason and judgment, and so he was left to his fate. And a terrible one it seemed, as in his weakness and languor he looked at it in all its aspects, and saw no brightness in it. Even Josephine's beauty seemed fading into nothing. Though he tried so hard to keep his hold on that, for he must hold to something, must retain his love for her or go mad. But she was so unlike Beatrice, so unlike Rosamond, so unlike what his mother had been, and they were his standards for all that was noble and pure and sweet in womankind. Josie was selfish and unrefined. He could not put it in any milder form when he remembered the past as connected with her, and remembered how she had ridiculed little Rosie Hastings, whose letter she had shown to Dr. Matthewson. How plainly he could see the scene when the doctor rolled upon the grass and roared and kicked, and Josephine laughed with him at the generous, unselfish child who, to save him, had sacrificed her only beauty. And Josephine was his wife, and he must not cease to respect her one iota, for that was his only chance for happiness, and he struggled so hard to keep her in his heart and love that it is not strange the great drops of sweat stood thickly on his brow, or that the hot tears at intervals rolled down his cheeks. It was Rosie who brushed them away, Rosie who wiped the sweat from his face and whispered to him once, "Don't cry, Mr. Everard. Your mother is so happy where she has gone, and I don't believe she has lost all care for you either. She loved you so much when she was here." Then Everard broke down entirely, and holding Rosie's little brown, tanned hands in his, said to her, "It isn't that. To heaven knows how much I loved my mother, and how sorry I am she is dead. But there are troubles worse than that, and I am in one now, and the future looks so dark and the burden so heavy to carry." "Can I help you bear it?" Rosie asked softly, with a great pity in her heart for this young man who had given way like a child. "No, Rosie, nobody can help me. Nobody," he said, and after a moment Rosie asked him timidly, "Is it Joe Fleming again?" "Yes, Rosie, Joe Fleming again." And Everard could scarcely restrain a smile, even in his grief, at this queer mistake of Rosie's. In her mind Joe Fleming was a dreadful man, through whom Mr. Everard had come to grief, and she ventured at last to speak of him to Beatrice as somebody of whom Everard had talked when he was crazy, and who had led him into a great trouble of some kind. "And that's what ails him now, and keeps him so weak and low, and makes him cry like a girl," she said. And then Beatrice resolved to help the sick out if possible, and that afternoon, when she sat alone with him for a few moments, she said to him, Everard, I am quite sure that something is troubling you, something which retards your recovery. I do not ask to know what it is, but if money can lighten it, let me help you, please. I have so much more than I know what to do with. Let me lend you some, do. Oh, Bee, Everard cried. Don't talk to me that way. You will kill me. You and Rosie together. And you can't help me. Nobody can. It is past all help. She did not at all know what he meant, but with her knowledge of what money could do, she felt sure it could help, and so she said, Not so bad as that, I am sure. You have probably been led astray by some designing person, but there is always a backward path, you know, and you will take it sure. And if you should want money, as you may, will you ask me for it, Everard? Will you let me give it to you, as if I were your sister? He did not know. He could not tell what he might do in sore need, for he felt intuitively that the call on him for money, commenced so soon, would increase with every year. So he thanked her for her kind offer, which, he said, he would consider, should the time ever come when he wanted help. For 10 days more Everard kept his room, and then arose suddenly one morning and said that he was able to go back to college, where he ought to have been 2 weeks ago, for he was getting far behind his class, and would have to study hard to overtake and keep up with it, as he meant to do. Nothing could restrain him. Go he must, and go he did. Early one morning in September, before the people of Rothsay were astir, he had held a short conference with Rosamond and bidden her tell the postmaster to forward to Amherst any letters which might come to him, and on no account let them go to the Forrest House. And Rosie had promised to comply with all his wishes, and pressed upon him a $20 bill which she made him take, because, as she said, she did not need it a bit, and should just squander it for peanuts and worsteds and things which would do her no good. It was a part of her quarterly interest, and she could do what she liked with it. And so Everard took it and felt humiliated and hated himself, especially as he knew just where the money would go. A letter from Josephine had come to him, asking for more funds with which to replenish her wardrobe for the autumn. They had no boarders now except Dr. Matthewson, who was occasionally in town for a day or two and stopped with them, and Mrs. Fleming did not get as much sewing as usual, and so Josie was compelled to come to her husband for money, too sorely against her will, for she feared she must seem mercenary to him, and she hoped he would forgive her and love her just the same. It was this letter which had determined him to return to Amherst without delay. On his way thither, he should stop in Harborton over a train, and tell Josephine how impossible it was for him to supply her demands until in a position to help himself. If father would only give me something more than my actual needs, he thought, and strangely enough, his father did. Possibly the memory of the dead mother pleaded for her boy and prompted the judge to give his son at parting a $50 bill over and above what he knew was needed for board and tuition. Make it go as far as you can. It ought to last you the whole year, he said, and Everard's spirits sank like lead as he foresaw the increasing drain there would be on him, and felt how impossible it would be to ask his father for more. There was still his best suit of clothes, and a little diamond pin and a ring Rosie had given him, and his books, which he could sell, and perhaps he could find something to do after study hours which would bring him money. He might write for the magazines or illustrate stories. He had a natural taste for drawing, and could dash off a sketch from nature in a very few minutes. He could do something, he assured himself, and his heart was a little lighter when he at last said goodbye to Rosie and his father and started northward for college and Josephine. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tara Siegel. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Husband and Wife. He had sent no word of his coming, for he did not know just when he should reach Holborton. His strength might fail him, and he be obliged to stop for the night on the road. But he kept up wonderfully, and arrived at Holborton on the same train which had taken him there from Ellicottville, on that memorable day which he would gladly have stricken out. There was no one at the little station except the ticket agent, who, being new to the place, scarcely noticed him as he crossed the platform and passed down the street towards the brown house on the common. There had been a storm of wind and rain the previous day, and the hop vine, which in the summer grew over the door, was torn down and lay upon the ground. A part of the fence, too, was nearly down, and a shutter hung by one hinge and swayed to and fro in the autumn wind. Taken as a whole, the house presented rather a forlorn appearance, and he found himself wondering how he had ever thought it so attractive. And still he felt his blood stir quickly at the thought of meeting Josephine again, and he half looked to see her come flying out to meet him as she had sometimes done. But only the cat, who was chasing a grasshopper through the uncut grass, came to welcome him by purring and rubbing herself against his legs as he went up the walk. Agnes let him in, the same sunbonnet on her head he had seen so many times, her sleeves rolled up and her wide apron smelling of the suds she had come from. At sight of him she uttered an exclamation of surprise, and for a moment her tired face lighted up with something like pleasure. Then that expression faded and was succeeded by an anxious, startled look, as she glanced nervously down the road as if expecting someone to whom she would give warning. Mrs. Fleming was in Boston, seeing to some mortgage on the house, and Josie had gone to ride, she said, as she led the way into the little parlour, which, even to Everard's not very critical eye, presented an appearance of neglect unusual in Mrs. Fleming's household. Evidently it had not been cared for that day, for the chairs were moved from their places, two standing close together, just where their last occupants had left them. There were crumbs of cake on the carpet, and two empty wine-glasses on the table, with a fly or two crawling lazily on the inside and sipping the few red drops left there. As Agnes opened the window and brushed up the crumbs, she said she was intending to right up the room before Josephine came home. Then, bidding Everard make himself as comfortable as possible, she left him alone and went back to her work in the kitchen. Taking a chair near the window, where he could command a view of the street, the young man sat waiting for Josephine, until he heard at last a loud, long laugh, which was almost a shriek, and, looking through the shutters of the open window, he saw first a cloud of dust, and then a low buggy coming rapidly across the common, in the direction of the house. In the buggy sat Captain Sparks, the millionaire, whose penchant for young and pretty girls was well known throughout the entire county. Short, fat, and grizzly, he sat with folded arms, smiling complacently upon the fair blonde, who, in her brown silk dress of two shades, with a long white lace scarf twisted round her hat and flying far behind, held the reins of the high-mettled horse, and was driving furiously. In his surprise and indignation, Everard failed to note how beautiful she was, with the flush of excitement on her cheeks and the sparkle in her eye. He only thought she was his wife, and that Captain Sparks lifted her very tenderly to the ground, and held her by the shoulders a moment, while he said something which made her turn her head coquettishly on one side, as she drew back from him and said, "You mean old thing! You ought to be ashamed!" Everard had heard this form of expression many times. Indeed, it was her favourite method of reproof for liberties of speech or manner, and meant nothing at all. Everard knew it did not, and Captain Sparks knew it did not, and held her hand the tighter, but she drew it away at last and ran gaily up the walk, throwing him a kiss from the tips of her daintily gloved hand. Then she entered the side door, and Everard heard her say to Agnes, who was hurrying to meet her and announce his arrival, "Upon my word, if you are not in that old wash-tub yet, I'll bet you haven't touched the parlour, and the captain is coming at 8 o'clock. What?" And her voice fell suddenly, as Agnes said something to her in a tone too low for Everard to hear. That it concerned him and his presence there he was sure, and he was not greatly surprised when the next instant the door opened swiftly, and Josephine rushed headlong into his arms. He opened them involuntarily to withstand the shock, rather than to receive her, but the result was the same. She laid her golden head on his bosom and sobbed like a child. Josie could feign a cry admirably when she chose to do so, and now she trembled and shook and made it seem so real that Everard forgot everything except that she was very fair and undeniably glad to see him. Very gently he soothed her, and made her lift her head that he might look into her face, and hated himself for thinking that for such a thunder-gust as she had treated him to, her eyes were not very red, nor her cheeks very wet. But she was so happy, and so glad he had come, and so sorry she was not there to receive him. That old fool, Captain Sparks, had recently taken to haunting her with attentions, and as the easiest way to be rid of him, she had consented for once to ride with him, and had taken the occasion to tell him it could not be repeated. But then it was rare fun to drive his fast horse. She was so fond of driving, and Blücher was so fleet and spirited, and had brought them up to the house in such style. Did Everard see them? And what did he think? Yes, I saw you, and thought you were enjoying it hugely, Everard said, and Josie detected something in his tone which made her suspect that he did not quite like the captain's manner of lifting her from the carriage. But she was equal to the emergency, and made fun of the old man, and called him a love-sick muff, and took him off to the life, and then, in a grieved, martyred kind of way, said, it was rather hard for her to know just what to do, situated as she was, married and yet not married in fact. She would not for the world do anything to displease Everard, but must she decline all attention and make a nun of herself? And how soon could she let her marriage be known? Not yet, Josie, Everard said, explaining to her rapidly how much worse the matter was for them now his mother was dead. She might and would have helped them when the crisis came, but now there was no one to stand between him and his father, who was sure to take some desperate step if he knew of the rash marriage before his son was through college. We must wait, Josie, 2 years sure, he said. And because she could not help herself, Josephine assented very sweetly, though with something of an injured air, and managed next to speak of money, and asked if he hated her for being such a leech. You mustn't, for I couldn't help it, she said, and she leaned on his arm, and buttoned and unbuttoned his coat, and caressed him generally as she continued. Maybe you didn't know how poor the bride was, or you would not have taken her. Mother is in Boston now, with some mortgage on the house, and it takes so much to live decently, and my lessons cost frightfully. But you are glad to have me improve, dearest? Of course he was glad, he said, but he had no means of getting money except from his father, and if she knew to what humiliation he was subjected when he asked for funds, she would spare him all she could. By and by, when he had money of his own, there should be no stint, but now she must be economical, he told her, and then she spoke of Rosamond, and asked who and what that queer little old-fashioned thing could be. Such a lecture as she gave Mr. Joe Fleming for gambling, and leading you wrong generally. Why, I laugh till I cry every time I think of it, Josie said, proving the truth of what she asserted by laughing heartily. But the laugh grated on Everard, as in some way an affront to Rothsay, and he shrank from saying much of her, except to tell who she was and how she came to be living at the Forrest House. "And was it her own money she sent me, or where did she get it? Has she the open sesame to your father's purse? If so, you had better apply to her when in need," Josie said, and in a sudden spasm of fear lest in some way Rothsay should become a victim of the greed he was beginning dimly to comprehend, he told the story of the hair, but withheld the name of Beatrice, from a feeling that he would rather Josephine should not know of his acquaintance with her. "What do you think of a girl who could do so generous a thing as that for a great lout like me?" he asked, and Josephine replied, "I think she was a little goose. Catch me parting with my hair! Though I am glad she did it, as it relieved you, and was of great benefit to Joe Fleming." She laughed lightly, but Everard was disgusted and indignant at her utter want of appreciation of the sacrifice which few girls would have made. She saw the shadow on his face, and, suspecting the cause, changed her tactics, and became greatly interested in Rosamond, and said that she must be a generous, self-denying little thing, and she wished Everard would allow her to write to her in her own proper character as his wife. But to this he would not consent. He was not deceived by this change in her manner. He knew Josie had expressed her real sentiments at first, and there was in his heart a constantly increasing sense of disappointment and loss of something, he scarcely knew what. Nor could all Josephine's wiles and witcheries lift the shadows from his face, and make him feel just as he used to do when he sat alone in the little parlour with her at his side. She was very charming in her brown silk, which fitted her admirably, and Beatrice herself could not have been softer and sweeter and gentler than she tried to be. But there was something lacking, and though Everard put his arm around her slender waist, and her golden head was pillowed on his shoulder, his heart beat with heavy throbs of pain as he spoke of her last letter to him, in which she had asked for more money. It had been his intention to give her all he had, and bid her make it last the year, but he changed his mind suddenly, and handed her only $20, and told her it was by mere chance that he was fortunate enough to have so much to give her, and that he hoped she would do the best she could with it, for, though he would gladly give her 10 times the amount, if he could, the thing was impossible. She thanked him graciously, and said she meant to be very economical, only things did cost so much, and as Mrs. Forrest, she felt that she must dress better than Josephine Fleming had done. If he said so, she would take in sewing, or even washing if he liked, anything to show him she really meant to please him. He vetoed the washing and the sewing, of course, and then, as he heard the rattling of dishes in the adjoining room, he hastened to say that he was to leave on the 7:30 train, so as to reach Amherst that night. There was a passionate protest, and a pretty, pouting declaration that he did not care for her any more, and then she allowed herself to be comforted, and felt really relieved when she remembered Captain Sparks and his engagement for 8 o'clock. There were waffles for supper, Everard's favourites, and Josephine sat by him and buttered them for him, and made his tea, and helped him to peaches and cream, and between times studied the face which baffled and puzzled her so, with its new expression, born of remorse and harrowing unrest. She had married a boy whom she thought to mould so easily, but she found him now a man for whom she felt a little awe and fear, and there was something of real timidity and shyness in her manner when at last she said good-bye to him, and watched him through the darkness as he went rapidly from her to the train which was to take him on his way to Amherst. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tara Siegel. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. After 2 years. It is not my intention to linger over the incidents of the next 2 years, or more than glance at the Forrest House, where Rosamond Hastings laughed and played and romped, gaining each day health and strength and girlish beauty, but retaining always the same straightforward, generous, self-denying, truthful character which made her a favourite with everyone. To Everard she was literally a good angel, and never was a son watched more carefully by an anxious mother than she watched and guarded him. She wrote him letters of advice and sage counsel such as a grandmother of 70 might have written, and which frequently had in them some word of warning against bad associates in general, and Joe Fleming in particular. She knew he had not broken with Joe altogether, for he told her so, and more than once in his sore need he had taken the money she never failed to send him when her quarterly allowance was paid. But for the rest he was manfully keeping to the pledge which she had drawn for him to sign. Only once in all the 2 years had he ventured to ask his father for more money than that close-dealing man chose to give him, and the storm of anger which that request had evoked determined him never to repeat the act. He sent his father's letter to Josephine, that she, too, might understand how difficult it was for him to supply her constantly increasing wants, and for a time the effect was good. But an inordinate fondness for dress was one of Josie's weaknesses, and having once indulged it to a certain extent, she could not readily deny herself, especially as she felt she had a right to a part, at least, of the Forrest money. So she wrote to Everard again and again, sometimes for $5, sometimes for 10 or 20, and when she found that sooner or later it came, she ventured to ask for more, and at last demanded $50, which she needed for furs, as her old ones were worn out. Then Everard sold the little diamond pin his mother had given him, and parted with it almost without a pang. He was getting so accustomed to these things. He had long before parted with his best suit of clothes, and from the most exquisitely dressed young man in college, he was fast becoming the plainest, and was getting the reputation of penuriousness in everything. His first-class boarding-house was exchanged for a third-rate club, where the poorest young men lived. He wrote articles for the magazines, and sold them for whatever he could get, and once, when the janitor was sick for a week, he took his place, and earned a few dollars with which to swell the amount he found it necessary to keep on hand for the woman who sported a handsomer wardrobe than the greatest lady in Holberton. Of course, the world must have some explanation for this, or the girl's reputation be ruined forever, and Josie made the explanation, and said a distant relative of her father's had died in Ireland, and left her a few pounds to do with as she liked. And in this story there was a semblance of truth, for a maiden aunt, who for years had lived in Portrush, on the northern coast of Ireland, and taken lodgers during the summer season, did die and leave to her grand-nieces in America the sum of £50, which was ostensibly divided between Agnes and Josephine, though the latter had the greater share, and immediately appeared on the street in an expensive velvet sack, which attracted much attention and elicited a great many remarks from those who were watching the career of the young girl. She was not popular, for with her fine dress she had also put on all sorts of airs, and her manner was haughty and offensive in the extreme, while her flirtations with gentlemen were so marked as to make her notorious as a heartless and unprincipled coquette. Captain Sparks had laid himself and his immense fortune at her feet, only, of course, to be refused, but she had told him no so sweetly, with tears in her liquid blue eyes, that he was not more than half convinced that she meant it, and dangled still in her train of hangers-on. Dr. Matthewson, too, was there frequently, and people had good reasons for thinking him the favoured one, judging from the familiar relations in which they seemed to stand to each other. Once in a great while Everard himself went over to Holborton, but he never stopped more than a few hours at the most, and was seldom seen in the street with Josephine, who was supposed to have lost her hold on him. And so, in fact, she had. All his fancied love for her was dead, and her beauty never moved him now, or made his pulses quicken one whit faster than their wont. She was his wife, and he accepted the fact, and resolved to make the best of it, but the future held nothing bright in store for him. On the contrary, he shrank from it with a kind of nervous terror, and felt no throb of joy when his college days drew near their close, and he knew that he stood first in his class, and should graduate with every possible honour. He had worked hard for that, but it was more to please Beatrice and Rosamond than for any good to himself that he had studied early and late, and made himself what he was. They were coming on from Rothsay with his father, to see him graduated, and hear his valedictory, for that honour was awarded him, and he had engaged rooms for them at a private house, where he knew they would be more comfortable than at the hotel. Rothsay was all eagerness and excitement, and wrote frequently to Everard, telling him once that if Joe Fleming was there, not to let him know who she was, but to be sure to point him out to her, as she had a great desire to see a real gambler and blackleg. She had recently applied this last term to Joe Fleming, and Everard smiled when he read the letter, but felt a great pang of fear lest Josephine should thrust herself upon the notice of his father and Beatrice. He had given her no hint that her presence would be agreeable to him, but he knew she did not need it, and was not at all disappointed when he received a note from her saying that she was coming down to see him graduate, but should not trouble him more than she could help, as a friend who lived about a mile from town had asked her to spend a few days with her, and be present at the exercises. She should, of course, expect him to call and pay her any little attention which he consistently could. It was long since Josephine had attempted anything like love-making with Everard, for she felt that he understood her perfectly now, and had no respect whatsoever for her. He had found her a sham, just as Rothsay had said she was, and had accepted his fate with a bitterness and remorse such as few men of his age had ever experienced. He did not believe in her at all, and whenever he was with her, and met the soft, pleading glance of the eyes which had once so fascinated and bewitched him, he only felt indignant and disgusted, for he knew how false it all was, and that the eyes which looked so beseechingly up to him would the next hour rest as lovingly upon Dr. Matthewson, or Captain Sparks, or any other man whom she deemed worthy of her notice. Once, when he was in Holborton, he accidentally discovered that the washing and ironing, with which Agnes seemed always busy, were done to pay the music bills and sundry other expenses, for which he had sent the money, and in his surprise he asked a few leading questions, and learned more than he had dreamed of. As the worm will turn when trodden upon, so Agnes, who chanced to be smarting under some fresh indignity imposed upon her, turned upon her tyrant, and told many things which, for Everard's peace of mind, would have been better unsaid, for she dwelt mostly upon Josie's free and easy manner with the gentlemen who came to the house to call, or chanced to be boarding there. "I don't mean she does anything bad," she said, Anything you could sue for if you wanted to, but she just makes eyes at them and leads them on and gets them all dangling on her string and wants to be their sister and all that sort of stuff. And when the fools offer themselves, as some of them do, she rises up on her tiptoes and wonders how they could presume to do such a thing, as she had never meant to encourage them. She was simply their friend, and if you believe it, they mostly stick to her just the same, and the sister business goes on, and she a married woman. I'm sorry for you, Mr. Forrest. And oh, how sorry he was for himself, and how after this revelation he shrank from the gay butterfly which flitted around him so gracefully, and treated him to the eyes of which Agnes had spoken so significantly. And still there was no open rupture between the two, no words of recrimination or reproach on either side. He was always courteous and polite, though cold as the polar sea, while she was sweetness itself, and only the expression of her face told occasionally that she fully realized the situation, and knew just how she stood with him. But he was her husband, and as such would one day be known to the world, and she was far prouder of him now in his character as a man than she had been when she took him, a boy. And she meant to see him on the stage in Amherst, and compel him to pay her some attention, which should mark her as an object of preference. She knew he did not wish to have her there, but she did not care for that, and wrote to him her intention to be present at the commencement, and her wish that he should pay her some attention. The old, weary, hopeless look, which had become habitual to his face, deepened in intensity as Everard read the note, and then began to calculate the chances of a meeting between his friends and Josie. He was very morbid about this secret, which he had kept so long that it seemed to him now that he never could divulge it, even if sure that his father's bitter anger would not follow. And he did not wish Beatrice and Rothsay to see his wife, if he could help it, and perhaps he could. There would be a great crowd in the church. They could not see her there. And, as Mrs. Evarts lived more than a mile from town, they might not meet her at all, unless at the reception given by the president, and to this Josie would hardly be invited. So he breathed a little more freely, and completed his arrangements for his family, and wrote a line to Josie, saying he would call upon her at Mrs. Evarts when she came, but should be so very busy that he could not be with her a great deal. To Rosamond he wrote quite differently, and told her how glad he was that she was coming, and how much he hoped she would enjoy the trip, and that there was the cosiest, prettiest room imaginable waiting for her in one of the pleasantest houses in town. And Rothsay was crazy with delight and anticipation, and scarcely slept a wink the night before they started. And still she was very bright and fresh and pretty, in her suit of Holland linen, and never was journey more enjoyed than she enjoyed hers, seeing everything and appreciating everything, and declaring that she was not a whit tired when at last they reached Amherst, and found Everard waiting for them. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Commencement. It was nearly a year since they had seen Everard, and Bea and Rothsay were struck at once with the great change in his personal appearance, while even the judge noticed how thin and pale he was, but attributed it naturally to hard study. Fresh air and exercise at home would soon make that all right, he thought, and so dismissed it from his mind. But Beatrice and Rosamond both saw more than the thin face, which had grown so pale and troubled. They saw that Everard's hat was the same worn the year before when he was at home, saw that his pants were shining about the knees, and his coat shining and worn about the sleeves, while his boots were carefully patched. Once he had been the best and most fashionably dressed young man in college, but he was far from that now, though he was scrupulously neat and clean, and looked every whit a gentleman as he walked with the young ladies down the shaded street, and tried to seem natural and answer gaily to Beatrice's light badinage and Rothsay's quaint remarks. But it was uphill business, for how could he be happy when he knew that Josie would soon be watching for him and expecting him to pass a part of the evening, at least, with her? What if she should take it into her head to come to town and hunt him up, and find him there with his friends? What could he say or do, and what would they think of her? It made him faint and sick just to imagine Beatrice weighing Josephine as she would weigh her, and discovering more than the enormity of cotton lace and dollar jewelry, while Rothsay, he could not define to himself why he shrank so nervously from having her clear, honest eyes scan Josephine Fleming as he knew they would do. After tea was over, Everard took his father through the town and introduced him to some of the professors, and then, as the twilight began to fall, asked to be excused a short time, as he had an engagement to call upon a friend. So his father returned alone to his lodgings, and Everard started on a rapid walk toward Miss Everett's. He did not know the lady personally, but he knew where she lived, and was soon at her gate, where he paused a moment in some surprise at the sounds of talking and laughter which greeted his ears. The parlor was lighted up, and through the open windows he got a glimpse of Josephine, fair and lovely, in pure white, with only a bit of honeysuckle at her throat, and in her hair, which fell like a golden shower upon her neck, and gave her a very youthful appearance. Gathered around her were 4 young men, juniors and sophomores, each striving for the preference, and each saying some soft thing to her, at which she laughed so prettily and coquettishly that their zeal and admiration were increased tenfold. How did these puppies know her? Edvard asked himself as he leaned against the gate. Then he remembered having heard that one of them had spent a little time in Holborton, and probably he was in the habit of going there occasionally, and had taken the others with him. At all events, she seemed to know them well, and they were in the full tide of flattery and mirth when his ring broke the spell and he was ushered into the parlor. "Oh, I'm so glad to see you!" Josie exclaimed, coming gracefully forward, and giving him both her hands, an act which was noted by the juniors and sophomores, and mentally resented. What business had that grave, dignified Forrest there, and why should Miss Fleming greet him so cordially, and where did she know him anyway? They had heard he was very wealthy, and that he once was very fast and wild, but something had changed him entirely, and transformed him into a sober, reticent, and, as they believed, very proud and stingy young man, whose perfectly correct behavior was a living rebuke to themselves. He was not popular with their set, and they showed it in their faces, and pulled at their cravats, and fingered the bouquets in their buttonholes, and stood round awkwardly, while he talked with Josie, and asked her of her journey, and her mother and Agnes, and answered her questions about the exercises the next day, and the best place for her to sit. "Oh, we will arrange that. We will see that you have a good seat," the juniors and sophomores echoed in chorus, and with a slight sneer, perceptible to Josie, on his face, Everard said to her, "I do not see that there is any chance for me to offer you any attention. You seem so well provided for." Josie bit her lip with vexation, for though she was delighted to have so many admirers at her side, she would far rather have been cared for, particularly by this husband, of whom she was beginning to be a good deal afraid. He was so greatly changed that she could not understand him at all, or guess what was passing in his mind, and when at last he rose to go, she said to him almost beseechingly, "I hope I shall see you tomorrow." "Possibly, though I shall be very busy," was his reply, and just then one of the juniors said to him, "By the way, Forrest, who is that fine-looking elderly gentleman I saw with you this evening? Your father?" "Yes, my father," Everard replied, feeling a desire to throttle the young man, and glancing involuntarily at Josephine, over whom a curious change had come. There was a blood-red spot on her cheeks, and an unnatural glitter in her eyes as she said to the quartet around her, "Excuse me for a moment. I have just thought of something which I particularly wish to say to Mr. Forrest." The next moment she stood in the hall with him, and was saying to him rapidly and excitedly, "Your father is here, and you did not tell me. I don't like it. I wish to see him. Wish him to see me, and you must introduce me at the reception. I intend to be there." "Very well," was all Everard said, but he felt as if a band of iron was drawn around his heart as he went back to Beatrice and Rothsay, who were waiting for him, and who noticed at once the worried look upon his face, and wondered a little at it. Had anything happened to disquiet him, that he should seem so absent-minded and disturbed? Rothsay was the first to reach a solution of the mystery, and when at his request Beatrice seated herself at the piano and began to play, she stole up to him and whispered very low, "Have you seen Joe Fleming tonight?" "Yes," was his reply, and Rothsay's wise little nod said plainly, "I guessed as much." In her mind every trouble or perplexity which came to Everard had something to do with the mysterious Joe Fleming, though in what way she could not guess. She only knew that it was so, and she felt an increased desire to see this bête noire of Mr. Everard's. "And perhaps I shall have a chance tomorrow night at the reception. It will be just like his impudence to be there," she thought, when at last she laid her tired head upon her pillow. Rothsay was very pale and haggard when she came down to breakfast the next morning. She was accustomed to the headache, and knew that one was coming on, but she fought the pain back bravely, for she knew she could not miss the valedictory. It was comparatively early when she and Beatrice entered the church, which, even at that hour, was densely packed. But good seats were found for them, and Rothsay sat all through the exercises and listened breathlessly to Mr. Everard's oration, and threw him a bouquet, and wondered who the beautiful lady was who stood up on tiptoe to cheer him, and who seemed so desirous that her bouquet of pansies and rose geraniums should reach him in safety. Beatrice did not see the lady, but she saw the bouquet of pansies, which fell at Everard's feet, where he seemed disposed to let it lie, until a boy picked it up and handed it to him. It was very pretty, and the pansies showed well against the background of green, but Beatrice little guessed how faint and sick the young man felt as he held them with the flowers Rothsay had thrown. These he had picked up himself, and smiled pleasantly upon the young girl, whose pride and satisfaction shone in her brilliant eyes, and whose face was almost as white as the dress she wore. For Rothsay was growing sick very fast, and when the exercises were over, she could not even wait to speak to Everard, but hurried with Beatrice to her room, where she went directly to bed. The reception was given up, but Rothsay saw Everard a moment, and told him how proud she was of him, and how fine she thought his valedictory. Everard's spirits were much lighter now than they had been in the morning, but when he remembered what had lightened them, he felt himself a very brute and monster, for it was nothing less than the sight of Rothsay's pale, sick face, and the knowing that she would not attend the reception, or Beatrice either, for the latter insisted upon staying with the little girl, and said she was only too glad to do so, for she did not care for the people she should meet, and would much rather remain at home with Rothsay. End of chapter 12. Read by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 15, 2025.
Chapter 13 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 13. The Reception. It was a rather stupid affair, with a great many more gentlemen than ladies. Indeed, there were but very few of the latter present, and these mostly the wives and daughters of the professors, with any guests who chanced to be visiting them, so that when Josephine entered the room in her flowing robes of white, with her beautiful hair falling down her back, she created a great sensation. How she obtained an invitation to the reception it would be difficult to tell, but obtained it she had, and had spent hours over her dress, which was a masterpiece of grace and girlish simplicity. It was white tarlatan, which fitted her perfectly, and left bare just enough of her neck and arms to be becoming. Clusters of pansies looped up the overdress and formed her shoulder knots, while a bunch of the same flowers, mingled with sweet mignonette, was fastened at her throat, and around her neck was a delicate chain of gold from which was suspended a turquoise locket, set with a few small pearls. Everything about her, though not costly, was in perfect taste, and she looked so charming, so fresh and lovely, when she entered the hot parlor, accompanied by one of the seniors, who was her escort, that the guests held their breath for a moment to look at her. Then the gentlemen who knew her, and there were a dozen or more of them, pressed eagerly forward, each ambitious to pay her some attention. Everard was standing by his father and the president when she came in, and at sight of her, smiling sweetly and bearing herself so royally, he felt for an instant a thrill of something like pride in her. But when he remembered that this beauty and grace and sweetness was all there was of the woman, that her manner was studied, even to the smile on her lips and the expression of her eyes, he turned from her with a feeling of disgust, but glanced nervously at his father to see what effect she would have upon him. Judge Forrest saw her, and stopped a moment in the midst of something he was saying to the president to look at her. Then, moved by one of those unaccountable prejudices which one sometimes takes against a stranger without knowing why, he turned his back and resumed his interrupted conversation, and so he did not see young Alan, her attendant, when he presented her to Everard as one whom she had never met. There was a comical gleam in Josie's eyes, and Everard's face was scarlet, as he said, "I have the pleasure of knowing Miss Fleming, I believe." Seeing an opening in the crowd, Alan tried to pass on, but Josie had no intention of leaving that locality, and as soon as she could, she disengaged herself from him, and standing close to Everard, said, in a low tone, "Present me to your father." He had no alternative but to obey, and in a few moments Josie's great blue eyes were looking up coyly and deferentially at the stern old judge, and a few moments later her arm was linked in his, and he was leading her toward an open window, where it was cooler and the crowd was not so great. She had complained that it was warm and close, and asked the judge if he would mind taking her near the conservatory, where it must be more comfortable. And so the judge gave her his arm and piloted her to the window, where she got between him and the people and compelled him to stand and listen, while she talked in her most flattering strain, telling him how glad she was to meet him. She had heard so much of him from his son, who sometimes visited at her mother's, and how much he was like what she had fancied him to be from Everard's description, only so much more youthful looking. If there was anything the judge detested, it was for an old man to look younger than his years. It was in some sense a living lie, he thought, and he abominated anything like deception. So when Josephine spoke of his youthful appearance, he answered gruffly, "I am 60, and look every day of it. If I thought I didn't, I'd proclaim it aloud, for I hate deception of every kind." "Yes, I should know you did, and there we agree perfectly," Josephine replied, and she leaned a little more heavily upon his arm, and made what Agnes called her eyes at him, and asked him to hold her fan while she buttoned her glove, and asked him about Charleston as it was before the war, and wished that she could have seen it in its glory. "Do you know," and she spoke very low and looked straight up into his face, "it is very naughty of me, I admit, but at heart I believe I'm a bit of a rebel. And though, of course, I was very young when the war broke out, and didn't know what it was about, I secretly sympathized with you Southerners, and held a little jubilee by myself when I heard of a Southern victory. Do you think me a traitor?" And she smiled sweetly into the face which never relaxed a muscle, but was cold and frigid as ice. Judge Forrest was, to his heart's core, a Southerner, and had sympathized with his people during the rebellion, because they were his people. But had he been born North, he would have been just as strong a Federal as he was a Confederate. So instead of thinking more highly of Miss Josie for her rebel sentiments, he thought the less of her, and answered rebukingly, "Young woman, I do not quite believe you know all the word traitor implies. If you did, you wouldn't voluntarily apply it to yourself." "No, perhaps not. I'm a foolish, silly girl, I know," Josie answered him humbly, while great tears swam in her blue eyes, but produced no effect upon the judge. Indeed, he scarcely saw them. He was so intent upon ridding himself of this piece of affectation and vulgarity, as he mentally pronounced her, and it was all in vain that she practised upon him the little coquetries which she was wont to play off on other men with more or less success. He did not care for her innocence, nor her pretty pretense of ignorance of the world, nor timidity nor shyness, nor love of books and poetry, nor admiration of himself, for she tried all these, one after another, and felt herself growing angry with this man who stood so unmoved before her and seemed only anxious to get away. She had made no impression on him whatever, at least no good impression, and she knew it, and resolved upon one final effort. He might be reached through his son, and so she mentioned Everard, and complimented his oration, and told how high he stood in the estimation of his professors, and what an exemplary young man he was, and ended by saying, "You must be very proud of him, are you not?" Here was a direct question, but the judge did not answer it. There was beginning to dawn upon him a suspicion that this girl, whose flippant manner he so much disliked, was more interested in his son than in himself, and if so, possibly his son was interested in her. At all events, he meant to know the extent of their acquaintance, and instead of answering her question, he asked, "Have you known my son long?" Josie thought the truth would answer better than equivocation, and she told him that Everard had boarded with her mother a few weeks 3 years ago. "You remember," she said, "he spent his long vacation east, and a part of it in Holberton, where we live. Perhaps you may have heard him speak of my mother. She knew your wife well, and was at your wedding, though you would not remember her, of course, among so many strangers." The judge did not remember her, nor could he recall the name as one which he had ever heard, but he did not think of doubting Josie's word, and never suspected that, though her mother had been present at his bridal, it was as a former servant in the Bigelow family. He only knew that if she had been the most intimate friend of his wife, he did not like her daughter, and he greeted with rapture the young man who at last appeared and took her off his hands. Her attempt at familiarity with him had failed, and she felt intensely chagrined and mortified and disappointed, for she began to understand how difficult it would be for Everard to confess his marriage, and to fear the consequences if he did. A tolerably skilful reader of human nature, she saw what kind of man Judge Forrest was, and felt that Everard had not misrepresented him. She saw, too, that he had conceived a dislike to herself, and for the first time began to dread the result should he know that she was his daughter-in-law. Disinheritance of Everard might follow, and then farewell to her dream of wealth and luxury and position. It is true the latter would be hers to a certain extent, for the wife of Everard Forrest would always take precedence of Josephine Fleming, but Josie liked what money would bring her better than position, and perhaps it would be well to keep quiet a while longer, provided her rapidly increasing wants were supplied. In this conclusion she was greatly strengthened when, the morning following the reception, Everard came for a few moments to see her and escort her to the train, for she was to leave that morning for home. Between Everard and his father there had been a little conversation concerning Miss Josie, and not very complimentary to her either. "Who is that bold, brazen-faced girl you introduced to me?" the judge had asked, and Everard replied, "Do you mean that blonde and white? That is Miss Fleming from Holberton. She is called very beautiful." "Looks well enough for that matter, but I do not like her. She is quite too forward and familiar and affected. There's nothing real about her but her brass and vulgarity. And you boarded there, it seems, and knew her well?" the judge said, testily, and Everard stammered out that he did board with Mrs. Fleming, and had found Josephine a very agreeable young lady. He must say so much in defence of the girl who was his wife, but it seemed to vex his father, who began to lose his temper, and said he should think very little of a young man who could find anything agreeable in that girl. Why, she's no modesty or womanly delicacy at all, or she would not try to attract as she does with her eyes and her hands and her fan and her naked arms and the Lord only knows what. You are no son of mine if you can find pleasure in the society of such women as she represents. Why, she is as unlike Beatrice and Rothsay as darkness is unlike daylight." This was the judge's verdict, and Everard felt his chain cutting deeper and deeper as he thought how impossible it was for him to acknowledge the marriage now. He did not sleep at all that night, and the morning found him pale and haggard and spiritless as he walked down the road in the direction of Mrs. Evarts's. Josie was waiting for him and ready for the train. She had not told any of her numerous admirers that she expected to leave that morning, as she wished to see Everard alone. She was neither pale nor fagged nor tired-looking, though she too had passed a sleepless night, but her complexion was just as soft and creamy and smooth, and her eyes just as bright and melting as she welcomed her husband, and laying her hand on his, said to him, "You are going with your father, I suppose. How long before I can come too?" There was a sudden lifting of his hand to his head as if he had been struck, and Everard staggered a little back from her as he replied, "Come to Forrest House? I don't know. I am afraid that will never be while father lives." "Yes, I saw he took a great dislike to me, and probably he has been airing his opinion of me to you," she said, tartly. Then, as Everard did not speak, she continued, "Tell me what he said of me." "Why should he say anything of you to me? He knows nothing," Everard asked, and Josephine replied, "I don't know why. I only know he has, so out with it. I insist upon knowing the worst. What did he say?" There was a hard ring in her voice which Agnes knew well, but which Everard had never heard before, and a look in her eyes before which he quailed, and after a moment, during which she twice repeated, "Tell me what he said," he answered her, "I would rather not, for I have no wish to wound you unnecessarily, and what father said was not complimentary." "I know that. I knew he hated me, but I insist upon knowing just what he said and all he said," Josie cried passionately, for she, who seldom lost her temper except with Agnes, was beginning to lose it now. "If you will insist, I must tell you, I suppose," Everard said. "But remember that father's prejudices are sometimes unfounded." He meant to soften it to her as much as possible, but he told her the truth, and Josie was conscious of a keener pang of mortification than she had ever felt before. She had meant to win the judge, just as she won all men when she tried, but she had failed utterly. He disliked and despised her, and if he knew she was his son's wife, he might go to any length to be rid of her, even to the attempting of a divorce. Once, when sorely pressed, Agnes had suggested that idea as something which might occur to Everard, and said, "You know that under the circumstances he could get one easily." Josephine knew that he could too, but she had faith in Everard. He would not bring this publicity upon himself and her, but his father was quite another sort of person. She was afraid of him, and of what he might do if roused to action as a knowledge of the marriage would rouse him. He must not know of it at present, and though she had intended to make Everard acknowledge her as soon as he was graduated and settled at home, she changed her mind suddenly, and was almost as anxious to keep the secret as Everard himself. "I am greatly obliged to your father for his opinion of me," she said, when she could command herself to speak. "He is the first man I ever failed to please when I really tried to do so, and I did try hard to make an impression, but it was all a waste of words. He is stiffer and drier than an old powder horn. I don't like your father, Everard, and I am free to say so, though of course I mean no blame to you. I am glad I have met him, for I understand the situation perfectly, and know just how you shrink from letting him know our secret. I hoped that you would take me home as soon as you were settled at your law studies in your father's office, but I am convinced that to announce your marriage with me at present would be disastrous to your future. So we must wait still longer, hoping that something will turn up." She spoke very cheerfully, and her hand was on Everard's, and her eyes were wearing their sweetest expression as she added, "But you will write to me often, won't you, and try to love me again as you did before that night, which I wish had never been for your sake, because I know you are sorry." He did not say he was not. He did not say anything, but the shadow lifted from his face, and his heart gave a great bound when he heard from her own lips that she should not urge her claim upon him at once. He had feared this with such fear as a freed slave has of a return to his chains, and now that he was to have a little longer respite, he felt so happy and grateful withal that when she said to him, "I wish you'd kiss me once for the sake of the old time," he stooped and kissed her twice, and let her golden head rest against his bosom, where she laid it for a moment, but he felt no throb of love for this woman who was his wife. That was dead, and he could not rekindle it, but he could be kind to her, and do his duty to her, and he talked with her of his future, and said he meant to go to work at something at once, and hoped to become a regular contributor to a magazine which paid well, and he seemed so bright and cheerful that Josie flattered herself that she had touched him again. Nothing could have been farther from the truth, though he was very polite to her, and went with her to the station, where she was immediately surrounded by a bevy of students who were there also to take the train, and who, in their eagerness to serve her, left Everard far in the background. The fact that young Forrest, who, from the fastest, wildest young man in college, had become the soberest, most reserved, and, as they fancied, most aristocratic member of his class, had attended Miss Fleming to the train, did not in the least lessen her in the estimation of the students who gathered round her so thickly. Indeed, it increased her importance, and she knew it, and felt a great pride in the tall, handsome, dignified man who stood and saw one take her satchel, another her shawl, and another her umbrella, while he who alone had a right to render her these attentions looked on silently. Whatever he thought, he gave no sign, and his face was just as grave as ever when at last he said good-bye and walked away. "Did you come up here to see that girl off?" was said close to his ear, but in a tone and voice he knew so well, just as he left the depot, and turning suddenly he saw his father, with an unmistakable look of displeasure on his face. The judge was taking his morning stroll, and had sauntered to the station just in time to see the long curls he remembered so well float out of the car window, and to see the fluttering of the handkerchief Josephine was waving at his son. "Yes, father, I came to see her off. There was no one else to do it, and I know her so well. Her mother was very kind to me." "I've no doubt of it. Such people always are kind to young men like you," the judge said contemptuously. "But I won't have it, I tell you I won't. That girl is just as full of tricks as she can hold, and is never so happy as when she has 20 or more fools dangling after her. She will marry the one with the most money, of course, but it must not be you. Remember that. I believe I'd turn you out of doors." Just then they met one of the professors, and that changed the conversation, which did not particularly tend to raise Everard's spirits, as he went to the house where Beatrice and Rosamond were stopping. Still, he felt a great burden gone when he remembered that of her own free will Josephine had decided that their secret must be kept for a while longer, and something of his own self came back to him as he thought of months, if not a whole year of freedom, with Beatrice and Rothsay at the old home in Rothsay. End of Chapter 13. Read by Savvy Sphinx.
Chapter 14 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jeschke. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 14. 2 months. Of the everyday lives of the three young people, Beatrice, Everard, and Rosamond, I wish to say a few words before hurrying on to the tragedy which cast so dark a shadow over them all. But there was no sign of the storm now in the rose-tinted sky, and Everard never forgot that bright summer and autumn which followed his return from college, when he was so happy in the society of Beatrice and Rosie. It is true he never forgot that he was bound fast with no hope of ever being free, but here in Rothsay, miles and miles from the chain which bound him, it did not hurt so much or seem quite so hard to bear. Josephine was not very troublesome. In fact, she had only written him twice, and then she did not ask for money, and seemed quite as anxious as himself that their secret should be kept from his father until some way was found to reconcile him to it. Possibly her reticence on the subject of money arose from the fact that he sent her $50 in his first letter written after his return to Rothsay. This large sum he had got together by the most rigid economy in his own expenses, and by the interest on a few shares of railroad stock which a relative had left to him as her godson. This stock for a time had been good for nothing, but recently it had risen in value, so that a dividend had been declared, and Everard had sent the first proceeds to Josephine. But his boyish love was dead, and he did not try to resuscitate it, or build another love where that had been. He was content with the present as it was. His father, who was very kind to him, and seemed trying to make amends for his former severity and harshness, had said he was not to enter the office to study until October. Looking in his boy's face, he had seen something which he mistook for weariness and too close application to books, and he said, "You do not seem quite well. Your mother's family were not strong, so rest till October. Have a good time with Rosie and Bee, and you will be better fitted to bone down to work when the time comes for it." This was a great deal for Judge Forrest to say, but he felt very indulgent toward his son, who had graduated with so much honor, and who seemed to be wholly upright and steady. And in a fit of wonderful generosity, he went so far as to present him with a fine mustang, as a fitting match to Beatrice's fleet riding horse. This was just what Everard wanted, and he and Miss Belknap rode miles and miles together over the fine roads and through the beautiful country in the vicinity of Rothsay. Rosamond sometimes accompanied them, but she was not fond of riding, and old Bobtail, the gray mare, sent her up so high and seemed so out of place beside Bee's shining black pony and Everard's white-faced mustang that she preferred remaining at home, and so the two were left to themselves, and people talked knowingly of what was sure to be, and hinted it to Rosamond, who never contradicted them, but by her manner gave credence to the story. She believed implicitly that Beatrice was coming to be mistress of the Forrest House, and was very happy in the prospect, for next to Mr. Everard, she liked Bee Belknap better than any other person in the world. Many were the castles she built of the time when Everard should bring his bride home. Since Mrs. Forrest's death, so many rooms had been shut up, and the house had seemed so lonely and almost dreary, especially in the winter. But with Bee there all would be changed, and Rosie even indulged in the hope that possibly the furniture in her own little room might be replaced by better, or at least added to. The judge, too, watched matters with an immense amount of satisfaction. Years ago he had settled it that Everard would marry Bee, and he was sure of it now. That girl with the yellow hair, as he always called Josephine to himself, was not anything to his son, as he had once feared she might be. Everard could never stoop to her. Everard would marry Bee, and it might as well take place at once. There was no need to wait, and just as soon as his son was established in the office, he meant to speak to him, and if it were not already settled, it should be. And Christmas was the time fixed in his own mind as a fitting season for the bridal festivities. He would fill the house with guests all through the holidays, and when they were gone, the young couple might journey as far as Washington, or even Florida, if they liked. Then in the spring, B could fit up the south side of the house as expensively as she chose, and Rosie should have the large corner room next to his own on the north side, thus leaving the newly married pair as much to themselves as possible. And so the wires were being laid, and Everard stepped over and around them all unconsciously, and took the goods the gods provided for him, whether in the shape of Beatrice or Rosamond or his father's uniform kindness toward him. And the September days went by, and October came, and found him a student at last in his father's office, where he bent every energy to mastering the law and gaining his profession. There were no more long rides with Beatrice, and his mustang chafed and fretted and grew unmanageable for want of exercise. There were no more strolls in the leafy woods with Rosie, who gathered the nuts and ferns and grasses alone, and rarely had Everard's society except at mealtime, when she managed to post him with regard to all the details of her quiet, everyday life. She was reading Chateaubriand's Atala in French, and found it rather stupid, or she was learning a new piece of music she knew he would like, or Old Blue had 6 new kittens in his trunk up in the garret, and she wished him to go and see them. Everard was always interested in what interested Rosamond, and on no one did his glance rest so kindly as on this little old-fashioned girl, in whom there seemed to be no guile, but he had no leisure time to give her. It was his plan to get his profession as soon as possible, and then, taking Josephine, go to some new place in the far west, where he could grow up with the town, and perhaps be comparatively independent and happy. But his future had been ordered otherwise, and suddenly, without a note of warning, his house of cards came down and buried him in its ruins. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The house of cards begins to fall. Everard had been in his father's office 5 weeks or more when, on a rainy morning early in November, just as he was settling himself to his books and congratulating himself upon the luxury of a quiet day, his father came in, and after looking over the paper and poking the fire vigorously, seated himself opposite his son and began, "Everard, put down your book. I want to talk to you." "Yes, sir," Everard replied, closing the book and facing his father with an unaccountable dread that something unpleasant was coming. "It's never been my way to beat round the bush," the judge began. "I came to the point at once, and so I want to know if you and Bea have settled in yet." "Settled what?" Everard asked, and his father replied, "Don't be a fool and put on girlish airs. Marrying is much a matter of business as anything else, and we may discuss it just the same. You don't suppose me in my dotage that I have not seen what is in everybody's mouth, your devotion to Beatrice and her readiness to receive it. Wait till I'm through," he continued authoritatively, as he saw Everard about to speak. "I like the girl, have always liked her, though she is a wild, saucy thing, but that will correct itself in time. Your mother believed in her fully, and she knew it was in women. She hoped you would marry Bea some day, and what I wish to say is this. You may think you must wait till you get your profession, but there is no need of that at all. You are 22. You have matured wonderfully in the last 2 years, and I may say improved, too. Time was when I could hardly speak peaceably of you for the scrapes you were internally getting into, but you dropped all that after your poor mother died. I was proud of you at commencement. I am proud of you now, and I want you to marry at once. The house needs a mistress, and I have fixed upon Christmas as the proper time for the wedding. So if you have not settled it with Bea, do so at once." "But, father," Everard grasped with a face white as snow. "It is impossible that I should marry Beatrice. I have never for a moment considered such a thing." "The deuce you haven't!" the judge exclaimed, beginning to get angry. "Pray let me ask you why you have been racing and chasing after her ever since you came home, if you have never considered the thing, as you say. Others have considered it, if you have not. Everybody thinks you are to marry her, and by George, I won't have her compromised. No, I won't. She could sue you for breach of promise, and recover, too, with all this dancing and prancing and scurrying around the country. If you have not thought of it, you must think of it now. You surely like the girl." He stopped to take breath, and Everard answered him. "Yes, father, I like her very much, but not in that way, not as a wife, and I never can. It is impossible." "Why impossible? What do you mean?" the judge said loudly and angrily. "Is there somebody else? Is it that yellow-haired hussy who made those eyes at me? Because if it is, by Jove, you are no son of mine, and you may as well understand it first as last. I'll never sanction that, never. Why don't you answer me? And do not stare at me so like an idiot. Do you like that white-livered woman better than Beatrice? Do you think her a fitter wife for you and companion for Rosamond?" Everard had opened his lips to tell the truth, but what his father said of Josephine sealed them tight. But he answered his father's last question and said, "No, I do not think her a fitter companion for Rosie than Beatrice, and I do not like her better." "Then what in thunder is in the way?" the judge asked, slightly appeased. "Have you any fears of Bee's saying no? I can assure you there, I know she won't. I am as certain of it as that I am living now." Suddenly there shot across Everard's mind a way of escape from the difficulty, a chance for a longer respite, and he said, "If I were to ask Bee to marry me, and she refused, would you be satisfied?" "With you, yes, but I tell you she won't refuse, and don't you ask her unless you intend to stick to it like a man," the judge replied, as he rose to end the conference. "I shall ask her, and tonight," was Everard's low-spoken answer, which reached his father's ears and sent him home in a better frame of mind. He was very gracious to Everard at dinner, and paid him the compliment of consulting him on some business matter. But Everard was too much preoccupied to heed what he was saying, and declining the dessert, excused himself from the table and went to his own room. Never since his ill-starred marriage had he felt so troubled and perplexed as now, when the fruit of his wrongdoing was staring him so broadly in the face. That his father would never leave him in peace until he proposed to Beatrice he knew, and unless he confessed everything and threw himself upon his mercy, there was but one course left to him to pursue: tell Beatrice the whole story, without the slightest prevarication, and then go through the farce of offering himself to her, who must, of course, refuse. This refusal he could report to his father, who would not blame him, and so a longer probation would come to himself. In his excitement he did not stop to consider what a cowardly thing it was to throw the responsibility upon a girl and make her bear the burden for him. To do him justice, however, he did not for a moment suppose Beatrice cared for him as his father believed she did, or he would never have gone to insult her with an offer she could not accept. He knew she was beautiful and sweet, and all that was lovely and desirable in womanhood, but she was not for him. She, nor anyone like her, could never be his wife. He had made that impossible, had by his own act put such as she far out of his reach. But when he reached Elm Park and saw her, so graceful and ladylike, and heard the well-bred tones of her voice, and remembered how pure and good she was, there did come to him the thought that if there was no Josephine in the way, he might in time have come to say in earnest to this true, spotless girl what now was but a cruel jest. If she cared for him, which she did not in the way his father believed she did, he was her friend, her brother. The Fiji missionary, whose name she saw so often in the papers, and who had recently been removed to a more eligible field, had never been quite forgotten, though there was nothing left to her now of him except a faded pond lily given the day she told him no, and with his kiss, the first and last, upon her forehead, sent him away to the girl among the Vermont hills with the glasses and the brown alpaca dress. She had no suspicion of the nature of his errand, and was surprised when, as if anxious to have it off his mind, he began impulsively. "Beatrice, I have come to say something serious to you tonight, and I want you to stop jesting and be as much in earnest as I am, for I am terribly in earnest for once in my life. I feel as if I were going to be hung and do the deed myself." But his face was white as marble, and his voice shook as he continued, "I am going to tell you something, going to ask you something, going to ask you to be my wife, but you must refuse." It was an odd way of putting it, and not at all what Everard had intended to do. He meant to tell her first and offer himself afterwards as a mere form, but in his agitation and excitement he had just reversed it, had told her he was going to ask her to marry him, and she must tell him no, and a look of scorn sprang to her eyes as she drew back from him and said, "You presume much on my good nature, that you tell me in one instant that you propose asking me to be your wife, and next I must refuse you if you do. What reason have you to think I would accept you, pray?" He knew she was indignant, and justly so, and he answered her with such a pleading pathos in his voice as disarmed her at once of her wrath. "Don't be angry with me, Bee. I have commenced all wrong. I believe my mind is not quite straight. I did not come to insult you. I came because I must come. I want you for a friend, such as I have not in all the world. I want your advice and sympathy. I am the most wretched person living." As he seated himself upon the sofa and sat with his face buried in his hands, while Beatrice stood looking at him a moment, then going forward, she laid her hand softly on his head and said, "What is it, Everard? What is it you wish to tell me?" Without looking up, he answered her, "Oh, Bee, I wish I were dead. Sit down beside me and listen to all I have to tell." She sat down beside him and listened intently to the story Everard told her in full, concealing nothing where he was concerned, but shielding Josephine as far as was possible. Rosamond's noble sacrifice of her hair was explained, and her mistake about Joe Fleming, who in her imagination still existed somewhere in whiskers and tall boots, and was the evil genius of Everard's life. Here Beatrice laughed merrily once, then questioned Everard rapidly with regard to every particular of his marriage, and the family, and the girl. Where was she now, and what was she like? "You have seen the picture, Bee," he said. "I showed it to you that day I broke my head 2 years ago, and you said she looked as if she might wear cotton lace. Well, Mother, to whom I showed it too, hinted at dollar jewelry, and Rothsay said she looked as if she were a sham." Here Everard laughed himself, but there was more of bitterness than mirth in it, and Beatrice laughed too, as she said, "That was rather hard. Cotton lace, dollar jewelry, and a sham, though after all, Rothsay's criticism was really of the most consequence. If true, perhaps it is not. Have you her picture now?" He passed it to her, and with a shrewd woman's intuition, quickened by actual knowledge, Beatrice felt that it was true, and her first womanly instinct was to help and comfort this man who had brought his secret to her. "Ned," she said to him, and the name, now so seldom used, took her back to the days when she first came from France and played and quarreled with him. It made her altogether his sister, and as such she spoke. "Ned, I am so sorry for you, sorrier than I can express, and I want to help you some way, and I think it must be through Josephine. She is your wife, and by your own showing you are quite as much in fault as she." "Yes, quite," and Everard shivered a little, for he guessed what was coming. "Well then," Beatrice went on, "ought you not to make the best of it? You took her for better or worse, knowing what you were doing. You loved her then. Can you not do so again? Is it not your duty to try?" "Oh, Bee, you do not know. You do not understand. She is not like you, nor Rothsay, nor Mother." "Well, try to make her like us, then," Beatrice replied. "If her surroundings are not such as please you, remove her from them at once. Recognize her as your wife, bring her home to Forrest House, and I will stand her friend to the death." Everard knew that Bee meant what she said, and that her influence was worth more than that of the whole town, and if he could have felt any love or even desire for Josephine, it would have seemed easy to acknowledge his marriage, with Bee's hopeful words in his ear and Bee's strong nature to back him, but he did not. He had no love, no desire for her. He was happier away from her, happier to live his present life with Beatrice and Rothsay, and besides that, he could not bring her home. His father would never permit it, and would probably turn him from the door if he knew of the alliance. This Bee did not know, but he told her of the great aversion his father had conceived for the girl, whom he stigmatized as the yellow-haired hussy from Massachusetts. And after that, do you think I can tell him? He asked. It will be hard, I know, Beatrice replied, but it seems your only course, if he insists upon your marrying me. But if I tell him you refused me, it may make a difference, and things can go on as they are until I get my profession, Everard pleaded, with a shrinking which he knew was cowardly from all which the telling his father might involve. Even then you are but putting off the evil day, and a thing concealed grows worse as time goes on, Bee said. You must confess it sometime, and why not do it now? At the most your father can but turn you from his door, and if he does that, take your wife and go somewhere else. You are young, and the world is all before you, and if there is any true womanhood in Josephine, it will assert itself when she knows all you have lost for her. She will grow to your standard. She has a sweet, childish face, and must have a loving, affectionate nature. Give her a chance, Everard, to show what she is. This giving her a chance was just what Everard dreaded the most. So long as his life with Josephine was in the future, he could be tolerably content and even happy. But when it looked him square in the face as something which must be met, he shrank from meeting it. Oh, I cannot do that, at least not yet, he said. It will hamper me so in my studies. I cannot tell father, and bear the storms sure to follow. Josephine must stay where she is till I see what I can do. But is that best for her? Beatrice asked. What sort of woman is her mother? She may be a lady and still be very poor. What is she, Everard? He had refrained from speaking of Josephine's antecedents to Beatrice. He would rather she should not know all he knew of the family. It would be kinder to Josephine to spare her so much. But when Beatrice appealed to him with regard to the mother, he told just who Mrs. Fleming was. B. Belknap was a born aristocrat, and some of the bluest blood of Boston was in her veins. Indeed, she traced her pedigree back to Miles Standish on her father's side, while her mother came straight down from a Scottish earl, who married the rector's daughter. She was proud of her birth, and the training she had received at home and abroad had tended to increase this pride, and it was hard for her to understand just how people like Rothsay Fleming could stand on the same social platform with herself. She knew they did, but she rebelled against it, and for a moment Josephine's cause was in danger of being lost so far as she was concerned. She had thought of her as probably the daughter of some poor but highly respectable farmer or mechanic, whose mother took boarders, as men and women do to make a little money, and whose daughters, perhaps, stitched shoes or made bonnets, as New England girls often do. But now that she knew the truth, she stood for a moment aghast, and then her strong, sensible nature asserted itself and whispered to her, "A man's a man." For at that, Josephine was no more to blame for the accident of her birth than was she, Beatrice Belknap, to be praised for hers. "I'll stand by her all the same," she said to herself, but she did not urge quite so strenuously upon Everard the necessity of telling his father at once, for she felt sure the irascible judge would leave no stone unturned as to ascertain who his daughter-in-law was, and that the ascertaining would result even worse than Everard feared. "It may be better to keep silent a little longer," she said, and meanwhile she turned the matter over in her own mind and see what she could do to help him. "But in order to have peace at home, I must tell father that you refused me," Everard said, "and I have not yet gone through the farce of offering myself, or you of refusing the offer." Then, with the ghost of a smile on his face, he arose, and standing before Beatrice, continued, "Bee, will you marry me?" "No, Everard, I will not," was Bee's reply, and she too rose and looked at him with eyes in which the hot tears gathered swiftly, while there came to her suddenly a feeling she had lost something which had been very dear to her, and that her intercourse with Everard could never again be just what it had been. It is true she had never seriously thought of him as her future husband, but she knew that others had thought it, and with his words, "B, will you marry me?" it came to her with a great shock that possibly, under other circumstances, she might have answered yes. But all that was over now. He had put a bar between them, and by neither word nor look must she tempt him to cross it. So brushing her tears away with a quick, impatient gesture, and forcing a merry laugh, which sounded not unlike a historical sob, she said, "What children we are, Everard!" Yes, they were children in one sense, and in another the man and woman was strong within them, and Everard saw something in the girl's eyes which startled him, and made his heart throb quickly, as he too thought it might have been. But with the instincts of a noble, true man, he forced a newborn feeling down, and taking both her hands in his, held them while he said, "You must forgive me, Bee, for seeming to insult you with words which were a mere farce. You have been my friend, the best I ever had, and your friendship and society are very dear to me, who never knew a sister's love. Can I keep them still, after showing you just the craven coward and sneak I am? Yes, Everard, you may trust me. I will always be your friend, and your wife's friend as well," Beatrice replied. And then Everard went away, and she was left alone to think of the story she had heard, and to realize more and more all she had lost in losing Everard, the boy whom she had teased and ridiculed and tormented, and who likened her to his grandmother, had become so necessary to her in his fresh young manhood that it was hard to give him up. But Bee was equal to the emergency, and with a little laugh she said, "On the whole, I am glad there is one man whom I cannot get upon my string, as Aunt Rachel would say. But this man should be the boy who I once vowed would offer himself to me and be refused, or I would build a church in Omaha, is mortifying to my pride. He has offered and been refused, and so the church obligation is null and void. But I must do something as a memorial of this foolishness, which I never dreamed of until tonight. I wonder if Sister Rhoda Baker don't want something for her church by this time. I'll go and see tomorrow, and take her mother to ride. It's an age since I gave her an airing, and my purple velvet will contrast beautifully with her quilted hood and black shawl." B. Belknap was a queer compound, and when next morning the distant relative who lived with her as chaperone, and whom she called Aunt Rachel, said to her, "What was that Forrest here for so late? I thought he'd never go," she answered readily, "He was here to ask me to marry him, and I refused him flat." "You refused him? Are you crazy, Beatrice?" Aunt Rachel exclaimed, putting down her coffee cup and staring blankly at the young girl, who replied, "Yes. Have you any objections?" "Objections? Beatrice Belknap? I thought this was sure. See if you don't go through the woods and take up with a crooked stick at last. Do you know how old you are?" "Yes, Auntie, I am 23, just 11 months and 15 days older than Everard. And in 7 years more I shall be 30, and an old maid. After that, tortures cannot wring my age from me. Honestly, though, Everard was not badly hurt. He will recover in time, and maybe marry Rothsay. Who knows?" "Marry Rothsay? That child? Homely as a hedge fence," was the indignant reply of Aunt Rachel, who was not always choice in her selection of language. "Rosamond is 15, and growing pretty every day," Beatrice retorted, always ready to defend her pet. "She has magnificent eyes and hair, and the sweetest voice I ever heard. Her complexion is clearing up, her face and figure rounding out, and she will yet be a beauty, and cast me in the shade, with my crow's feet and wrinkles. See if she does not. But I cannot afford to quarrel any longer. I'm going to take Widow Ricketts out to ride, so good-bye, Auntie, and don't be sorry that I am not to leave you yet. You and I will have many years together, I hope." She kissed her aunt and went gaily from the room, singing as she went. An hour later, and she was whirling along the smooth river road with the quilted hood and black shawl of Widow Ricketts, who, unused to such fast driving, held on to the side of the little phaeton, sweating like rain with fear, and feeling very glad when at last she was set down safe and sound at her daughter's door without a broken neck. Rhoda's church was wanting a new furnace, and Bee's check for $50 made the heart of the good Nazarite woman very warm and tender toward the girl who had once pretended to have the power just for the fun of the thing. On reaching home, Bee found a note from Everard, which had been left by a boy from the village during her absence, and which ran as follows. Dear Bee, after leaving you last night, I went to Father, who was waiting for me, and goaded me into telling him everything there was to tell of Josephine. Of course he turned me out of doors immediately, and said I was no longer his son. I might sleep in my room during the night, but in the morning I must be off. But I did not sleep there. I couldn't with his dreadful language in my ears. If I had been guilty of murder, he could not have talked worse to me than he did, or called me viler names. So I packed a few things in my valise and stayed in the carriage house till it was light. Now I am writing this to you, and shall have some boy to deliver it, as I take the first train south. I have given up law, and shall find something in Cincinnati or Louisville which will bring me ready money. If you should wish to communicate with me, direct to the Spencer house. I shall get my mail there a while, as I know the clerk. Don't tell Rothsay of Josephine. I'd rather she should not know. God bless her and you, my best friends in all the world, and so goodbye. I've sown the wind, and I am reaping the whirlwind with a vengeance. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The House of Cards Goes Down. It was past 11 when Everard left Elm Park after his interview with Beatrice, and nearly half past when he reached home, expecting to find the house dark and the family in bed. But as he walked slowly up the avenue, he saw a light in his father's room, and the figure of a man walking back and forth as if impatient of something. Can it be he is waiting for me, he thought, and a sigh escaped him as he felt how unequal he was to conflict with his father that night. Entering the hall as noiselessly as possible, he groped his way upstairs to the broad landing, when the darkness was suddenly broken by a flood of light which poured from Rothsay's room, and Rothsay herself appeared in the door, holding her gray flannel dressing-gown together with one hand, and with the other shedding her hair back from her face, which looked tired and sleepy as she said, "Oh, I'm so glad you've come. Your father wants to see you, and asked me to sit up and tell you when you came. Good night." And she stepped back into her room, while he passed slowly down the hall, and she saw him knock at his father's door at the far end of the passage. "Well, my son, so you've come at last," the judge said to him. But there was no anger in his voice, only a slight tone of irritation that he had been kept up so late. "You have been to see Bee, I take it, and from the length of time you stayed, conclude that you settled the little matter we were talking about this morning." "Yes, father, we settled it," Everard said, but his voice was not the voice of a hopeful, happy lover, and his father looked suspiciously at him as he continued. "With what result?" "Beatrice refused me," and Everard's voice was still lower and more hopeless. "Refused you? 'Tis false. You never asked her," the judge exclaimed, growing angry at once. "Father," and now Everard looked straight in Sire's face, "do you mean to say I lie? And I, your son and mother's?" The judge knew that in times past Everard had been guilty of almost everything as a fast young man ever is guilty of, but he had never detected him in a falsehood, and he was obliged to answer him now. "No, not exactly lie, though I don't understand why she should refuse you. If I know anything about girls, she is not adverse to you, and here you come and tell me that she refused you flat. There is some trick somewhere, something I do not understand. Beatrice likes you well enough to marry you, and you know it. Why then did she refuse you? Unless you made a bungle of the whole thing, and showed her you were not more than half in earnest, as upon my soul I believe you are not, but you shall be. I had my mind on that marriage for years, and I will not easily give it up. Do you hear or care for what I am saying?" he asked in a voice growing each instant louder and more excited. "Yes, father," Everard answered wearily, with the air of one who did not really comprehend. "I hear, I care, but I am so tired tonight. Let me off, won't you, till another time, when I can talk to you better and tell you all I feel." "No, I won't let you off," the judge replied. "I intend to know why you are so indifferent to me. It is, as I have suspected, that yellow-haired woman? Because if it is, by the Lord Harry, you will be sorry. She shall never come here, never. The bold-faced, vulgar thing." "Father," and Everard roused himself at last, "you must not speak so of Josephine. I will not listen to it." That was the speech which fired the train, and the judge grew purple with rage as he demanded of what right his son forbade him to speak as he pleased of Josephine. "What is she to you?" he asked with white quivering lips. Everard answered back, "She is my wife." The words were spoken almost in a whisper, but they echoed like thunder through the room, and seemed to repeat themselves over and over again during the moment of utter silence which ensued. Everard had told his secret, and felt better already, as if the worst was over, while his father stood motionless and dumb, glaring upon him with a baleful light in his eyes, which boded no good to the sorely pressed young man who was the first to speak. "Let me tell you about it," he said, "and then you may kill me if you choose. It does not matter much." "Yes, tell me," his father said, hoarsely, and without lifting up his bowed head, or raising his voice, which was strangely sad and low. Everard told his story, every word of it, even to Josephine's parentage and Rothsay's generous conduct in his behalf. Of Josephine herself he said as little as possible, and did not by the slightest word hint at his growing aversion to her. That would not help matters now. She was his wife, and he called her so 2 or 3 times, and did not see how at the mention of that name his father ground his teeth together and clutched at his cravat as if to tear it off and give himself more room to breathe. "I have told you everything now, father," Everard said in conclusion, "everything there is to tell, except that since that night I have not committed a single act of which I am not willing you should know. I have tried to do my best, as I promised mother I would the last time I talked with her. She believed in me then. She would forgive me if she were here, and for her sake I ask you to forgive me too. I am so sorry, sorrier than you can possibly be. Will you forgive me for mother's sake?" He had made his plea and waited for the answer. He knew how ungovernable his father's temper was at times, but it was so long since he had met it in its worst form that he was wholly unprepared for the terrible burst of passion to which his father gave vent. He had listened quietly to his son's story, without comment or interruption, but his anger had grown stronger and fiercer with each detail, so that even the mention of his dead wife had no power to move him now. On the contrary, it exasperated him the more, and at Everard's appeal for pardon, the storm burst, and he began in a voice of such withering scorn and contempt that Everard looked wonderingly at the old man, who shook with rage and whose face was livid in spots. There was nothing to be hoped for from him, and Everard bowed his head again, while the tempest raged on. "Forgive you for your mother's sake? Dastard! How dare you cringe and creep behind her name when you have disgraced her in her coffin? Forgive you? Never, so long as I have sense and reason left." This was the preface to what followed, for taking up the case as a lawyer takes up the case of the criminal whom it is his duty to prosecute. The judge went through it step by step, speaking first of the puling weakness which would allow one to fall into the damnable trap set for him by a crafty, designing woman, then of the base hypocrisy, the living lie of years, the systematic deception, the mean cowardice, the sneaking, contemptible spirit, which would even take money from a child to squander on that yellow-haired Jezebel, the insult to Beatrice, asking him to marry him just for a farce, and lastly, the audacity in thinking such enormities could be forgiven. Everard did not think they could be, by the time his case was summed up. He did not think of much of anything. He was so benumbed and bewildered and his father's voice sounded like some great roaring river very far away. "Forgive you," it is said again, with all the concentrated bitterness of hatred. "Forgive you never. As long as I live, will I forgive or own you for my son, or in any way recognize that jade as your wife. From this time on, you are none of mine. I disown you. I cast you off forever. You may sleep here tonight, but in the morning you leave, and go back to your darling and her high-born family, but you'll never cross my threshold again while I am living. Do you hear? Or are you a stone, a clod, that you sit there so quietly?" His son's demeanor exasperated him, and he would have been better pleased had Everard fought him inch by inch and given him back scorn for scorn. But this Everard could not do. He was too completely crushed to offer a word in his own defense. Only at the last, when he heard himself disowned, he roused and said, "Do you mean it, father? Mean to turn me from your house?" "Mean it? Yes. Don't you understand plain language when you hear it?" thundered the judge. "Yes, father, I understand, and I will go," Everard said, rising slowly, as if it were painful to move. Then, half staggering to the door, he stopped a moment and added, "I deserve a great deal, father, but not all you have given me. You have been too hard with me, and you will be sorry for it some day. Goodbye. I am going." "Go, then, and never come back," came like a savage growl from the infuriated man, and those were the last words which ever passed between the father and the son. "Goodbye, father. I am going. Go, then, and never come back." They sounded through the stillness of the night, and Everard shivered as he went through the long dark hall and up the stairs, where the old clock was striking 1, and where the light from Rothsay's door again shone into the gloom, and Rothsay's face looked out, pale and scared this time, for she had heard the judge's angry voice and knew a dreadful battle was in progress. So she wrapped a shawl about her and waited till it was over, and she heard Everard coming up the stairs. Then she went to him, for something told the motherly child that he was in need of comfort and sympathy, and such crumbs as she could give she would. But she was not prepared for the cowed, humiliated look of utter hopelessness, and not knowing what she was doing, she drew him into her room, and making him sit down, she took his icy hands and rubbed and chafed them, while she said, "What is it, Mr. Everard? Tell me all about it. I heard your father's voice so loud and angry that it frightened me, and I sat up to wait for you and tell you how sorry I am. What is it?" Her sympathy was very sweet to Everard, and touched him so closely that for a moment he was unable to speak. Then he said, "I cannot tell you, Rothsay, what it is, only that it is something which dates far back, before mother died, and father has just found it out, and has turned me from his door." "Oh, Mr. Everard, you must have misunderstood him. He did not mean that. You are mistaken," Rothsay cried in great distress, and Everard replied, "When a man calls his son a sneak, a coward, a clod, a villain, a scoundrel, a scamp, a hypocrite, a liar, there can be no misunderstanding the language, or what it means, and father called me all these names, and more, and said things I can never forget. I deserve a great deal, but not all this. Oh, if I had died years and years ago." His chin quivered and his voice trembled as he talked, while Rothsay's tears flowed like rain as she stood, not holding his hands now, but gently stroking the hair of the head bowed down so low with its load of grief and shame. "Mr. Everard," she said at last, "has this trouble anything to do with Joe Fleming?" "Yes, everything," Everard answered bitterly, and Rothsay continued, "Oh, I am so sorry. I hoped you had broken with him forever. You have been so good and nice and kept that pledge so beautifully. How could you have anything to do with Joe?" "I tell you it dates far back, 100 years ago, it seems to me. I got into an awful scrape from which I cannot extricate myself," Everard said, and Rothsay continued, "I see you did something which Joe knows about, and so has you in his power, and you have just told your father." "Yes, that is it, very nearly," Everard replied. "I wish you'd tell me what it is. I most know I could help you. At all events, I could speak to your father. He is always kind to me, and will listen to reason, I think, Rothsay said, and then Everard looked up quickly and spoke decidedly. Rothsay, you must not speak to father for me. I will not have it. He has taunted me enough with hanging on to the apron strings of a little girl. That's what he said, referring to my having taken money from you. For you see, I told him everything, even to the hair you sold, and I think that made him more furious than all the rest. It was a dastardly thing in me, and there must be no repetition. You must not interfere by so much as a word. Remember that when I am gone, for I am going to Cincinnati first, and if I find nothing to do there, I shall go to Louisville, and possibly farther south. I shall write to you as soon as I know what I am going to do, perhaps before. And Rothsay, among all the pleasant memories of my old home, the very sweetest will be the memory of the little girl who always in my sorest need lightened, if she could not remove, the burden. Hush, Rothsay, don't cry for me. I am not worth it, he said, as she burst into a passionate fit of weeping. He had risen now and was bending over her and holding her hands in his, and when he saw her sobbing thus, he wound his arm around her, and drawing her close to him, tried to quiet and comfort her. Don't, Rothsay, don't. You unman me entirely, to see you give way so. I'd rather remember you as the brave little woman who always controlled herself. Down over Rothsay's shoulders her unbound hair was falling, and lifting up one of the wavy tresses, Everard continued, I shall be gone in the morning, Rothsay, and I want to take with me a lock of this hair. It will be a constant reminder of the sacrifice you once made for me and kept me from temptation. May I have it, Rothsay? She would have given him her head if he asked for it, and the lock was soon severed from the rest and laid in his hand. Holding it to the light, he said, Look how long and bright and even it is. You have beautiful hair, Rothsay. He meant to divert her mind, but her heart was very sore, and her face tear-stained and wet, as she tied the hair with a bit of ribbon, and placing it in a paper, handed it to him. Thank you, Rothsay, he said. No man ever had a dearer sister than I, and if I am ever anything, it will be wholly owing to your influence and Bee's. At the mention of Bee's name, Rothsay looked quickly up, struck with a sudden idea. Oh, Mr. Everard, she said, how can you go away and leave Miss Beatrice? I thought you and she would sometime be married, and we should all be so happy. That can never be, Everard replied. Beatrice will not have me. I cannot have her. We settled that tonight, but are the best of friends, and I esteem her as one of the noblest girls I ever knew. You may tell her so if she ever speaks of me after I am gone. Tell her that with you she represents to me all that is purest and sweetest in womanhood. And now, Rothsay, I must say good-bye. It is almost 2:00. He took her upturned face between both his hands and held it a moment, while he looked earnestly into the clear, bright eyes which met his without a shadow of consciousness, except the consciousness that he was going away, and this was his farewell. Then he stooped and kissed her forehead and said, God bless you, Rosamond. Be a daughter to my father. You are all the child he has now. An hour later, and Rosamond had cried herself to sleep and did not hear Everard's cautious footsteps, as with his satchel in his hand he stole down the stairs and out to the carriage house, where he passed the few remaining hours of the November night, feeling that he was indeed an outcast and a wanderer. End of section 16.
Chapter 17 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tara Siegel. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The next day. How much or how soundly the judge slept after that stormy interview with his son, or whether there came to him any twinges of regret for all the bitter things he had said, none ever knew. He prided himself upon seldom changing his mind when once it was made up, and so, perhaps, his temper was still at a boiling pitch when promptly at his usual hour he descended to the breakfast-room and bade John bring in the coffee and eggs. His face was very red, and his eyes were bloodshot and watery, and his hands, which held the morning paper, trembled so that John glanced curiously at him as he brought in the breakfast and arranged it upon the table. "Where's Miss Rosamond and my son? Are they not ready?" the judge asked, a little irritably, for he required everyone to be prompt where he was concerned. His questions were partly answered by the appearance of Rosamond, who looked as fresh and bright as usual, as she took her seat at the table and began to pour the coffee. She had slept soundly, and did not feel the effects of last night's excitement, except in a little tremor of fear and anxiety with regard to Everard. Whatever happened, she was not to interfere or plead for him. He had said so expressly, and she must obey. And as she looked furtively at the inflamed face opposite her, she felt for the first time in her life a great fear of the man, who, as Everard did not appear, said angrily, "Go to my son's room and see what is keeping him, and tell him I sent you," he added, as if that message would necessarily hasten the laggard young man. Then Rothsay dropped her spoon and sat shaking in her chair until the servant came swiftly back, with wonder and alarm upon his face, saying that his young master was not there, and his bed had not been slept in. "Not there, and his bed not slept in? What does it mean? Where is he, then?" the judge asked, in a voice that made Rothsay tremble even more than the announcement that Everard was gone. "I dunno, massa, where he can be. I know he's not thar, and I disremember seeing him since he went out last night after dinner. Maybe he didn't come back." "Blockhead, he did come back, and he's here now most likely. I'll see for myself," said the judge, as he started for his son's room, followed by Rothsay and John, the latter of whom said, "Very well, massa, you see for yourself. He gone show and left the bed as Axie fix it for him, and let me see, yes, sure enough, his big satchel gone with him, and his other suit. I shouldn't wonder if he's gone away," the loquacious negro continued, as he investigated the closet and room. "You black hound!" roared the infuriated judge. "Why should he run away? What had he to run from? Leave the chamber instantly before I kick you downstairs for giving your opinion." "Yes, massa, I's gwine," was John's reply, as he disappeared from the scene, leaving the judge and Rothsay alone. The latter was white as a sheet, and leaned against the mantel, for she knew now that Everard was really gone. Her paleness and agitation escaped the judge's attention, for just then he picked up from the dressing-table the few lines that Everard had left for him, and which read as follows: "Father, you have always said your yea was yea and your nay, nay, and I know you meant it when you bade me leave your house and never come back again. So I have taken you at your word, and when you read this I shall be many miles away from Rothsay. After what you said to me I cannot even pass the night under this roof, and shall stay in the carriage house until time to take the train. I am sorry for all that has passed, very sorry, and wish I could undo my part of it, but cannot, and so it is better for me to go. Good-bye, father. Your son, Everard." Notwithstanding the judge's favourite assertion that his yea was yea and his nay, nay, it is very possible that if Everard had not taken him so promptly at his word, if he had stayed and gone to breakfast as usual, and about his daily avocations, his father would have cooled down gradually, and come in time to look the matter over soberly and make the best of it. But Everard had gone, and the irascible old man broke forth afresh into invectives against him, denouncing him as a dog to sleep in carriage-houses, and then run away as if there was anything to run from. "I'll never forgive him," he said to Rothsay, who had stood silently by, appalled at the storm of passion, such as she had never seen before, until at last, forgetful of Everard's charge not to interfere, she roused in his defence. "Yes, you will forgive him," she said. "You must. He is your son, and though I don't know what he has done to make you so angry, I am sure it is not sufficient for you to treat him so, and you will send for him to come back. I know where he's gone. He came and told me he was going, though I did not think it would be till this morning, when I hoped you might make it up." "And so he asked you to intercede for him, as you have been in the habit of doing, and maybe told you the nice thing he had done," the judge said, forgetting her assertion that she did not know. "No, sir. Oh, no," Rothsay cried. "He did not ask me to intercede. He said, on the contrary, that I was on no account to mention him, and he did not tell me what it was about, except that it happened long ago, and he is so sorry and has tried to be good since. You know he was trying, Judge Forrest, and you will forgive him, won't you?" "By the Lord Harry, no! And you would not ask it if you knew the disgrace he had brought upon me. I'll fix him," was the judge's angry reply, as he broke away from her, and striding down the stairs took his hat from the hall stand and hurried to his office. Great was the consternation among the servants in the Forrest household when it was known that Mr. Everard had left the house, and gone no one knew whither, and many were the whispered surmises as to the cause of his going. "Some row between him and old Massa," John said, and his solution of the mystery was taken as the correct one, the negroes all siding with Mr. Everard, who was very popular with them. Old Axie, the cook, ventured to question Rosamond a little, but Rothsay kept her own counsel, and, returning to her room, was crying herself sick, when a message came that Beatrice was asking for her. Immediately after reading Everard's note, Beatrice had driven over to the Forrest House, where she was admitted at once to Rothsay's room, and heard all that Rothsay knew of the events of the previous night. "Oh, Miss Beatrice," Rothsay said, "why did you refuse him? He told me about it, and I most know if you had said yes it would all have been so different." Bea's face was scarlet as she replied, "He told you that, and nothing more?" "Yes, he said something about wouldn't and couldn't. I don't know what, for it is all confused to me. I thought you liked him and he liked you. He said he did, and he bade me tell you that you were the purest and sweetest woman in the world, and the best, or something like that, and I think you ought to marry him, I do." And Rothsay looked reproachfully at poor Bea, who was very pale, and whose voice was sad and low as she said, "Rothsay, I could not marry Everard if I wished to. There is an insuperable barrier, and if he did not explain, I must not. Did he give you any hint as to the cause of his quarrel with his father?" "No," Rothsay replied, "only that it dated far back and had something to do with Joe Fleming. I wish Joe was in Guinea. He is always doing harm to Mr. Everard." Beatrice could not forbear a smile at this ludicrous mistake of sex, and for a moment was tempted to tell the girl the truth, but remembering that Everard had said Rothsay was not to know, she held her peace, and Rothsay was left in ignorance of Joe's real identity. After leaving the Forrest house, Beatrice drove past the judge's office, with a faint hope that she might see him, and perhaps be of some service to Everard, by speaking for him, should the opportunity occur. It was years since the judge, who once stood high in his profession, had done much business, and his office was occupied by Mr. Russell, his legal adviser. But he was frequently there, and as Bea drove down the street she saw him standing outside the door, glancing up and down as if looking for someone. Something in his attitude or manner induced her to rein her ponies up to the curbstone, where she could speak to him. "Good morning, Judge Forrest," she said, as naturally as if in her heart she did not think him a monster of cruelty. "Were you waiting for me?" "No, not exactly," and a faint smile appeared on the dark face. "I was looking for Parker, but maybe you'll do as well if you choose to step in and witness my will." "Your will?" Bea replied, and all the blood in her body seemed surging into her face as she felt intuitively that a will made just now would be disastrous to Everard. "Have you never made your will before?" she asked, and he replied, "Never, but it's high time I did. Yes, high time." and he shook his head defiantly at something invisible. "Can you go in as well as not?" he continued, and summoning all her courage for the conflict, Beatrice said to him, "I am willing to go in, but not to witness any will which is in any way adverse to Everard." "Who said it was adverse to him, the dog? Do you know how he has disgraced me? But yes, you do. He said he told you all, and insulted you with an offer, and now he has run away as the crowning feat. If you can forgive him, I can't." And the judge trembled from head to foot as he talked of his son to Beatrice, who came bravely to the rescue, and standing nobly for Everard, tried to bring his father to reason, and make him say that he would forgive his son and endure the wife because she was his wife. But she might as well have given her words to the winds, for any effect they had. The judge was past all reason, and only grew more and more angry as he talked of the disgrace which Everard's marriage had brought upon his name. Finding that what she said was of no avail in the judge's present mood, Beatrice bade him good morning and drove away, resolving to see him again as soon as his temper had cooled, and try what she could do by way of a reconciliation. The next morning breakfast was much later than usual at Elm Park, for Beatrice had slept but little, and she was still in bed when her maid brought a message to her from Rosamond, to the effect that she must come at once to the Forrest House, as the judge had been smitten suddenly with apoplexy, and was lying in a half-unconscious condition, nearly resembling death. Terrified beyond measure, Beatrice dressed herself hurriedly, and was soon on her way to the house, where she found matters even worse than she feared. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katina Papadakis. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 18. The Shadow of Death. Breakfast at the Forrest House had been late that morning, for the judge, who was usually so prompt, did not make his appearance, and Rosamond waited for him until the clock struck 8. Then, as the minute hand crept on and he still did not come down, she went to the door of his room and knocked, but there came no answer, though she thought she heard a faint sound like the moan of someone in pain. Knocking still louder, with her ear to the keyhole, she called, "Judge Forrest, are you awake? Do you hear me? Do you know how late it is?" This time there was an effort to reply, and without waiting for anything further, Rosamond went unhesitatingly into the room. The shutters were closed and the heavy curtains drawn, but even in the darkness Rothsay could discern the white, unnatural face upon the pillow, and the eyes which met hers so appealingly as the judge tried in vain to speak, for the blue lips gave forth only an unmeaning sound, which might have meant anything. There was a loud call for help, and in a moment the room was full of the terrified servants, who ran over and against each other in their frantic haste to execute Miss Rothsay's orders, given so rapidly. "Open the shutters and windows wide and let in the air, and bring some camphor and hartshorn and ice water quick, and somebody go for the doctor and Miss Belknap as soon as they can, and don't make such a noise with your crying. It's only a fit of some kind. He will soon be better," Rothsay said, with a forced calmness, as she bent over the helpless man and rubbed and chafed the hands which, the moment she let go of them, fell with a thud upon the bedclothes, where they lay helpless, nerveless, dead, as it were, to all action or feeling. And while she rubbed and worked over him and asked him questions he could not answer, his eyes followed her constantly, as if with some wish the dumb lips could not express. The doctor was soon there, but a glance at his patient convinced him that his services were of no avail, except to make the sufferer a little more comfortable. It was partly apoplexy, partly paralysis, induced by some great excitement or overwork, he said to Rosamond, who he questioned closely as to the judge's appearance the previous night. He had come home about 4 o'clock, Rosamond said, and eaten a very hearty dinner, and drank more wine than usual. She noticed, too, that his face was very red, and that he smoked a long time after dinner before he came into the parlor where she was getting her lessons. He had asked her to play some old-fashioned tunes, which he liked best, he said, because they took him back to the time when he was a boy at home in Carolina. Then he told her of his home and his mother, and talked of his dead wife, and said he hoped Forrest House would one day have a mistress as sweet and good as she was. When at last he said good night, he kissed her forehead and said, "My child, you are all I have left me now. Heaven bless you." Then he went upstairs, and Rothsay knew nothing more till she found him in the morning. There was no hope. It was merely a matter of a few days at most, the doctor said. And then he asked where Everard was, saying he ought to be sent for. This was to Beatrice and Rothsay both, after the former had arrived and before she had seen the judge. The two girls exchanged glances, and Beatrice was the first to speak. "Everard left home for Cincinnati early yesterday morning," she said, "but I know his address and will telegraph at once." "Very well," the doctor replied, looking curiously at her, for he had heard a flying rumor of something wrong at Forrest House, which had driven the heir away. Accordingly, a telegram was sent to the Spencer House, Cincinnati, to the effect that Judge Forrest was dangerously ill, and Everard must come immediately. "Not here, and has not been here," was the answer telegraphed back, and then a message went to the Galt House in Louisville, where Everard always stopped, but that too elicited the answer, "Not here." Where was he then, the outcast son, when his father lay dying, with that white, scared, troubled look upon his face, and that vain effort to speak and let his wishes be known? Dead his body was already, so far as power to move was concerned, but the mind was apparently unimpaired, and expressed itself in the agonized expression of his face, and the entreating, beseeching, pleading look of the dim eyes which followed Rosamond so constantly, and seemed trying to communicate with her. "There is something he wants," Rothsay said to Beatrice, who shared her vigils, "and if I could only guess what it was." Then, suddenly starting up, she hurried to his side, and taking the poor, palsied hand in hers, rubbed and caressed it pityingly, and smoothing his thin hair, said to him, "Judge Forrest, you want something, and I can't guess what it is unless—" She hesitated a moment, for as yet Everard's name had not been mentioned in his hearing, and she did not know what the effect might be, but the eyes fastened so eagerly upon her seemed challenging her to go on, and at last she said, "Unless it is Mr. Everard. Has it anything to do with him?" Oh, how hard the lips tried to articulate, but they only quivered convulsively and gave forth a little moaning sound. But in the lighting up of the eager eyes, which grew larger and brighter, Rothsay thought she read the answer, and emboldened by it went on to say that they had telegraphed to Cincinnati and Louisville both, and had that morning dispatched a message to Memphis and New Orleans. "We shall surely find him somewhere," she continued, "and he will come at once. I do not think he was angry with you when he went away. He spoke so kindly of you." Again the lips tried to speak, but could not. Only the eyes fastened themselves wistfully upon Rosamond, following her wherever she went, and as if by some subtle magnetism bringing her back to the bedside, where she stayed almost constantly. How those wide-open, never-sleeping eyes haunted and troubled her, and made her at last almost afraid to stay alone with them and meet their constant gaze. Beatrice had been taken sick, and was unable to come to the Forrest House, and the judge seemed so much more quiet when Rothsay was sitting where he could look her straight in the face, that the man hired to nurse him stayed mostly in the adjoining room, and Rothsay kept her vigils alone, wearying herself with the constantly recurring question as to what it was the sick man wished to tell her. Something, sure, and something important, too. For as the days went on, and there came no tidings of his son, the eyes grew larger, and seemed at times about to leap from their sockets to escape the horror and remorse so plainly written in them. What was it he wished to say? What was it troubling the old man so, and forcing out the great drops of sweat about his lips and forehead, and making his face a wonder to look upon? Rosamond felt sometimes as if she should go mad herself sitting by him, with those wild eyes watching her so intently that if she moved away for a moment, they called her back by their strange power, and compelled her not only to sit down again by them, but to look straight into their depths, where the unspeakable trouble lay struggling to free itself. "Judge Forrest," Rothsay said to him the 5th day after his attack, "you wish to tell me something, and you cannot. But perhaps I can guess by mentioning ever so many things. I'll try, and if you mean no, look straight at me as you are looking now. If you mean yes, turn your eyes to the window, or shut them as you choose. Do you understand me?" There was the shadow of a smile on the wan face, and the heavy eyelids closed, in token that he did comprehend. Rothsay knew the judge was dying, that at the most only a few days more were his, and ought not someone to tell him? Was it right to let that fierce, turbulent spirit launch out upon the great sea of eternity unwarned? "Oh, if I was only good, I might help him, perhaps," she thought. "At any rate, he ought to know, and maybe it would make him kinder toward Everard." For it was of him she meant to speak, through this novel channel of communication between herself and the sick man. She must have the father's forgiveness with which to comfort the son, and with death staring him in the face he would not withhold it. So she said to him, "You are very sick, Judge Forrest. You know that, don't you?" The eyes went slowly to the window and back again, while she continued in her plain, outspoken way, "Do you think I ought to tell you if you are going to die?" There was a momentary spasm of terror on the face, a look such as a child has when shrinking from the rod, and then the eyes went to the window and back to Rothsay, who said, "We hope for the best, but the case is very bad, and if you do not see Mr. Everard again, shall I tell him you forgive him, and were sorry?" Quick as lightning, the affirmative answer agreed upon between them was given, and in great delight Rothsay exclaimed, "I am so glad, for that is what you have tried so hard to tell me. You wish me to say this to Mr. Everard, and I will. Is that all?" This time the eyes did not move, but looked into hers with such an earnest, beseeching expression that she knew there was more to come. Question after question followed, but the eyes never left her face, and she could see the pupils dilate and the color deepen in them, as they seemed burning themselves into hers. "What is it? What can it be?" she asked despairingly. "Does it concern Mr. Everard in any way?" "Yes," was the answer quickly given, and then Rosamond guessed everything she could think of, the possible and impossible, but the bright eyes kept their steady gaze upon her, until, thinking of Joe Fleming, she asked, "Is somebody else concerned in it?" "Yes," was the response, and not willing to introduce Joe too soon, Rothsay said, "Is it the servants?" "No." "Is it Beatrice?" "No." "Is it I?" She had no thought it was, and was astonished when the eyes went over to the window in token that it was. "Is it something that I can do?" she asked, and the eyes seemed to leap from her face to the window. "And shall I sometime know what it is?" Again the emphatic yes, while the sweat ran like rain down his face. "Then, Judge Forrest," and Rothsay put on her wisest, oldest air, "you may be certain I'll do it, for I promise you solemnly that if anything comes to light which you left undone, and which I can do, I'll do it, sure." The eyes fairly danced now, and there was no mistaking the joy shining in them, while the lips moved as if in blessing upon the girl, who took the helpless hand and found there was a slight pressure of the limp, lifeless fingers which clung to hers. "Is that all? Have you made me understand?" she asked, and he answered yes, and this time his eyes did not come back to her face, but closed wearily, and in a few moments he was sleeping quietly, as he had not done before since his illness. The sleep did him good, and he was far less restless after he awoke, and there was a more natural look in his face, but nothing could prolong his life which hung upon a thread and might go out at any time. There was no more following Rothsay with his eyes, though he wanted her with him constantly, and seemed happier when she was sitting by him and ministering to his comfort. Sometimes he seemed to be in a deep reverie, with his eyes fixed on vacancy, and the great sweat drops standing thickly on his face from the intensity of his thought. Of what was he thinking as he lay there so helpless? Of the wasted years which he could not now reclaim? Of sins committed and unforgiven in the days which lay behind him? Of the wife who had died in that room and on that very bed? Of the son to whom he had been so harsh and unforgiving, and who was not there now to cheer the dreary sick-room? And did the unknown future loom up darkly before him, and fill his soul with horror and dread of the world so near to him that he could almost see the boundary line which divides it from us? Once, when Rothsay said to him, "Shall I read you something from the Bible?" he answered her with the affirmative sign, and taking her own little Bible, which her mother once used, she opened it at the first chapter of Isaiah, and her eyes chancing to fall upon the 18th verse, she commenced reading in a clear, sweet voice, which seemed to linger over the words. "Come now, and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool." There were spasms of pain distorting the pinched features on the pillow, as the judge listened to those blessed words of promise and hope for even the worst of sinners. Scarlet sins and crimson sins all to be forgiven, and what were his but these? "I do believe he's concerned in his mind," Rothsay thought, as she looked at him, and bending close to him she whispered amid her own tears, "Shall I say the Lord's Prayer now?" She knew he meant yes, and kneeling by his bedside, with her face on his hands, she said the prayer he could not join in audibly, though she was sure he prayed in his heart, and she wished so much for someone older and wiser and better than herself to see and talk to him. "Shall I send for the minister or for Mrs. Baker?" she asked, feeling in that hour that there was something in the Nazarite woman, fanatical though she might be, which would answer to the sore need. But the judge wished neither the clergyman nor Mrs. Baker then. He would rather that pure young girl should read to and pray with him, and he made her understand it. And every day from that time on, until the end came, she sat by him and read, and said the simple prayers of her childhood, and his as well, prayers which took him back to his boyhood and his mother's knee, and made him sob sometimes like a little child, as he tried so often to repeat the one word, "Forgive." Gradually there came a more peaceful expression upon his face. His eyes lost that look of terror and dread, and the muscles about his mouth ceased to twitch so painfully. But of the change within, if real change there had been, he could not speak. That power was gone forever, and he lay dead in limb as a stone, waiting for the end. Once Rothsay said to him, "Do you feel better, Judge Forrest, about dying? I mean, are you afraid now?" He looked her steadily in the face, and she was sure his quivering lips said no to her last question. That was the day he died, and the day when news was received from Everard. He had returned to Louisville from a journey to Alabama, had found the telegrams, and was hastening home as fast as possible. Beatrice was better and able to be again at the Forrest House, but it was Rothsay who took to the dying man the message from his son. He was lying perfectly quiet, every limb and muscle composed, and a look of calm restfulness on his face, which lighted suddenly when Rothsay said to him, "We have heard from Mr. Everard. He is on his way home. He will be here tonight." "You are very glad," she continued, as she saw the unmistakable joy in his face. "Maybe you will be able to make him understand what it was you wished to have done. But if you cannot, and I ever find it out, depend upon it I will do it, sure. You can trust me." She looked like one to be trusted, the brave, unselfish little girl, on whom the dying eyes were fixed, so that Rothsay's was the last face they ever saw before they closed forever on the things of this world, and entered upon the realities of the next. Everard was not there, for the train was behind time, and when at last the Forrest House carriage came rapidly up the avenue, bringing the son who 10 days ago had been cast out from his home and bidden never to enter it again, there were knots of crape upon the bell knobs, and in the chamber above a sheeted figure lay, scarcely more quiet and still than when bound to the relentless bands of paralysis, but with death upon the white face, which in its last sleep looked so calm and peaceful. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The Judge's Will. It was Rosamond who met Everard as he came into the house, and taking his hands in hers, held them in token of sympathy, but said no word by way of condolence, or of the dead father either. She merely asked him of his journey and the delay of the train, and if he was not cold and hungry, and saw that his supper was served to him by a bright, cheerful fire, and made him in all respects as comfortable as she could, while the servants vied with each other in their attentions to him, for was he not now their master, the rightful heir of all the Forrest property? Whether Everard experienced any sense of freedom and heirship or not, I cannot tell, or what he felt when at last he stood by his dead father, and looked upon the face which, when he saw at last, had been distorted with passion and hatred of himself. How placid and even sweet it was in its expression now, so sweet that Everard stooped down, kissing the cold forehead, and whispered softly, "I am so sorry, father, that I ever made you angry with me." Then he replaced the covering, and went out from the silent room. In the hall he met Rothsay, who, in seeing the trace of weeping on his face, thought to comfort him by repeating the message left him by his father. "Would you mind my telling you all about his sickness? Can you bear to hear it?" she asked, and he replied, "Yes, tell me about it, from the very first." So they sat down together, and in her quaint, straightforward way, Rothsay told the story of the last 10 days, softening as much as possible the judge's anger when he found his son had taken him at his word and gone, and dwelling the most upon the change which came over him while lying so helpless and weak. She told of the method of communication she managed to establish, and which had been suggested to her by reading Monte Cristo, and then continued, "He seemed so glad when I told him we had sent for you, and so sorry that we could not find you, and his eyes kept following me all the time as if there was something he wanted to say and couldn't, and at last I found out what it was. If he ever saw you again, he wished me to tell you that he forgave you everything. That was it, I know, and he was so happy and quiet after it, though he wanted you to come so much." Here Rothsay paused, and thought of that mysterious thing which had seemed to trouble him the most, and which she was pledged to do when she found out what it was. "I wonder if I ought to tell him now," she thought, and finally concluded that she would not until something definite came of her knowledge of which she could speak. The next morning Beatrice came over, with a great pity in her heart for Everard, and a great fear as well, when she remembered the angry man who had asked her to witness his will. Had he carried out his purpose and left behind him a paper which would work mischief to his son, or had he thought better of it and destroyed it, perhaps, or left it unwitnessed? She could not guess. She could only hope for the best, so far as the will was concerned, but there was a heavier trouble in store for the young man than loss of property, the acknowledging his marriage and bringing home his wife, for he would do that now, of course. There was no other way, and Beatrice resolved at once to stand bravely by Mrs. J.E. Forrest when she should arrive. Then came the funeral, a grand affair, with a score of carriages, a multitude of friends, and crowds of people who came to go over the house and through the grounds more than for any respect they had for the man who lay in his costly coffin, unmindful of the curious ones who looked at him and speculated upon the nature of the trouble which had driven his only son from home. Everybody knew there had been trouble, and each one put his or her construction on it, and all exonerated Everard from more blame than naturally would attach to the acts of a young man like him, as opposed to the ideas of a man like his father. Beatrice went with Everard and Rothsay to the grave, and then back to the house, which in their absence had been cleansed from the atmosphere of death. The windows and doors had been opened to admit the fresh, pure air blowing up from the river. Then they were closed again, and wood fires kindled on the hearth, and a table arranged in the dining room, and one of Aunt Axie's best dinners was waiting for such of the friends as chose to stay. Between Beatrice and Lawyer Russell there had been a private talk concerning the will which so much troubled Bea, and the lawyer had inclined to the belief that there was none of recent date, or he should have known it. He would look, however, he said, as he had the key to the judge's private desk in the office. He had looked, and to his surprise had found a will which must have been made the very day before the judge's sickness and during his own absence from the office. This he communicated to Beatrice, and with her remained at the Forrest House to dinner, for the purpose of making the fact known to Everard as soon as possible. As for Everard, he had not thought of a will, or indeed of anything, except in a confused, gentle kind of way, and he was, of course, his father's natural heir, and now that Josephine must come there as his wife, and from that he shrank with a feeling amounting to actual pain, and he was not a little surprised when, after dinner was over, and they had returned to the long parlor, Lawyer Russell, as the old and particular friend of the family, said to him, "I found in looking over your father's papers a will, and as it was enclosed in an envelope directed to me, I took charge of it, and have it with me now. Shall I read it aloud, or give it to you?" "A will?" Everard said, and a deep flush spread itself over his face, as if he dimly felt the coming blow, which was to strike him with such force. "Did father leave a will? I never supposed he made one." "Read it aloud, of course. These are all my friends." And he glanced at the clergyman and his wife, and Beatrice and Rothsay, the only people present. The two girls were sitting side by side on a low sofa, and opposite them was Everard, looking very pale and nervous, as he bent forward a little to listen to the will. It was made the day before the judge's illness, and was duly drawn up and witnessed by Parker and Merritt, the two students in the office, and after mentioning a few thousands which were to be given to different individuals and charities, the judge went on, "The remainder of my estate, both real and personal, I give, bequeath, and devise to the girl, Rosamond Hastings, and—" Lawyer Russell got no further, for there was a low cry from Rothsay as she sprang to her feet and crossed swiftly to Everard's side. He too had risen, and with clasped hands was gazing fixedly at the lawyer, like one listening to his death warrant. "What did you say, Mr. Everard, about me? What does it mean?" Rothsay asked, laying both hands on Everard's arm and drawing his attention to herself. "It means that my father disinherited me and made you his heir," Everard answered her, a little bitterly, while she continued, "It is not so. It does not read that way. There is some mistake." And before the lawyer was aware of her intention, she snatched the paper from him and ran her eye with lightning rapidity over what was written on it, comprehending as she read that what she had heard was true. Everard was disinherited, and she was the heiress of all the Forrest estate. Her first impulse was to tear the paper in pieces, but Everard caught her hands as she was in the act of rendering it asunder, and said, "Rothsay, you must not do that. The will stand just as my father meant it should." Rothsay's face was a study as she lifted it toward Everard, pale as death, with a firm, set look about the mouth, and an expression in her large black eyes, such as the sensies might have worn when upon the rack. "Oh, Mr. Everard," she said, "you must always hate me, though I'll never let it stand. I did not know it. I never dreamed of such a thing. I shall never touch it. Never. Don't hate me, Mr. Everard. Oh, Beatrice, help me. Somebody help me. I believe I'm going to die." But she was only fainting, and Everard took her in his arms and carried her to an open window in the adjoining room, and giving her to the care of Beatrice, waited to see the color come back to her face and motion to her eyelids. Then he returned to the parlor, where Lawyer Russell was examining the document which had done so much harm and made the memory of the dead man odious. Everard, this is a very strange affair, a most inexplicable thing, the lawyer said. I cannot understand it, or believe he really meant it. I do not wish to pry into your affairs, but as an old friend of the family, may I ask if you know of any reason, however slight, why he should do this? Yes, Everard answered promptly. There is a reason, a good one, many would say, and that I was rightly punished. The will is just. I have no fault to find with it. I shall not try to dispute it. The will must stand. He spoke proudly and decidedly, with the air of one whose mind was made up, and who did not wish to continue the conversation, and who would not be made an object of pity or sympathy by anyone. But when Lawyer Russell was gone, and Beatrice came to him as he sat alone by the dying fire, and putting her hand on his bowed head, said to him, I am so sorry, and wish I could help you some way, he broke down a little, and his voice shook as he replied, Thank you, Bee, I know you do, and your friendship and sympathy are very dear to me now, for you know everything, and I can talk to you as to no one else. Father must have been very angry, and his anger reaches up out of his grave and holds me with a savage grip. But I do not blame him much, and Bee, don't think there is no sweet with the bitter, for that is not so. It is true I like money as well as anyone, and I do not say that I had not to some degree anticipated what it would bring me. But Bee, with that feeling was another, a shrinking from what would be my plain duty if I were master here. You know what I mean. You would bring your wife home, Bee answered, and he continued, Yes, that would have to be done, and heaven forgive me if I am wrong, but I almost believe I would rather be poor and work for her, she living in Holborton, than be rich and live with her here. And then, if I must be supplanted, I am glad it is by Rothsay. She takes it hard, poor child. How was she when you left her? Over the faint, but crying bitterly, as she bade me to tell you to come to her, Beatrice replied. And Everard went to Rothsay's room, where she was lying on the couch, her eyes swollen with weeping, and her face very pale. She was taking it hard, her sudden ascension to riches, and when she saw Everard she began sobbing afresh, as if her heart would break. Please go away, she said to Beatrice. I want to see him alone. Beatrice complied, and the moment she was gone, Rosamond began to tell Everard how impossible it was that she should ever touch the money, left her in a fit of anger. It is not mine, she said. I have no shadow of right to it, and you must take it just the same as if that will had never been seen. Say you will, or I believe I shall go mad. But Everard was as immovable as a rock, and answered her, Do you for a moment think my pride, if nothing else, would allow me to touch what was willed away from me? Never, Rothsay. I would rather starve, but I shall not do that. I am young and strong, and the world is before me, and I am willing to work at whatever I find to do, and shall do so too, and make far more of a man, I dare say, that if I had all this money. I am naturally indolent and extravagant, and would very likely fall into my old expensive habits, and I don't want to do that. I am so glad you are the heiress, so glad to have you mistress here in the old home. You will make a dear little lady of Forrest House. He spoke almost playfully, hoping thus to soothe and quiet her, for she was violently agitated and shook like a leaf, but nothing he said had any effect on her. Only one thing could help her now. She felt she had unwittingly been the means of wrongdoing Everard, and she never could rest until the wrong was righted and his own given back to him. I'll never be the lady of Forrest House, she said energetically. I shall give it back to you, whether you take it or not. It is not mine. Yes, Rothsay, it is yours. He knew what he was doing. He meant you to have it, Everard said, and starting suddenly, as the remembrance of something flashed upon her, Rothsay shed back her hair from her spotted, tear-stained face and exclaimed, with a ring of joy in her voice. He might have meant it at first, when he was very angry, but he repented of it and tried to make amends. I see it now. I know what he meant. The something which concerned you and which I was to do. I promised solemnly I would. It would be a dreadful lie if I don't, but you will let me when you hear, when you know how he took it back. She was very much excited, and her eyes shone like stars as she stood before Everard, who looked at her curiously with a thought that her mind might really be unsettled. "Sit down, Rothsay, and compose yourself," he said, trying to draw her back to the couch. But she would not sit down, and she went on rapidly. "I told you how I managed to talk to your father, and to find out that he wanted to forgive you, but I did not tell you the rest. I thought I'd wait till it came to me what I was to do, and it has come. I know now just what he meant. He was not quiet after the forgiveness, as I thought he'd be, but his eyes followed me everywhere, and said as plain as eyes could say, 'There is something more.' So I began to question him again, and found it was about you and another person. That person was myself, and I was to do something when I found out what it was. I said, 'Is it something I am to do for Mr. Everard?' And his eyes went to the window. Then I asked, 'Shall I some day know what it is?' And he answered, 'Yes.' Then I said, 'I'll surely, surely do it.' And the poor helpless face laughed up at me. He was so pleased and happy. After that he was very quiet. So you know he meant me to give the money back, and you'll not refuse me now." For a moment Everard could not speak. As Rothsay talked, the great tears had gathered slowly and dropped upon his face. He could see so vividly the scene which she described, the dim, eager eyes of his dead father trying to communicate with the anxious, excited little girl, who had, perhaps, interpreted their meaning all right. There could be but little doubt that his father, when his passion cooled down, was sorry for the rash act, and Everard was deeply moved by it, and for a little space of time felt uncertain how to act. But when he remembered who must share his fortune with him, and all his father had said of her, he grew hard and decided again, and said to Rosamond, "I am glad you told me this, Rothsay. It makes it easier to bear, feeling that possibly father was sorry and wished to make reparation, but that does not change the facts, nor the will. He gave everything to you, and you cannot give it to me now. If you would. You are not of age, you see." "Do you mean," Rosamond asked, "that even if you would take the money, I cannot give it back until I am 21? "Not lawfully, no," Everard replied, and Rothsay exclaimed, almost angrily, "I can, I will. I know there is some way, and I'll find it out. I will not have it so, and I think you are mean to be so proud and stiff." She was losing all patience with Everard for what she deemed to be his obduracy. Her head was aching dreadfully, and after this outburst she sank down again upon the couch, and burying her face in the pillow, told him to go away and not come again till he could do as she wished him to do. It was not often that Rosamond was thus moved, and Everard smiled, in spite of himself, at her wrath, but went out and left her alone, as she desired. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The Heiress. She looked like anything but an heiress the next morning when she came down to breakfast, with her face swollen and red eyes, which had scarcely been for a moment closed in sleep. Everard was far brighter and fresher. He had accepted the situation, and was resolved to make the best of it, and though the memory of his father's bitter anger rested heavily on his heart, it was softened materially by what Rosamond had told him, and contrary to his expectations, he had slept soundly and quietly, and though very pale and worn, seemed much like himself when he met Rosie in the breakfast-room. Not a word was said on the subject uppermost in both of their minds. He carved, sitting in his father's old place, and she poured the coffee with a shaking hand, and Bea did most of the talking, and was so bright and merry that when at last she said good-bye and went to her own home, Rosie's face was not half so sorry-looking, or her heart so heavy and sad, though she was just as decided with regard to the money. She had not yet talked with Lawyer Russell, in whom she had the utmost confidence. He surely would know some way out of the trouble, some way by which he could give Everard his own, and she sent for him to come to the house. as she would not for the world appear in the streets with this disgrace upon her. For Rosie it felt a disgrace of having supplanted Everard, and she told the lawyer so when he came, and assuring him of her unalterable determination never to touch a dollar of the Forrest money, asked if there was not some way by which she could rid herself of the burden and give it back to Everard. She told him what had occurred between herself and the judge, and asked if he did not think it had reference to the will. The lawyer was certain it had, and asked if Everard knew this fact. Yes, Rosie had told him, and though he seemed glad in one way to know his father had any regrets for the rash act, he still adhered to his resolve to abide by the will. But he cannot, he shall not, he must take the money. I give it to him. It's not mine, and I will not have it, she said impetuously, demanding that he should fix it some way. Mr. Russell had seen Everard for a few moments that morning, and heard from him and his firm resolve not to enter any arrangement whereby he could be benefited by his father's fortune. Father casts me off, he said, and no arguments can shake my purpose. Rosie is the heiress, and she must take what is thrust upon her, but make it as easy as you can for the child. Let her choose her own guardian, and I trust she will choose you. I know you will be trustworthy. All this the lawyer repeated to Rothsay, and then, as she still persisted in giving back, as she expressed it, he explained to her how impossible it was for her to do it until she reached her majority, even if Everard would take it. You are a minor yet, he said, are what we call an infant. You must have a guardian, and I propose you take Everard, and he may also be appointed administrator of the estate. He will then be entitled to a certain amount of money as his legitimate fees, and so get some of it. Exactly what the office of guardian and administrator was, Rosamond did not know, but she grasped one idea and said, You mean that whoever is administrator will be paid, and if Mr. Everard is that, he will get some money which belongs to him already. That is it not? Now I want him to have it all. If I cannot give it to him till I am 21, I shall do it then, so sure as I live to see that day, and meanwhile you must contrive some way for him to use it just the same. You can, I know. I am quite resolved. She had risen as she talked and stood before him, her cheeks flushed, her eyes unnaturally bright, and her head thrown back, so that she seemed taller than she really was. Lawyer Russell had always liked Rothsay very much, and since that little business matter touching the receipt, he had felt increased respect and admiration for her, for he was certain she had helped Everard out of some one of the many scrapes he used to in those days be in. Looking at her now, he thought what a fine-looking girl she was growing to be, and started suddenly as he saw a way out of the difficulty, but such a way that he hesitated a moment before he suggested it. Taking off his glasses and wiping them with his handkerchief, he coughed 2 or 3 times and then said, How old are you, Rothsay? 15 last June, was her reply, and he continued, Then you are almost 15 and a half, and pretty well grown. Yes, it might do. There have been queerer things than that. Queerer things than what? Rothsay asked, and he replied, Than what I am going to suggest. There is a way by which Everard can use that money if he will. What is it? Tell me, she exclaimed, her face all aglow with excitement. He could marry you, and then what was yours might be his. The lawyer had thrown the bombshell and waited for the explosion, but there was none. Rothsay's face was just as bright and eager, and showed not the slightest consciousness or shrinking back from a proposition which would have covered some girls with blushes and confusion. But Rothsay was a simple-hearted girl, who, never having associated much with companions of her own age, had never had her mind filled with lovers and matrimony, and when the lawyer proposed her marrying Everard, she looked upon it purely as a business transaction, a means of giving him his own. Love had nothing to do with it, nor did it for a moment occur to her that there would be anything out of the way in such an act. She should not live with him, of course. That would be impossible. She should simply marry him, and then leave him to the enjoyment of her fortune, and her first question to the lawyer was, Do you think he would have me? The old man took his glasses off again and looked at her, wondering much what stuff she was made of. Whatever it was, he was sure she was as modest and pure and innocent as a newborn child, and he answered her, I've no doubt of it. I would if I were in his place. And if he does, he can live right along here as if there had been no will?" was her next question, and the lawyer replied, "Yes, just as if there had been no will." Then, remembering he had an engagement with a client and that it was already past the hour, he rose to go, and Rosamond was left alone. It was not her nature to put off anything she had to do, and feeling that she should never rest until something definite was settled, she inquired at once where Everard was, and finding that he was in his father's room, started thither immediately. He was sitting in his father's chair by the table, arranging and sorting some papers and letters, but he arose when she came in and asked what he could do for her. "I have been talking with Lawyer Russell," she said, "trying to fix it some way, and he says I cannot give it to you till I am 21. Then I can do as I please. But it is so long to wait. 5 years and a half. I am almost 15 and a half now." This in parentheses, as to convince him of her mature age, preparatory to what was to follow. "I want you to have the money so much, for it is yours, no matter what the law may say. I do not like the law, and there is but one way out of it, the trouble. I mean, Lawyer Russell says, if you marry me, you can use the money just the same. Will you, Mr. Everard? I am 15 and a half. This she reiterated to strengthen her cause, looking him straight in the face all the time, without the slightest change of color or sign of self-consciousness. Had she proposed in serious earnestness to murder him, Everard could not have been more startled or stared at her more fixedly than he did, as if to see what manner of girl this was, asking him to marry her as coolly and as matter-of-fact a way as she would have asked a most ordinary favor. Was she crazy? Had the trouble about the will actually affected her brain? He thought so, and said to her very gently, as he would have spoken to a child or a lunatic, "You are talking wildly, Rothsay. You do not understand what you are saying. You are tired and excited. You must rest, and never on any account let anyone know what you have said to me." "I do know what I am saying, and I am neither tired nor excited," Rothsay answered. "Lawyer Russell said that was the only way you could use the money before I was 21. "And did he send you here to say that to me?" Everard asked, and she replied, "No. He only suggested it as a means, because I would have him think of something. I came myself." He saw she was in earnest, saw, too, that she did not at all comprehend what she was doing, or the position in which she was placing herself if it should be known. In her utter simplicity and lack of worldly wisdom, she might talk of this thing to others and put herself in a wrong light before the world, and however painful the task, he must enlighten her. "Rothsay," he began, "you do not at all know what you have done, or how the act might be construed, by women especially, if they knew it. Girls do not usually ask men to marry them. They wait to be asked." Slowly, as the shadow of some gigantic mountain creeps across the valley, there was dawning on Rosie's mind a perception of the construction which might be put upon her words, and the blood-red flame suffused her face and neck and spread to her fingertips as she said vehemently, "You mistake me, Mr. Everard. I did not mean it as you might marry Miss Beatrice or somebody you loved. I did not mean anything except a way out. I was not going to live here at all, only marry you so you could have the money, and then I go away and do for myself. That's what I meant. You know I do not love you in a marrying way, and that I'm not the brazen-faced thing to tell you so if I did. If I thought you could believe that of me, I should drop dead at your feet, and I almost wish that I could now, for very shame of what I have done." As she talked, there had come to Rosie more and more the great impropriety and seeming immodesty of what, in all innocence of purpose, she had done, and the knowledge almost crushed her to the earth, making her cover her burning face with her hands, and transforming her at once from a child into a woman, with all a sensitive woman's power to feel and suffer. She did not wait for him to speak, but went on rapidly, "You cannot despise me more than I despise myself, for I see it now just as you do, and I must have been an idiot or crazy. You will loathe me always, of course, and I cannot blame you. But remember, I did not mean it for love, or think to stay with you. I do not love you that way. Such a thing would be impossible. and I would not marry you now for 1,000 times the money." She had used her last and heaviest weapon, and without a glance at him turned to go from the room, but he would not suffer her to leave him thus. Over him, too, as she talked, a curious change had come, for he saw the transformation taking place and knew he was losing the sweet, old-fashioned, guileless child who had been so dear to him. She was leaving him forever, and in her place there stood a full-fledged woman, rife with a woman's instincts, quivering with passion and burning with resentment and anger that he had not at once understood her meaning just as she understood it. How her words, "I do not love you that way, such a thing is impossible, and I would not marry you now for 1,000 times the money," rang through his ears and burned themselves into his memory to be recalled afterward with such bitter pain as he had never known. He did not quite like this impetuous assertion of the impossibility of loving him. It grated upon him with a sense of something lost. He must stand well with Rothsay, though her love that way, as she expressed it, was something he had never dreamed of as possible. "Rothsay," he said, putting out his arm to detain her, "you must not go from me feeling as you do now. You have done nothing for which you need to blush, because you had no bad intent, and the motive is what exalts or condemns the act. Sit here by me. I wish to talk with you." He made her sit down beside him upon the sofa and tried to take her hand, but she drew it swiftly away with a quick, imperative gesture. He would never hold her hand again, just as he had held the little brown, sunburned hand so many times. She was a woman now, with all her woman's armor bristling about her, and as such he must treat with her. It was a novel situation in which he found himself, trying to choose words with which to address the little Rothsay Hastings, and for a moment he hesitated how to begin. Of her strange offer to himself he did not mean to speak, for there had been enough said on that subject. It is true he had neither accepted nor refused, but that was not necessary, for she had withdrawn her proposition with such fiery energy as would have made an allusion to it impossible if he had been free and not adverse to the plan. He was not free, and as for the plan, it struck him as both laughable and ridiculous, but he would not for the world wound the sensitive girl beside him more than she had wounded herself, and so when at last he began to talk with her, it was simply to go again over the whole ground and show her how impossible it was for him to take the money or for her to give it to him. He appreciated her kind intentions. They were just like her, and he held her as the dearest sister or brother ever had, but she must keep what was her own, and he should make his fortune as many a man had done before him, and probably rise higher eventually than if he had money to help him rise. He had not yet quite decided what he should do, but that he should leave Rothsay was probable. He should, however, stay long enough to see that her affairs were in a way to be smoothly managed, and to see her fairly installed in the Forrest House with some respectable elderly lady as her companion and protector. Lawyer Russell would, of course, be her guardian and the administrator of the estate. She could not be in better hands, and however far away he might be, he should never lose his interest in her or cease to be her friend. "Meanwhile," he said with an effort to smile, "I shall be glad if you will allow me to make your house my home until my arrangements are completed. I am not so proud that I will not accept that hospitality at your hands." I do not think that Rosamond quite comprehended his last words. She only knew that he would not hurry away from the Forrest House, and she looked up eagerly and said, "I am so glad, and I hope you will not hate me, or ever believe I meant the foolish thing I said, in that way." "No, Rothsay," he answered her, "I am far from hating you. And how can I think you meant that way, when you have repeatedly declared that you would not marry me now for 1,000 times the money?" "No, now, nor ever," Rosamond exclaimed energetically, and he replied, "Yes, I know. Men generally understand when a girl tells them as she has no love or liking for them." There was something peculiar in his voice, as if what she said hurt him a little, and Rothsay detected it, and in her eagerness to set him right, involuntarily laid her hand on his arm, and flashing upon him her brilliant, beautiful eyes, in which the tears were shining, and said to him, "Oh, Mr. Everard, you must not mistake what I mean. I do like you, and I shall forever and ever, but not in a marrying way. I am so sorry I have come between you and your inheritance. You have made me see that I cannot help myself but when I am 21. If I live so long, so help me heaven, I will give you back every dollar. You will remember that, and knowing it may help you bear the years of poverty which must intervene." Again the long silken lashes were lifted, and the dark bright eyes looked into his with a look which sent a strange, sweet thrill through every nerve of the young man's body. Rosamond had come up before him in an entirely new character, and he was vaguely conscious of a different interest in her now from what he had felt before. It was not love, it was not a desire of possession. He did not know what it was. He only knew that his future life suddenly looked drearier than ever to him if it must be lived away from her and her influence. She had risen to her feet as she was speaking, and he rose also, and went with her to the door and let her out, and watched her as she disappeared down the stairs, and then went back to his task of sorting papers, with the germ of a new feeling stirring ever so lightly in his heart, a sense of something which might have made life very sweet, and a sense as well of bitter loss. Full of shame and mortification at what she had done, Rothsay resolved to go at once to Elm Park and confess the whole to Beatrice, whom she found at home. She was thinking of the Forrest House and the confusion caused by the foolish will of an angry old man, when Rothsay was announced, and sitting down at her feet, plunged into the very midst of her trouble by saying, "Oh, Miss Beatrice, I have come to tell you something which makes me wish I was dead. What do you suppose I have done?" "I am sure I cannot guess," Beatrice replied, and Rothsay continued, "I asked Mr. Everard to marry me, actually to marry me." "What?" And Beatrice was more astonished than she had ever been in her life. "Asked Everard Forrest to marry you? Are you crazy or a—" She did not finish the sentence, but Rothsay did it for her and said, "Yes, both crazy and a fool, I verily believe. But how did it happen? What put such an idea into your head?" Briefly and rapidly Rosamond repeated what had passed between herself and Lawyer Russell, who had asked how old she was, and on learning her age had suggested her marrying the young man and thus giving him back the inheritance. "And you went and did it, you little goose," Beatrice said, laughing until the tears ran down her cheeks. But when she saw how distressed Rosamond was, she controlled her merriment and listened while Rothsay went on. "Yes, I was a simpleton not to know any better, but I never meant him to marry me as he would marry you or someone he loved. That had nothing to do with it at all. And I was going right away from Forrest House to take care of myself. I knew I could find something to do, as nurse or waitress or a lady's maid, if nothing more. And I meant to go just as soon as the ceremony was over and leave him all the money, and never come back to be in the way." "And you told him this, and what did he say?" Beatrice asked, her mirth all swept away before the great unselfishness of this simple-hearted girl, who went on, "I did not tell him all that at first. I asked him to marry me, just as I would have asked him to give me a glass of water, and with as little thought of shame. But the shame came afterward, when I saw what I had done. I can't explain how it came, the new sense of things. I think he looked it into me, and I felt in an instant as if I had been blind and was suddenly restored to sight. It was as if I had been walking unclothed in my sleep, fearlessly, shamelessly, because asleep, and had suddenly been aroused to consciousness and saw a crowd of people staring and jeering at me. Oh, it was so awful, and I felt like tearing my hair and shrieking aloud, and I said so many things to make him believe I did not mean it for love or to live with him." "And what did he say to the offer? Did he accept or refuse?" Beatrice asked, and Rosamond replied, "I do not think he did either. I was so ashamed when it came to me, and talked so fast to make him know that I would not marry him for 1,000 times the money, and did not love him, and never could." I'll venture to say he was not especially delighted with such assertions. Men are not generally, Beatrice said laughingly, but Rosamond did not comprehend her meaning, or if she did not pay any heed to it, but went rapidly on with her story, growing more and more excited as she talked, and finishing with a passionate burst of tears which awakened all Bee's sympathy and made her try to comfort the sobbing girl, who seemed so bowed down with shame and remorse. Her head was aching dreadfully, and there began to steal over her such a faint, sick feeling that she offered no remonstrance when Bee proposed that she spend the night at Elm Park and sent word to that effect to the Forrest House. The message brought Everard at once, anxious about Rosamond, whom he wished to see, but she declined. Her head was aching too hard to see anyone, she said, especially Everard, who must despise her always. Everard had certainly lost the child Rothsay, and the world had never seemed so dreary to him as that night in Bee's boudoir, when he fairly and squarely faced the future and decided what to do, or rather, Bee decided for him. And with a feeling of death in his heart, he concurred in her opinion, and said he would go at once to Josephine, and telling her of his father's death and will, ask her to help him build up a home where they might be happy. It was not to show her how he shrank back and shivered even while taking her for his wife. He was to put the most hopeful construction on everything and see how much good there was in Josie. "And I am sure she will not disappoint you," Beatrice said, infusing some of her own bright hopefulness into Everard's mind, so that he did not feel quite so discouraged when he said good night to her, telling her that he should start on the next morning's train for Holborn, but asking her not to tell Rothsay of Josephine until she heard from him.
End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. A Midnight Ride. It was after midnight when Everard reached Albany, the second day after he left Rothsay. There the train divided, the New York passengers going one way and the Boston passengers another. Everard was among the latter, and as several people left the car where he was, he facilitated himself upon having an entire seat for the remainder of his journey, and had settled himself for sleep, with his soft travelling hat drawn over his eyes and his valise under his head, when the door opened and a party of young people entered, talking and laughing and discussing a concert which they had that evening attended. As there was plenty of room, Everard did not move, but lay listening to their talk and jokes until another party of two came hurrying in just as the train was moving. The gentleman was tall, fine-looking, and exceedingly attentive to the lady, a fair blonde, whom he lifted in his arms upon the platform and set down inside the door, saying as he did so, "There, madame, I did get you here in time, though I almost broke my neck to do it. That last ice you took came near being our ruin." "Ice, indeed! Better say that last glass you took," the lady retorted, with a loud, boisterous laugh, which made Everard shiver from head to foot, for he recognized Josephine's voice, and knew it was his wife who took the unoccupied seat in front of him, gasping and panting, as if wholly out of breath. Almost dead, she declared herself to be, whereupon her companion, who was Dr. Matthewson, fanned her furiously with his hat, laughing and jesting, and attracting the attention of everybody in the car. For an instant Everard half rose to his feet, with an impulse to make himself known, but something held him back, and resuming his reclining attitude, with his hat over his eyes in such a manner that he could see without being himself seen, he prepared to watch the unsuspecting couple in front of him, and their flirtation, for it seemed to be that in sober earnest. Josie was all life and fun, and could scarcely keep still a moment, but turned and twisted and tossed her head, and coquetted with the doctor, who, with his arm on the seat behind her, and half encircling her, bent over her, and looked into her beaming face in the most lover-like manner. Just then the door at the other end of the car opened, and the conductor appeared with his lantern and demand for tickets. "I shall have to pay extra," Matthewson said. "You ate so long that I did not have time to get my tickets." "Nonsense," Josie answered, in a voice she evidently did not mean to have heard, but which nevertheless reached Everard's ear. open wide to receive it. Nonsense! This one," nodding towards the conductor, "never charges me anything. We have lots of fun together. I'll pass you. Put up your money and see how I'll manage it." And when the conductor reached their seat and stopped before it, and threw the light of his lantern in Josie's face, he bowed very blandly, but glanced suspiciously at her companion, who was making a feint of getting out his purse. "My brother," Josie said, with a mischievous twinkle in her blue eyes, and with an expressive "All right," the conductor passed on and took the ticket held up to him by the man whose face he could not see, and at whom Josephine now for the first time glanced. But she saw nothing familiar in the outstretched form, and never dreamed who it was lying there, so near to her, and watching all she did. So many had left at Albany, and so few taken their places, that not more than half the seats were occupied, and those in the immediate vicinity of Josie and the doctor were quite vacant, so the young lady felt perfectly free to act out her real nature without restraint. And she did act it to the full, laughing and flirting and jesting and jumping, just as Everard had seen her do many a time, and thought it charming and delightful. Now it was simply revolting and immodest, and he glared at her from under his hat, with no feeling of jealousy in his heart, but disgusted and sorry beyond all power of description that she was his wife. Rothsay had stood boldly up before him and asked him to marry her, but in her innocent face there was no look like this on Josie's, this look of recklessness and passion which showed so plainly even in the dimness of the car. At last, something which the doctor said, and which Everard could not understand, elicited from her the exclamation, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? And I a married woman?" "The more's the pity," the doctor replied, with an expression on his face which, had Everard cared for or even respected the woman before him, would have prompted him to knock the rascal down. "The more's the pity, for me at least. I've called myself a fool 1,000 times for having cut off my nose to spite my face." "What do you mean?" Josie asked, and he replied, "Oh, nothing, only can't you get a divorce? I don't believe he cares 2 cents for you." "I know he don't," and Josie shrugged her shoulders significantly, "but so long as it keeps me in money, I can stand it." "And does he do that pretty well nowadays?" "Yes, so. He is awfully afraid of his father, though, and I do not blame him. Such an old curmudgeon. I saw him last summer." "You did? Where?" "Why, at Amherst, at Commencement. I went to the president's reception, and made Everard introduce me, and tried my best to captivate the old muff, but it was of no use. He took a dreadful dislike to me, and expressed himself freely to his son, who reported to me—" "The mean coward to do that!" the doctor exclaimed, and Josephine replied, "No, not mean at all. I made him tell me just what his father said. I gave him no peace till he did, for I wanted the truth, so as to know how far to press my claim to recognition. And I made up my mind that my best plan was to keep quiet a while and let matters adjust themselves. Maybe the old man will die. He looked apoplectic, as if he might go off in some of his fits of temper, and then won't I make the money fly, for no power on earth shall keep me from the Forrest House then." "And you'll ride over everybody, I dare say," the doctor suggested, and she answered him, "You bet your head on that," the slang dropping from her pretty lips as easily and naturally as if they were accustomed to it, and indeed they were. "Is Everard greatly improved?" was the next question, and Josephine replied, "Some would think so, perhaps, but I look upon him as a perfect milksop. I don't believe I could fall in love with him now. Why, he is just as quiet and solemn as a graveyard, never laughs, nor jokes, nor smokes, nor anything. He is fine looking, though, and I expect to be very proud of him when I am really his wife." "Which you never shall be, so help me heaven!" was Everard's mental ejaculation as he ground his teeth together. He had made up his mind, and neither he nor anyone else could change it. That woman, coquetting so heartlessly with another man, and talking thus of him, should never even be asked to share his poverty as he had intended doing. He would never voluntarily go into her presence again. He would return to Rothsay, tell his story to Bea, and see what he could do to help Rothsay, and then go to work like a dog for money with which to keep the woman quiet. And when the day came, as come it must, that his secret was known, there should be a separation, for live with her a single hour he would not. This was his decision, and he only waited for the train to stop in order to escape from her hateful presence. But it was an express, and went speeding on, while the two in front of him kept up their conversation, which turned, at last, on Rosamond, and the doctor asking if she still lived at the Forrest House. Josephine supposed so, though she had heard nothing of her lately, and Dr. Matthewson asked next what disposition she intended to make of her when she was mistress of Forrest House. "That depends," Josephine replied, with her favourite shrug. "If there is nothing objectionable in her, she can stay. If she proves troublesome, she will go." Oh, how Everard longed to shriek out that the girl who, if she proved troublesome, was to go from Forrest House, was the mistress there, with the right to dictate as to who would go or stay. But that would be to betray himself, so he kept quiet, while Josie, growing tired and sleepy, began to nod her golden head, which drooped lower and lower until it rested on the shoulder of Dr. Matthewson, whose arm encircled the sleeping girl and adjusted the shawl about her, for it was growing cold and damp in the car. Just then they stopped at a way station, and, taking his valise, Everard left the train, which, after a moment, went whirling on, leaving him standing on the platform alone in the November darkness. There was a little hotel near by, where he passed a few hours, until the train, bound for Albany, came along and carried him swiftly back in the direction of home and Rothsay, of whom he thought many times, seeing her as she looked standing before him, with that sweet, pleading expression on her face, and that musical ring in her voice, as she asked to be his wife. How her eyes haunted him, those brilliant black eyes, so full of truth and womanly softness and delicacy. He could see them now as they had confronted him, fearlessly, innocently at first, but changing in their expression as a sense of what she had done began to dawn upon her, bringing the blushes of shame to her tear-stained face. "Dear little Rothsay," he thought, "if I were free, I believe I'd say yes, not for the money, but for all she will be when she gets older." And then there crept over him again that undefinable sense of something lost, which he had felt when Rothsay said to him, "I would not marry you now for 1,000 times the money." He was growing greatly interested in Rothsay, and found himself very impatient during the last few hours of his journey. What had been done in his absence, he wondered, and was she more reconciled to the fortune which had been thrust upon her, and how would she receive him, and how would she look? She was not handsome, he knew, and yet her face was very, very sweet. Her eyes were beautiful, and so was the wavy nut-brown hair which she wore so becomingly in her neck, and at the thought of her hair there came a great lump in Everard's throat as he remembered the sacrifice the unselfish girl had made for him 2 years before. In all the world there is no one like little Rothsay, he said to himself, and felt his heart beat faster with a thrill of anticipation as the train neared Rothsay, and stopped at last at the station. Taking his valise, which was not heavy, he started at once for the Forrest House, which he reached just as it was growing dark and the gas was lighted in the dining room. End of chapter 21, read by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 26, 2025.
Chapter 22 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The New Life at Rothsay. His first impulse was to ring like any stranger at a door not his own, but thinking to himself, "I will not wound her unnecessarily," he walked into the hall, and depositing his satchel and hat upon the rack, went to the dining room, the door of which was ajar. so that the first object which met his view as he entered was Rothsay, standing under the chandelier, but so transformed from what she was when he last saw her that he stood for an instant wondering what she had done. For instead of a child in a short frock and white aprons, with loose flowing hair, he saw a young woman in a long black dress, with her hair twisted into a large flat coil and fastened with a comb. The morning after Everard's departure, Rothsay had gone to Beatrice to order a black dress, which she insisted should be made long. "I am through with short clothes now," she said to Beatrice. "I feel so old since I did that shameful thing. For me to dress like a child would be as absurd as for you to do it. I am not a child. I am at least 100 years old, and you know it would never do for an heiress to be dressed like a little girl. How could I discuss business with my lawyer in short clothes and bibs?" And she laughed hysterically as she tried to force back her tears. She had become convinced that for a few years she must submit to be the nominal owner of at least of the Forrest property, and she had made up her mind to certain things from which she could not be turned. One was long dresses, and she carried her point and gave orders concerning some minor details with a quiet determination which astonished Bea, who had hitherto found her the most pliable and yielding of girls. The dress had been sent home on the very afternoon of Everard's arrival, and without a thought of his coming, Rothsay shut herself in her room and began the work of transformation, first by twisting up her flowing hair, which added, she thought, at least 2 years to her appearance, though she did not quite like the effect. It was so unlike herself. But the long dress was a success, and she liked the sound of the trailing skirt on the carpet, and looked at herself in the glass more than she had ever done before in her life at one time, and felt quite satisfied with the tout ensemble, when she at last went down to the dining room, where she was standing when Everard came in. She had been very lonely during his absence, and she was wondering where he had gone, and when he would return, when the door in the hall opened, and he was there before her. For a moment she stood regarding him, just as he was studying her. Then, forgetting everything in her joy in seeing him again, she went forward to meet him, and giving him both her hands, while a beautiful flush dyed her cheeks, said to him, "I am so glad you have come back. It was so lonesome here, and I was just thinking about you." Her greeting was so much more cordial than Everard had expected that it made him very happy, and he kept her hands in his until she drew them away with a sudden wrench, and stepping back from him, put on the dignity she had for a moment dropped. But the action became her and her long dress, and Everard looked closely and admiringly at her, puzzled to know just what it was that had changed her so much. He guessed that she was thinking of that scene in his father's room, but he meant to ignore it altogether, and, if possible, put her on her old familiar footing with himself. So looking at her from head to foot, he said, "What is it, Rothsay? What have you done to yourself? Pieced down your gown, or what, that you seem so much taller and grander in every way? Quite like Bea, in fact. Yes, you have got on a train, sure as guns, and your hair up in a comb. That part I don't like. The other change is rather becoming, but I'd rather see you so." And playfully pulling the comb from her head, he let the wavy hair fall in masses upon her neck and shoulders. "There, that's better. It gives me little Rothsay again, and I do not wish to lose my sister." He was trying to reassure her, and she knew it, and was very grateful to him for the kindness, and said laughingly that she put up her hair because she thought it suited the long dresses which she meant to wear now that she was a woman of business, and if he liked it in her neck, it should be worn so. And then she asked him of his journey, and if he was not tired and hungry. "Tired, no, but cold as a frog and hungry as a bear. What have we for dinner?" And he turned to inspect the little round table laid for one. "Nothing but toast and tea. Why, that would starve a cat. Did you dine in the middle of the day?" "I had lunch as usual. I was not hungry. I am never hungry now, and just have tea at night." "Rothsay," said Everard, laid both hands on her shoulders and looked her squarely in the eyes. "Rothsay, are you practicing economy so as not to use the money you think belongs to me?" He divined her motive, for it was the fear of using the Forrest money needlessly, which was beginning to rule her life, and had prompted her to omit the usual dinner, the most expensive meal of the day, and have instead plain bread and butter, or toast and tea. And Everard read the truth in her telltale face, and said, "That will never do, and will displease me very much. I wish you to live as you ought, and if it is on my account you are trying the bread and water system, I am here now and hungry as a fish, so you can indulge for once and order on everything there is." There was not much, but a slice of cold ham was found, and some cheese, and jam and pickles, and Axie made a delicious cup of coffee, and brought more bread and butter, and offered to bake him a hoe cake if he would wait. But he was too nearly starved to wait for hoe cakes, he said, and he took his father's place at the table, and was conscious of a great degree of comfort in and satisfaction with his surroundings, especially with the sight of the young girl who sat opposite to him and poured his coffee, and once or twice laughed heartily at some of his funny remarks. He seemed in excellent spirits, and though much of it was forced for Rothsay's sake, he really was happier than he had been since his father's death. His future, so far as Josephine was concerned, was settled. He should never attempt to live with her now. All the evening he sat with Rothsay and piled the wood upon the fire until the flames leaped merrily up the chimney and infused a genial warmth through the large room. And Rosamond enjoyed it thoroughly because it was done for him. She would never have added a single superfluous chip for herself, lest it should diminish what was one day to go back to him. But for Everard, she would almost have burned the house itself and felt she was doing her duty. The next morning he spent with Beatrice, to whom he told the story of the midnight ride from Albany. "After seeing and hearing what I did, I could not ask her to live with me lest she should consent," he said, and Beatrice could not say a word in Josephine's defense, but asked what he proposed to do. Was he going away, or would he remain in Rothsay? A few days ago Everard would have answered promptly, "No, anywhere but here, in the place so full of unpleasant memories," but now matters had somehow changed. That coming home the previous night, that bright fire on the hearth, and more than all, the sweet young face on which the firelight shone, and the eyes which looked so modestly at him, and made him loath to leave Rothsay and go away from the shadowy firelight, and the young girl with the new character and the long dress. He might have left the child Rothsay in the hands of Beatrice and Lawyer Russell, knowing she would be well cared for, but to leave Miss Hastings was quite another thing, and when Bea questioned him of his intentions, he hesitated a moment, and was glad when, in her usual impetuous, helpful way, she said, "Let me advise you before you decide. I saw Lawyer Russell in your absence and had a long talk with him, and he thinks the best thing you can do is stay in the office where you are and accept the guardianship of Rothsay and the administration of the estate. That will bring you money which you certainly can have no scruples in taking, as it will be honestly earned and must go to someone. You can still go on with your study of law and write your essays and reviews, and so have plenty of means to satisfy Josephine, if money will do it. I do not suppose you will live at the Forrest House. That might not be the best, but you will be in the village near by, and can have general oversight over Rothsay herself as well as her affairs. What do you think of my plan?" The idea of remaining in Rothsay and having an oversight of Rosamond was not distasteful to the young man, and when he left Beatrice he went directly to his father's office, where he found Lawyer Russell, who made the same suggestion with regard to the guardianship and administration of the estate which Beatrice had done. Of course, it was necessary that Rosamond herself should be seen, and the two men went to the Forrest House to consult with her on the subject. They found her more than willing, and in due time Everard was regularly installed as guardian to Rosamond and administrator to the estate. And then began a conflict with the girl, who manifested a decision of character and dignity of manner with which Everard found it difficult to cope. He insisted upon knowing exactly how much the Forrest property was estimated at, where the money was invested, and when interest on each investment was due. This she wrote down in a book of her own, and then she made an estimate of the annual expenses of the household as it was at present conducted. "Don't you think that a great deal?" she asked. Father did not find it too much, and he was as close about expenditures as one need to be, Everard replied, and Rosamond continued, "Yes, but I propose to reduce everything." "What do you mean, Rothsay?" Everard asked, greatly puzzled to understand this girl, who seemed so self-possessed and assured in her long dress, to which he charged everything new or startling in her conduct. Rosamond hesitated a moment, and then replied, "You have convinced me against my will that I am at present the lawful heir to your father's property. I have tried hard not to accept that as a fact, but I am compelled to do so. You say that I am really and truly the mistress of Forrest House, and don't mistresses of houses do as they like about the arrangement of matters in the house?" Everard said. "Generally, yes." And Rothsay went on, "Well, then, this is what I mean to do. First, I shall keep a strict account of the income and a strict account of the outgo, as far as that outgo is for me personally. You know I have $2,000 of my own, and I shall use that first, and by the time that is gone, I hope to be able to take care of myself. I am going to have some nice middle-aged lady in the house as companion and teacher, and shall study hard, so that in a year or two, at most, I shall be able to go out as governess or teacher in some school. My mind is quite made up. There are some things I cannot do, and there are some things I can, and this is one of them. I shall have the teacher and get an education, and meanwhile shall live as economically as possible, and I wish you to sell the horses and carriage too. I shall never use them, and horses cost so much to keep. I like to walk and have good strong feet and ankles. Great big ones, you used to say," and she tried to smile. But there was a tear on her long eyelashes as she referred to a past which had been so pleasant and free from care. "A part of the land is a park," she went on, "and does not need much attention except to pick up and prune and cut the grass occasionally. Uncle Abel told me so. I have talked with him ever so much, and he says if I give him $3 more a month, he can do all there is to be done in the grounds, if he does not have the horses to look after, so I shall keep him, and his little grandson Jim, to do errands and wait on the table and door, and Aunt Axie to work in the house and send the rest away." "Why, Rosamond," Everard said, staring at her in amazement, "you don't know what you are talking about. Aunt Axie cannot do all the work." "Nor will she," Rosie said. "I am going to shut up most of the house and use only 2 rooms upstairs, one for myself and one for the teacher, and the dining room downstairs, and a little sitting room off for any calls I may have. I can take care of my own room, and the teacher's too, if she likes." She had settled everything, and it only remained for Everard, as her guardian, to acquiesce in her wishes, when he found that nothing which he could say had power to change her mind. She had developed great decision of character, and so clear a head for business in all its details, that Everard told her laughingly that it would be impossible for him to cheat her in so much as a penny without being detected. He was intensely interested in this queer girl, as he styled her to himself, and so far as was consistent with her good, did everything she asked, proving himself the most indulgent of guardians and faithful of administrators. Together with Beatrice, he inquired for and found, in Cincinnati, a Mrs. Markham, a lady and the widow of an English curate, who seemed exactly fitted for the situation at Forrest House as Rosie's teacher and companion. All Rothsay's wishes with regard to reducing the expenditures of the household were carried out, with one exception. Everard insisted that she should keep one of the horses, which she could drive, and the light-covered carriage, which had been Mrs. Forrest's. To this Rosie consented, but sent away 3 of the negroes, and shut up all the rooms not absolutely essential to her own and Mrs. Markham's comfort. In this way she would save both fuel and lights, and the wear of furniture, she said, and to save for Everard had become a sort of mania with her. And when he saw he could not move her, Everard humoured her whims, and suffered her in most things to have her way. He had a cheap, quiet boarding-house in town, where he was made very comfortable by his landlady, who felt a little proud of having Judge Forrest's son in her family, even if he were disowned and poor. Blood was better than money, and lasted longer, she said, and as Everard had the bluest of blood, she made much of him, and petted him as he had never been petted in his life. And so, under very favorable auspices, began the new life of the 2 persons with whom this story has most to do. So far as Rothsay was concerned, it bade fair to be very successful. Mrs. Markham was both mother and friend to the young girl, in whom she was greatly interested. A thorough scholar herself, she had a marvelous power of imparting her information to others, and Rothsay gave herself to study now with an eagerness and avidity which astonished her teacher, and made her sometimes try to hold her back, lest her health should fail from too close application. But Rothsay seemed to grow stronger and fresher and rounder every day, notwithstanding that all of her old habits of life were changed. Every day Beatrice came to the Forrest House, evincing almost as much interest in Rosamond's education as Mrs. Markham herself, and giving her a great deal of instruction with regard to her French accent and music. Every Sunday Everard dined with her, and called upon her weekdays when business required that he should do so, and he looked forward to these visits with the eagerness of a schoolboy going home. In some respects Everard was very happy, or at least content, during the first months of the new life. He was honorably earning a very fair livelihood, and at the same time advancing with his profession. No young man in town was more popular than himself, for the people attached no blame to him for his father's singular will, which they thought unjustifiable. There was, of course, always present with him a dread of the day which must come when his secret would be known. But Holborton was an out-of-the-way place, where his friends never visited, and it might be months or even years before Josephine heard of his father's death, and until that time he meant to be as happy as he could. Josephine did not trouble him often with letters, which he felt obliged to answer. He took care to supply her frequently with money, which he sent in the form of drafts, without any message, and she seemed satisfied. He had sold his horse, his stock was yielding him something regularly now, and with the percentages due him for his services as administrator, he was doing very well, and would have been quite content but for that undefinable sense of loss ever present with him. He had lost the child Rothsay, and he wanted her back again, with the short gingham dress and white apron and cape bonnet and big boots and little tanned hands, wanted the girl whom he had teased and petted and domineered over at will, who used to romp the livelong day with the dogs and cats, and teach even the colts and calves to run and race with her, who used to chew gum and bust the buttons off her dress and eat green apples and plums and cry with the stomach ache. All these incidents of the past as connected with Rothsay came back to him so vividly that he often said to himself, "What has become of the child Rothsay?" She had been such a rest, such a comfort to him, and in one sense she was a comfort to him now. At least she was a study, an excitement and a puzzle to him, and he always found himself looking forward to the visits which he made her with an immense amount of interest. Every Sunday he dined with her, and walked with her to church in the evening, and sat in his father's pew, and walked back with her and Mrs. Markham to the house after service was over, and said good night at the door, and wondered vaguely if women like Mrs. Markham always went to church, if they never had a headache or a cold, and were compelled to stay at home. Occasionally, too, he went to the Forrest House on business, asking only for Rosamond, but Mrs. Markham always appeared first, coming in as if by accident, and seating herself with the shawl she was knitting far off by the window, just where she could see what was done at the other end of the room. After a little, Rosamond would appear, in her long black gown, which trailed over the carpet as she walked, and exasperated Everard with the sound of its trailing, for to that he charged a metamorphosis in Rothsay. It was the cause of everything. It had changed her into the quiet, defined Miss Hastings, to whom it was impossible to speak as he used to speak to Rothsay. One day, as he was looking from his office window, he saw Mrs. Markham go by for the long walk she was accustomed to take daily. He had seen her pass that way frequently, with Rosamond at her side, but Rothsay was not with her now, and though Everard had been at the Forrest House the night before, he suddenly remembered a little matter of business which made it very necessary for him to go again, and was soon walking rapidly up the long avenue to his old home. Aunt Axie let him in, and went for Rothsay, who came to him at once, evincing some surprise at seeing him again so soon, and asking rather abruptly if there was more business. Yes, and he blushed guiltily, and felt half vexed with her for standing up so straight and dignified, with her hands holding to the back of a chair, while he explained that the Ludlow mortgage would be due in a few days, and asked if she would like to have it renewed, as it could be, or have the money paid and invested somewhere else at a higher rate. He had forgotten to mention it the previous night, he said, and as she had expressed a wish to know just how the monies were invested, he thought best to come again and consult her. Rothsay did not care in the least. She would leave it entirely to him, she said, and then waited apparently for him to go. But Everard was in no haste, and passing her chair, he said, "Sit down, Rothsay. I am not going just yet. Now that I have you to myself for a few moments, I wish to ask you how long this state of things is to go on." She did not know at all what he meant, and looked at him wonderingly as she took the proffered chair and said, "What state of things? What do you mean?" "I mean the high and mighty air you have put on toward me. Why, you are so cold and dignified that one can't touch you with a 10-foot pole, and this ought not to be. I have a right to expect something different from you, Rothsay. I dare say I can guess in part what is the matter. You are always thinking of that day you came to me in father's room and said what you did. But for heaven's sake, forget it. I have never thought of it as a thing of which you need feel ashamed. You have tried every way to give me the money, and when that idea was suggested, you seized upon it without a thought of harm, and generously offered to marry me, and then run away, and so reinstate me to my rights." Rothsay's face was scarlet, but she did not speak, and he continued, "It was a noble, unselfish act, and just like you, and I don't think a whit the less of you. I know that you did not mean it that way, as you assured me so vehemently. I am your brother. You have known me as such ever since you can remember anything here, and my little sister was very dear to me, and I miss her so much now that I've lost her." "Lost her? Mr. Everard? Lost me? No, you haven't," Rosamond said, her eyes filling with tears, which shone like stars, as Everard went on, "Yes, I have. I lost her when you put on those long dresses and began to meet me in such a formal way, with that prim old duenna always present, as if she was afraid I was going to eat you up. Mrs. Markham is very nice, no doubt, but I don't like that in her. It may be English proprietary, but it is not American. I am not going to hurt you, and I want sometimes to see you here alone and talk freely and cozily as we used to talk, about your cats if you like. I don't care what, if it brings you back to me, for you don't know how long I long for the child whom I used to tease so much." He stopped talking, and Rothsay was almost beautiful, with the bright color in her cheeks and the soft light in her eyes, which were full of tears, as she said impulsively, "You shall have the child, Rothsay, again, Mr. Everard. I am glad you have told me what you have. It will make it so much easier now to see you. I was always thinking of that, and feeling that you were thinking of it too, and I am happy to know you are not. I don't wish to be stiff and distant with you, and you may come as often as you choose, and Mrs. Markham need not always be present. That was as much my idea as hers, but the long dress I must wear now. It suits me better than the short clothes which showed my feet so much. You know how you used to tease me." She was beginning to seem like herself again, and Everard enjoyed himself so well that he stayed until Mrs. Markham returned, and when at last he left, it was with a feeling that he liked the graceful, dignified young girl almost as well as he had once liked the child Rothsay. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. B's Family. A few days after Everard's review with Rothsay, Beatrice went to New York, where she spent the winter, returning home early in April and bringing with her a dark-eyed, dark-haired, elfish-looking girl whom she called Trixie, and whose real name was Beatrice Belknap Morton. She was the daughter of a missionary to the Fiji Islands, who had brought his invalid wife home to America, hoping the air of the Vermont hills might restore life and health to her worn-out, wasted frame. Bee did not know of his return, and saw him first at a missionary meeting which he attended with the friend at whose house she was stopping. The Reverend Theodore Morton will now tell us something of his labors among the Fijis, the presiding clergyman said, and Bee, who was sitting far back near the door, rose involuntarily to her feet in order to see more distinctly the man who was just rising to address the audience, and who stood before them, tall, erect, and perfectly self-possessed, as if addressing a crowded New York house had been the business of his life. Was it her Theo, whom she had sent from her to the woman in Vermont, more willing than herself to share his toils and privations in a heathen land? That Theo had been spare and thin, with light beard and sandy hair. This man was broad-shouldered, with well-developed physique, and the hair, which lay in curls around his massive brow, was a rich chestnut brown, as was the heavy beard upon his cheek. It could not be Theo, she thought, as she sank back into her seat, but the moment she heard the deep, musical tones of the voice, which had once a power to thrill her, she knew that it was he, and listened breathlessly while he told of his work in those islands of the sea, and by his burning eloquence and powers of speech stirred up his hearers to greater interest in the cause. He loved his work because it was his master's, and loved the poor, benighted heathen, and he only came home because of the sick wife and little ones who needed change of scene and air. Where was his wife, Bee wondered, and when the meeting was over, she drove to the house of a clergyman who she knew kept a kind of missionary hotel, and from him learned the address of the Reverend Theodore Morton. It was not an uptown hotel, but a second-rate boarding house on 8th Street, where rooms and board were cheap, and there, on the third floor back, she found Mrs. Theodore Morton, the schoolmistress from Vermont, who had so offended her taste with spectacles and a brown alpaca dress. The landlady had bidden her to go directly to the room, where she knocked at the door, and then stood listening to a sweet childish voice singing a lullaby to a baby. Again she knocked, and this time the voice said, "Come in," and she went in and found a little girl of 5 years old, with black hair and eyes, and a dark, saucy, piquant face, seated in a low rocking chair, and holding in her short, fat arms a pale, sickly baby of 4 months or thereabouts, which she was trying to hush to sleep. Near her, in an armchair, sat a round, rosy-cheeked little girl, who might have been 3 years old, though her height indicated a child much younger than that. On the bed, with her face to the wall, and apparently asleep, lay a woman, emaciated and thin, with streaks of gray in the long black hair floating in masses over the pillow. Bee thought she must have made a mistake, but something in the blue eyes of the chubby girl in the chair arrested her attention, and she said to the elf with the baby in her arms, "Is Mrs. Morton here? Mrs. Theodore Morton?" "Yes, that's Ma on the bed. She's sick. She's always sick. Come in, but don't make a noise, 'cause I's trying to rock baby brother to sleep like a good old girl." "And I's do," chirped a duckling in the high chair. "I've climbed up here to get out of the way and not wake Mama and make her head ache, and Papa's going to bring me some tandy, he is, when he comes from the meetin'." There was no mistaking that blue-eyed, fair-haired child for other than Theodore Morton's, and Beatrice stooped down and kissed her round rosy cheek and asked, "What is your name, little one?" "Mamie Morton, but they calls me Bunchy, 'cause I is so fat, and I is Mama's darlin', and I was 3 years old next week," was the reply, and then Bee turned herself to the elf, and laying her hand on the jet-black hair, said, "And your name is what?" "Trixie. Everybody calls me but Papa, who sometimes says Bee, but that ain't my very name. It's ever so long, with many B's in it," was the reply, and Bee's heart gave a great bound as she said, "Is it Beatrice?" "Yes, and more, too. Beatrice something. Beatrice Belknap, perhaps?" guessed the lady, and the child replied, "That's it. How did you know?" And the great eyes, so very black and inquisitive, looked wonderingly at Bee, who answered, "I am Beatrice Belknap, the lady for whom you were named, and I've come to see you. I used to know your father. Is he well?" "Papa? Yes, he's very well. But Mama," and the child put on a very wise and confidential look as she added in a whisper, "Mama's shiftless all the time." Bee could not repress a smile at this quaint form of speech, and she asked, "And do you take care of baby? Is there no nurse?" "We had Lee over home," Trixie said, "but she couldn't come with us, 'cause we're so poor, and Papa has no money." "But he buy me some yeed shoes," Bunchy said, sticking up her little feet, encased in a new pair of red morocco shoes, the first she had ever had. or probably seen. How Beatrice's heart yearned over these little ones who had known only poverty, and how she longed to lavish upon them a part of her superfluous wealth. There was a stir on the bed. The sleeper was waking, and a faint voice called, "Trixie, are you here?" "Yes, Mamma. I rocked brother to sleep," Trixie said, starting up, but holding fast to the baby as a cat holds to its kitten. "There's a lady here, Mamma, come to see us," the child continued. And then Mrs. Morton roused quickly, and turning on her side fixed her great sunken eyes inquiringly on Beatrice, who stepped forward, and with that winning sweetness and grace so naturally to her, said, "I doubt if you remember me, Mrs. Morton, as you only saw me once, and that for a few moments, before the guide sailed from here 6 years ago. I am an old friend of your husband's. I met him in Paris first, and many times after in America. Perhaps you have heard him speak of Miss Beatrice Belknap." "Yes, Trixie was named for you. It was kind of you to call," Mrs. Morton said, and now she sat upon the side of the bed and began to bind up her long black hair, which had fallen in her neck. "Let me do that," Bee said, as she saw how the exertion of raising her arms made the invalid cough, and drawing off her gloves, her white hands, on which so many costly jewels were shining, were soon arranging and twisting the long hair which, though mixed with gray, was very glossy and luxuriant. "You have nice hair, and so much of it," she said, and Mrs. Morton replied, "Yes, it is very heavy even yet, and is all I have left of my youth, though I am not so very old, only 30, but the life of a missionary's wife is not conducive to the retaining of one's good looks." "Was it so very dreadful?" Bee asked, a little curious about the life which might have been her own. "Not dreadful, but hard, that is. It was very hard on me, who was never strong, though I seemed so to strangers. I could not endure much, and was sick all the way out, so sick that I used to wish I might die and be buried in the sea. Then Trixie came so soon, and the care of her, and the food, and the climate, and the manner of living there, and the terrible homesickness. Oh, I was so homesick at first that I should surely have died. If Theo had not been so good, he was always kind, and tried to spare me every way." "Yes, I am sure he did," Bee said, feeling at the same time a kind of pity for Theo, who for 6 years had spared and been kind to this woman, after having known and loved her, Beatrice Belknap. There was a great difference between these two women, one bright, gay, sparkling, full of life and health, with wealth showing itself in every part of her elegant dress, from the India shawl which she had thrown across the chair to the sable muff which had fallen on the floor. The other, sick, tired, disheartened, old before her time, and alas, habited in the same brown alpaca in which she had sailed away, and which had been so obnoxious to Beatrice. The material had been the best of the kind, and after various turnings and fixings had been made at last into a kind of wrapper, which was trimmed with a part of another old brown dress of a different shade. Nothing could be more unbecoming to that thin, shallow face and those dark, hollow eyes than that dress, and never was contrast greater between two women than that revealed by the mirror which hung just opposite the bed where Mrs. Morton was sitting, with Beatrice standing by her. Both looked in it together and met each other's eyes, and must have thought of the same thing, for Mrs. Morton at once changed her seat where she could not see herself, and as the hair was put up, Beatrice also sat down, and without seeming to do so, inspected very minutely the woman who was Theodore Morton's wife. She was well educated, and she was well born too, being the daughter and granddaughter and great-granddaughter of clergymen, while on her mother's side she came from merchants and lawyers, and very far back boasted a lieutenant governor. But she lacked that softness and delicacy and refinement of manner which was Bee's great charm. She had angles and points, and was painfully frank and outspoken, and never practiced a deception in her life, or kept back anything she thought she ought to say, or flinched from any duty. In short, she was New England to the backbone, and showed it in everything. Vermont, or rather the little town of Bronson, where she was born, was placarded all over her, just as Paris and New York were written all over Bee, and she rejoiced in it, and was proud of her birthplace. Beatrice's presence there was evidently a trouble and an embarrassment. When Theodore Morton went to her and asked her to be his wife, he had told her frankly that he had loved another and been refused, and she had accepted him and asked no question about her rival. On board the ship in the harbor, she had been so occupied with her own personal friends who were there to say goodbye. Though introduced to Miss Belknap, she paid no attention to her or noticed her in any way. When her first child was born, 10 months after her marriage, she had wished to name it Sarah for her mother, but her husband said to her, "I would like to call it Beatrice Belknap, if you do not mind." She did mind, for she knew now that Beatrice Belknap was her husband's first choice, but she held it in every wife's duty to obey her husband so far as it was right, and as there was nothing wrong in this proposition, she consented without a word, and the baby was named for Beatrice, but familiarly called Trixie, as that pet name suited her better. Of the Beatrice over the sea, Theodore never spoke, and his wife never questioned him, and so she knew nothing of her until she woke from sleep and found her there in all her fresh beauty and bright plumage, which seemed so out of place in that humble room. Of course she was embarrassed and confused, but she would not apologize, except she spoke of the life of privation they had led in that heathen land. "And yet there was much to make me happy," she said. "I knew we were doing God's work, which somebody must do, and when some poor creatures blessed us for coming to tell them the story of Jesus, I was so glad that I had gone to them, and my trials seemed as nothing. And then there was Theo, always the same good, true husband to me." She said this a little defiantly, as if to assure Beatrice that the heart which once might have beaten for her was now wholly loyal to another. And Bea accepted it sweetly, but had her own opinion on the subject still. "Yes, the Mr. Morton I used to know would never be anything but kind to one he loved so well enough to make his wife," she said. And then, by the way of turning the conversation from Theodore to something else, she asked, "Were you sick all the time you were there?" "Yes, most of the time. My children were born so fast, 4 and 5 years. I lost a noble boy between Mamie and baby Eddie that almost killed me, and I've never been the same since. There is consumption in our family far back, and I fear I have inherited it. My cough is terrible at times, and I hoped much from Vermont air and Vermont nursing. Oh, I have longed so for the old home at the foot of the mountain, for some water from the well, for Mother, and to lie on her bed as I used to when I was a child and had the sick headache." Her eyes filled with tears as she said this, and she leaned wearily back in her chair, while Bea involuntarily laid her soft, warm hand upon the thin-waisted one where the wedding ring sat so loosely. Just then the door opened, and Theodore Morton came in. The same Beatrice had heard at the missionary meeting, the same with whom she had strolled through the Kennedy woods and on the shore of Quinsigamond Pond. He knew her at once, but nothing in his face or voice betrayed any consciousness of the past, if he felt it. He met her naturally and cordially, said he was very glad to see her, and that it was kind of her to find them out, and then passed on to his sick wife, on whose head he laid his hand caressingly, asking if it ached as hard as ever, or if she was feeling a little better. "You look better, certainly," he said, regarding her curiously, but not knowing that the improvement was owing to the artistic way in which Beatrice had knotted up the heavy hair, which showed at the sides and added apparent breadth to the thin, narrow face. What a noble-looking man he was, and how well he appeared, as if he had associated with kings and queens instead of the poor heathen, and what a change his presence made in that dingy back room, which with him in it had at once an atmosphere of home and domestic happiness. He had been there but a few moments at the most, but in that time he had smoothed his wife's hair and called her Molly, the pet name she liked, and made her smile, had tossed Bunchy in the air, and stuffed her fat hands with candy, had kissed little Trixie and given her a new picture book, and taken the baby from her and was walking it up and down the room to hush its wailing cry. And between times he talked to Beatrice, naturally and easily, asking for the people he used to know in Rothsay, and if she was living there now. Then stopping suddenly, he said, "I beg your pardon for taking it for granted you were Miss Belknap still. Are you married? You used to be such a sad flirt." "I am B. Belknap still, and as great a flirt as ever, Bea replied. And then the Reverend Theo did a most remarkable thing. He turned to his wife and said, "Molly, dear, do you know I was once foolish enough to ask this gay bird to go with me to the Fijis, and she had the good sense to refuse. Wouldn't she have cut a fine figure out there with all her finery and fashion?" "Yes, I know," Molly said faintly, while Bea rejoined laughingly, "You ought to be very thankful that I preferred fashion to Fijis. Such a life as I should have led you." "You would have died," Molly rejoined, and the conversation on that subject ceased. Theo had set things right for them all by his plain and playful allusion to the past. From that allusion would be supposed to have no part in his present life, and to have left no mark upon him. He seemed very happy with his children, and very kind to his wife, who was a different creature with his strong, mesmeric influence near her. "I believe she'd be passably good-looking if she were decently dressed. She has good hair, not bad features, and rather fine eyes. But where were the glasses? She surely wore them away," Beatrice thought, and at last ventured to say, "Excuse me, Mrs. Morton, but did you not wear glasses on shipboard 6 years ago?" "Yes," was the reply. "My eyes were weak from overstudy, trying to master the language, and I was obliged to wear glasses for a time. I laid them off after Trixie was born. Theo never liked me in them." As the short March afternoon was wearing to a close, Beatrice soon rose to go, after first asking how long the Mortons intended to remain in the city. "We have written to Mother to know she can receive us," Mrs. Morton said, "and shall go as soon as we get her answer. I'm afraid we shall crowd and worry her too much, for the house is small, and she and Father are old and poor, and may not want us all." "Never mind, Molly," Theo said. "Don't kill the bear till you see it." Then turning to Beatrice, he added, not complaining but laughingly, "Molly has a great way of borrowing trouble, while I wait till it comes." "It's my poor health, my nerves. I can't help it," the invalid said, with a quiver in her voice and about her lips. "Of course you can't, Molly," and again the broad, warm hand was placed upon Molly's head by way of reassurance. Theo went with Bea to her carriage and handed her in, and told her to come again, and said he would call on her, and was not one whit more demonstrative when alone with her than he was up in that back room with his nervous wife looking on. But Bea did not quite believe he was perfectly happy. How could he be with Molly? And yet she was very sorry for Molly, who, she was sure, was a much better woman than herself, and the next day, which was very fine, she drove again to number 28 8th Street and invited the sick woman to ride. "The coop is closed, and I brought an extra shawl to keep you nice and warm," she said, as she threw over Mrs. Morton's shoulders her second-best India shawl, which covered up the black delaine trimmed with half-warm silk which Molly wore. It was her best, Bea knew, for little Trixie had said, exultingly, "Ma's got on her bestest down today." "Yes, my best and almost my all," Mrs. Morton said, "but I have money for a new one. Some English ladies gave it to me and told me to get a black silk. I never had one in my life. Would you mind going with me somewhere and helping me pick it out? You are a so much better judge of silk than I am." Bea flinched a little inwardly as she looked at the dowdy woman in her queer old-fashioned bonnet, and thought of the fashionable ladies, her friends, who were sure to be shopping at this hour, and who always spied around and pounced upon her. But she shut her teeth together hard, bade the coachman drive to Arnold's, resolved to beard the elegant man at the silk counter, who was always so obsequious to Miss Belknap, the heiress, and Belle. Everybody was out that day, and Bea met at least half a dozen friends before she reached the silk counter, where she found her man, bland, attentive, and eager to serve her. "Black silk," she said, and he showed her at once samples varying in price from $8 to $10 a yard. "Oh dear, no. Something cheaper, much cheaper," Mrs. Morton grasped, and then the clerk knew that the faded, countrified-looking woman, whom he had not at all considered as belonging to Miss Belknap, was the real customer, and his face changed its expression at once as he put back his high-priced silks with an injured air and said, "You will find what you want farther down. We have nothing cheap here." "I think you have," Beatrice said to him. "Show me something at $4 a yard." "Certainly." And again the clerk was all smiles and attention and began to exhibit his goods, while Mrs. Morton whispered nervously, "But, Miss Belknap, you don't understand. I've only $40. I cannot afford it." "I can," Beatrice replied. "I have more money than I can spend. Let me give you the dress. I'll take it as a great favor, and you can use the $40 for something else." There were tears in Mrs. Morton's eyes, and her face was very white as she said, "No, no, that's too much from you. A stranger. Theo would not like it." "I'll make it right with Theo. I'm not a stranger to him," Bee answered. And so the silk was bought, and velvet to trim it with. And then they moved to another part of the store for something for the children, and met a whole regiment of ladies, Mrs. General Stuckup and Mrs. Sniffy, who were delighted to see Bee, but looked askance at her companion, wondering if it was some poor relation of whom they had never heard, and commiserating Bee, who must feel so mortified. She was not mortified one whit now, though she had been at the start, but she despised herself thoroughly for it, and was very attentive to her companion. And when Mrs. Sniffy, who was frightfully envious of her, and never failed to sting her if she could do it, asked her in an aside with a roll of her eyes, "Who is that frump of a woman, and how came she fastened to you?" she answered readily, "It is Mrs. Theodore Morton, wife of a returned missionary, whose name you must have seen if you ever read the papers. He is very highly esteemed by the board as a Christian and a gentleman. Some connection of Governor Morton of Massachusetts, I believe." "Oh, yes, and you are doing missionary work in your own way, I see. It's quite like you," Mrs. Sniffy said, and she passed on to the laces and left Bee and Mrs. Morton to themselves. "That woman made fun of me and called me a frump," Mrs. Morton falteringly said, with a quivering lip but fire in her eye, as she looked after the retreating bundle of velvet and silk and ostrich feathers. "Never mind. You don't care for her. They say she used to work in the factory at Lowell and married a man old enough to be her father, but he had $1 million and died and left it to her, and now she is Mrs. Sniffy and leads a certain class of simpletons," Bee replied. And so Mrs. Morton was reconciled to Mrs. Sniffy's snub, and more than reconciled to her husband's first love, when she saw how kind and generous she was, spending her money so freely, and doing it all as if it were a great favor to herself, rather than an act of charity to the poor woman, who returned to her boarding-house laden with more dry goods for herself and children than she had seen during the entire period of her married life. It was 2 days before Beatrice went again to her family on 8th Street, and then she found Mrs. Morton alone, and very much depressed on account of a letter that morning received from her father. As she gave Beatrice the letter to read, I will give it to my readers. It was as follows: "My beloved daughter, many thanks to God for having brought you safely to America and given us to believe that we shall see your face again, and that of the little ones, our grandchildren. I cannot tell you how glad we are, your mother and myself, and Aunt Nancy too, though I think she dreads the litter and the grease spots the children are sure to make. Her life has been so quiet, you know. For myself, I long to see the bairns and hear their young voices. It will make me young again, though the years are bearing me down now so fast. 68 is nigh on to 70, our allotted time. And now about your coming here for the summer. Of course you are welcome as the blossoms of May, but I should be keeping back something if I did not tell you just the situation of things in the old parsonage. Your mother is down with nervous prostration, and has been for months, and she is very weak. I occupy a separate room from hers. Your Aunt Nancy has another, and that only leaves your old room for you and Theodore and the 3 children. Of course I don't count that place over the woodshed, where we could have a bed for a girl or a boy. You cannot have 3 children in your room, even when your husband is away. It is so small, and Nancy would as soon have a woodchuck in with her as a child. So at first it was a question of how to dispose of you. But Providence provided, as he always does. Your mother and I made it a subject of prayer, asking in our blind way that God would incline Nancy either to change rooms or to have a little cot set up in hers, and feeling confident he would hear the prayer of faith. He did hear and answer, but in his own way, which was not ours. He did not soften your Aunt Nancy, but he sent your cousin Julia to us to say she would gladly take one of the little girls for a while. You know she is rich and has no children, and it will be a nice home for the child, and Nancy says, let her have the one that will be likely to fill our house with the fullest and make the most to do, whatever that may be. And now, having stated the case as it is, we shall be glad to see you any day, only on Nancy's account you may as well let us know, as everything will have to be scoured with soap and sand. I hear her now at the kitchen table, which somebody has spilt a drop of milk on. Your mother joins me in love and praise for you. Affectionately, your father, Cyrus Brown. What a nice letter, and what a good old man he must be, Beatrice said, as she finished reading. Yes, Mrs. Morton answered hesitatingly. It is nice, and he is good, and mother too. But the idea of losing one of the children is dreadful to me. There's always some thorn in my rose. I must have thought so much of going back to the old house under the apple trees and having my little ones with me, and now you see what he says. One must go to Cousin Julia Hayden. In Mrs. Morton's roses there will always be thorns, fancied or real, but Bea did not tell her so. She merely asked, Who is Mrs. Hayden? Is she fond of children? Will she be kind to them? She is my cousin on mother's side, Mrs. Morton said. She is the great woman of Bronson, and the richest, and lives in the grandest house. She never had any children of her own, and I do not think her very fond of them. She would be kind in a certain way, but very exacting. She does not understand them. She used to teach school, and was very strict indeed. She could not make allowances for the difference between herself and little folks. She is Aunt Nancy's own niece. And who is Aunt Nancy? Bea asked, and Mrs. Morton replied, Mother's old maid sister, Nancy Phillips, who has always lived with us. She's the neatest, most particular person you ever saw, and because she is strong and willing, and mother is feeble, she has run the house so long that she thinks it is her own, and orders father as if he were a dog. But she has many excellent traits, and they could not live without her. She was always kind to me, and I'd rather trust my children with her than with Cousin Julia Hayden. It is very hard, and makes me so nervous. Yes, I can fancy it all, Bea said, and then, recurring to the letter, she added, You are to give up the one which will fill the house the fullest and make the most noise. Now which is that? Instantly the eyes of both went over to the window, where Trixie was combing and brushing Bunchy's hair, pulling and snarling it awfully, and talking all the time as fast as her tongue could fly. Yes, there was no mistake. Little Trix would fill the house the fullest and make the greatest to-do, and Mrs. Hayden would never understand her or make allowance for her busy, active ways, and Beatrice wanted her for herself and said at last to Mrs. Morton, Will you let me have Trixie for as long a time as Mrs. Hayden would keep her? I know I can make her happy. You can trust her with me. Mrs. Morton was sure of that. During the few days she had known Miss Belknap, she had received from her too many kindnesses to think of her as other than a friend and one to be trusted. At first she had looked a little suspiciously upon the elegant woman who had been Theo's first choice, and who was so unlike herself, and she had more than once thought, how could he have chosen me after knowing her? She did not say love me, for she had been morally sure that when she became Theodore Morton's wife, there was not much love on his side at least. She had loved him for years, and been picked out for his wife since she was a little girl. His father and grandfather had been clergymen, and he had been her father's pupil when the Reverend Mr. Brown taught a small school for boys by way of eking out his salary. Theo had said that he meant to be a missionary, and she had said she meant to be one too, and wise ones predicted that they might go together. But the young man wandered very far away from quiet Bronson and its staid old-fashioned people, and went to Europe, and fell in with Bea Belknap, and forgot the plain, angular Mary Brown, in the home under the apple trees, who had mended his clothes and studied Latin and Greek, and talked enthusiastically of a missionary's life as the happiest and best a man could choose. He had never quite believed it possible that a bright, gay creature like Bea, with hundreds of thousands at her command, would go with him to those islands in the far-off Pacific, but he nevertheless asked her the question, and her answer, given tearfully and sadly, and rather as a refusal of the Fijis than of himself, scattered the sweet dream of his life, and with a new-made grave in his heart, He went back to Bronson on a matter of business he had with Mr. Brown. That he should take a wife with him seemed a necessity, and as Mary was ready and more than willing, and he cared little now who it was, so that she was good and true and pure, he married her with no love in his heart for her, only a great respect, and a registered vow that she would receive from him everything but love, and if it were possible, should never feel the absence of that. And she had not, for he had kept his vow religiously, and only when he gave the name to Trixie had she experienced a little prick of jealousy and felt curious with regard to the original Beatrice. If he did not choose to tell her of the lady, she would not ask, and so knew nothing till she met her in New York, and was dazzled and bewildered and troubled, and a very little annoyed at first, and finally won by the sparkling, brilliant woman who had done so much for her, and who now stood offering to take Trixie off her hands and save her from Mrs. Haydon. She knew she could trust her, and that Trix would be safe with her, but she shrank from parting with the helpful, motherly child who did so much for her and the baby, and she hesitated in her answer, and said at last she would see what Theodore would say. Theodore approved the plan heartily. If Trixie must go somewhere to be out of the sick grandmother and Aunt Nancy's way, but now there arose trouble in an unexpected quarter. Trixie herself demurred. She loved the pretty lady, and was interested to hear about the dolls and dresses and the cats and kittens and pretty little tea set and table and wash tub and flat iron, which should all be hers in that new home in Ohio. The wash tub and flat iron and tea set made her waver a little, till she glanced at Bunchy, when with quivering lips she said, "What good to have ever so many things, and Bunchy not with me to see me use the flat iron and wash tub, and sit at the other end of the table when I makes the tea." This was the ground she took. Bunchy would not be there to share her happiness, and she did not swerve from it until her father appealed to her sense of right and told her the real reason why she should go. Grandpa's house was very small, and he was poor. Grandma was sick, and Aunt Nancy could not have so many children round. But I could help her lots. I'd rock baby brother to sleep, and wipe the dishes ever so many times, and be so good and still as Bunchy, pleaded the little girl. But she was persuaded at last to go because it was right, and God would love her if she did, and take care of Bunchy and baby brother, and in summer she could come and see them in the old home, and so it was quite settled that Trixie was to go with Beatrice, who felt more and more the wisdom of the decision, when that very afternoon she met Mrs. Haydon herself in Mrs. Morton's room, and had an opportunity of judging what manner of person she was, and what Trixie's chance for happiness would have been with her. She was a tall, large, finely formed woman, with great black eyes, bushy eyebrows, and a growth of hair round her wide mouth, which gave her a more masculine appearance even than did her figure and size. She spoke loudly and decidedly, as one used to her own way, as well as to dictate the way of others. Her dress was very rich and showy, but not New Yorky a bit, Bea decided, after a rapid survey of the lady, who scrutinized her as closely and decided that she was New Yorky, and wondered who her dressmaker was. To faded, plain Mrs. Morton, she was very patronizing and frank, and told her that what she wanted was fresh air and cold baths and oatmeal to bring her up again, while her mother, who had been sick so long, needed effort and energy. She could get up if she only thought so. Nervous prostration was not a disease. It was a fancy, which, if indulged in, would end up in one's being bedridden. I've made it a rule to guard against nervousness in every form, and what is the result? I have never been sick a day in my life, and have no idea how it feels to have the headache, or the toothache, or the backache, or in fact any ache, and that is the way it should be. She looked the woman never to have an ache or pain, or if she had, to strangle it at once, and Beatrice shrank from her involuntarily as from an Amazon, while poor sick Mrs. Morton, colored and scarlet, and roused in defense of her own ailments, which Mrs. Haydon seemed to think she could help. "Just because you've never been sick, Julia," she said, "you cannot understand it in others, but you go out a missionary once, and have 4 children in 6 years, and be as poor can be, and you might know something of aches and pains, and have some weaknesses which cold baths and oatmeal could not cure. I would not go out as a missionary, and I would not have the 4 children in 6 years. So you see, it is not a supposable case, Mrs. Haydon retorted. And then Bee hated her, and was doubly glad that little Trix was not to fall into her hands. Mrs. Haydon herself was not sorry. She had made the offer from a sense of duty, for she was high up in everything of that kind, and performed her duties rigidly, from dieting her husband, a weak, feeble man, on oatmeal and pearl barley, to telling her neighbors their faults and how they could amend them. She did not like children, and it had cost her something to make up her mind to have one in her house, but she had made the offer and meant to stand by it if it should be accepted. Finding it convenient just then to visit New York, she had called upon her poor relations to learn the result of her offer, and when told what it was, she expressed no regret, but asked many questions about Miss Belknap, who seemed to her to be crazy to think of taking Trixie. Suddenly there flashed upon her the recollection of a rumor heard years ago, and in her usual brusque way she asked, "Is she the girl to whom Theo was once engaged, and who jilted him?" "They never were engaged, but he liked her," Mrs. Morton answered faintly, while a throb of neuralgic pain shot through her head, and a bright red spot burned on her cheeks. She was far more a lady in her brown alpaca dressing gown than was this blunt woman in her velvet and silk, and so Beatrice thought, when she came in immediately after her identity with Theo's first love had been proved. Mrs. Haydon never acknowledged any person her superior, but she saw at a glance that Miss Belknap was somebody, and an important somebody too, and thought to stamp herself as somebody by talking of her house and grounds and servants, and the watering places she frequented, and the people she had met. She was now stopping on Madison Avenue with Mrs. Snifey, who was Mr. Haydon's cousin. Probably Miss Belknap knew Mrs. Snifey, or at least had heard of her. She attended Dr. Adams' church and was quite a leader there. "Do you know her?" she asked squarely, and Bee replied, "Yes, I have some acquaintance with Mrs. Snifey. I met her occasionally at parties." Something in the tone made Mrs. Haydon look suspiciously at Beatrice, and she wondered whether it was Mrs. Snifey, who was only to be met at general parties, or Miss Belknap herself, while Mrs. Morton felt emboldened to say, "Mrs. Snifey, that's the woman we met at Arnold's, who called me a frump. Maybe she forgets that she once worked in the factory at Lowell." She had fired her heavy gun, and felt better for it, inasmuch as she had hit the enemy, who reddened as she replied, "I believe she was there for a short time, but honest labor does not hurt a person in this country." Then she talked of Mrs. Snifey's grandeur and style, until Bee was tired of it and rose to go, promising to call next day and decide when to take Trixie. Mrs. Haydon followed her into the hall, and begging her pardon, asked who made the dress she was wearing. "Mademoiselle Verwest made it and sent it to me. Her address is number 17, Rue Street, Honoré, Paris," Bee replied. And, somewhat discomfited, Mrs. Haydon bowed her thanks and returned to her cousin, whom she badgered about her weak nerves and want of energy, until the poor woman burst into an uncontrollable fit of weeping and cried herself sick. Beatrice found her in bed next day, and as the little room seemed so close and full of children, she carried Trixie away with her to her friend's house, and for a day or two devoted herself wholly to the child, who was kept in such a state of surprise and bewilderment that she did not once cry for the mother down on 8th Street. Beatrice bought her a doll nearly as large as herself, and bought her a kitchen with a wash-tub and stove, and a china tea set and table, and beautiful dresses for herself, and then whisked her off to the train before she had time to recover from the excitement of so many wonderful things. Mr. Morton was at the depot, but Trixie did not see him. It was thought better that she should not, so he looked his farewell from a distance, but said good-bye to Beatrice, and held her hand closely pressed in his own, as he said, "God bless you, Bee, for all you have done for us. We never can forget it. Good-bye. You will, of course, write to Molly as soon as you get home." Yes, certainly, Beatrice said, hating herself because the name Molly, as spoken by Theo, grated on her nerves and seemed in some way a wrong to herself. Bea knew such feelings were foolish, and as often as they rose within her, she took Trix in her lap and kissed her, and talked to her of the mother they were leaving so far behind, and whose eyes looked at her through the child's, save that Trixie's were larger and more weird in their expression. It was late in the afternoon when they reached Rothsay and were driven to Elm Park. Bea had telegraphed to Aunt Rachel that she was coming with a little girl, so everything was in readiness for them, and Trixie was made much of and talked to and looked at until she began to nod in her chair and was taken up to bed. That evening Everard came up to Elm Park with Rosamond. They had just heard of Bea's return and hastened at once to see her. Everard was looking about the same as when Beatrice saw him last, except that he was perhaps a little thinner. He was working pretty hard, he said, and earning some money, but his dress did not indicate anything like reckless expenditure upon himself, and Beatrice felt sure that Josephine was drawing heavily upon him. He was now quite at home at the Forrest House, and was there nearly every evening, and Beatrice felt something like a throb of fear when she saw his eyes resting upon Rothsay, as if loth to leave the fresh young face, which had grown so bright and attractive during the last few months. She was growing very pretty, and her figure looked graceful and womanly when at last she arose to go, and stood while Everard folded her shawl around her, drawing it close up about her neck so as to shield her throat, which was a little sore. Something in that shawl adjustment, and the length of time it took, sent another thrill through Bea's nerves, and the moment they were gone she went to her room, where Trixie lay sleeping, and bending over the child wondered if in all lives things got as terribly mixed as they were in hers and Everard's. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kimberly Bonin. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 24. In the Summer. Trixie did not thrive well in her new home, though everything which human ingenuity could devise was done to make her happy and contented. But in spite of everything, Trixie could not quite overcome her homesickness. Many times a day she disappeared from sight and was gone a long time. And when she came back, there was a mysterious redness about her eyes, which she said by way of explanation were kind of sore, she guessed. Maybe she had got some dust in 'em. This went on for weeks, until at last, in a fit of remorse, lest she had been guilty of a lie, the conscientious child burst out, "'Tain't dust. 'Tain't sore that makes 'em red. It's wanting to see Papa and Mamma and Bunchy and baby brother. Was it a lie? And is I a naughty girl to make believe it was dust?" Then Bea felt it would be wrong to keep her any longer, and wrote to Mrs. Morton to that effect. Mrs. Morton and Bunchy were still in Bronson, but Theo was supplying a vacant pulpit in Boston, and saw his wife once in 2 or 3 weeks. There was room in the parsonage now for homesick Trixie, but the sickly baby had died suddenly with cholera infantum, and the same letter which carried the news to Beatrice asked that Trixie might be sent to Vermont. "Send her by express," Mrs. Morton wrote. "Or will you bring her yourself? We shall be so glad to see you. Though we cannot offer you a bed here, we are so full. But there is a good country hotel near us, and Cousin Julia Hayden, whom you met in New York, wishes me to say that she would be very glad to entertain you at her own house. I hope you will come, for though our acquaintance is so recent, you seem to me like a friend of years. And I feel that the sight of you may do me some good, now that my heart is so sore with the loss of my baby." "I'll go," Bea said, as she finished reading the letter, deciding all the more readily on account of a little incident which had occurred the night before, which filled her with alarm for both Everard and Rosamond. They had walked together to Elm Park, and sat there for an hour or more on the piazza, where the full moon was shining brightly. This time there had been no shawl to adjust, for the early June night was warm and balmy. But there was a slight dampness in the air, and Everard's solicitude lest Rosamond should take cold or contract a sore throat was noticeable in the extreme. 2 or 3 times he pulled the fleecy cloud of Berlin wool about her neck, and asked if she were quite comfortable. And once he let his hand rest on her shoulder for some minutes, while he sat looking at her with an expression on his face which Josephine might have resented had she seen it, and Bea, with her strong sense of right and wrong, resented it for her, or rather for Rosamond, whom she would not see sacrificed without a protest. So when they arose to go home, she led Everard away from Rothsay, and when sure she could not be heard, said to him earnestly, "Pardon me, Everard, but you are altogether too solicitous about Rosamond's health. Let her take care of herself. She is capable of doing it, and remember, there are bounds you must not pass, or suffer her to approach. It would be very cruel to her." "Yes, I know," he answered, coloring deeply as he spoke. "You need not fear for Rothsay. She is my sister, nothing more. And even if I were disposed to make her something else, do you suppose I can ever forget the past?" He spoke bitterly, and showed plainly how gladly he would free himself if possible from the bond which held him, and which was growing daily more and more hateful to him. As far as she could see them in the moonlight, Beatrice watched Everard and Rothsay as they walked slowly down the avenue which led to the street. And when they were out of sight, she said to herself, "He ought to acknowledge his marriage, and he must, even if he does not take his wife, which might be the better thing to do. There must be good in her, something to build upon, if under the right influence, with somebody to encourage and stimulate her to do her best. I wish I knew her, wish I dared face her in her own home, and judge what kind of person she is." This was Bea's thought the night before she read Mrs. Morton's letter, inviting her to Bronson. And when she read it, the thought resolved itself into a fixed purpose, the first step of which was to take Trixie to her mother. Poor little Trixie, who turned so white, but did not at first shed a tear when told of her baby brother's death. Half an hour later, however, Beatrice found her in the garden, with her face in the grass, sobbing, as if her heart would break for her dead brother, of whom she said to Bea, "I wouldn't feel so bad to have him with Jesus, only I shaked him once hard, when he was so cross and heavy, and I was so tired, and he wouldn't go to sleep. I's so sorry. Will God let me go to heaven some day and see him, and tell him I's sorry?" As well as she could, Beatrice comforted and reassured the weeping child, whose conscientiousness and sweet faith and trust in God were leading her into ways she had only known in theory, but which were beginning to be very pleasant to her feet, as she learned each day some new lesson from the trusting child. It was near the latter part of June, the season of roses and pinks and water lilies in New England, when she at last took Trixie to the old brown house under the shadow of the apple trees, where the mountain air was filled with perfume from the flowers blossoming on the borders by the door, and where Bunchy played in the soft summer sunshine under the snowball tree by the well. It was such a plain but pleasant old house, with rafters overhead showing in the kitchen, and the great box-like beams in the corners of the room, for the old house claimed to have seen 100 years, and to have heard the guns of the Revolution. But it was very cheerful and homelike, and neat as soap and sand and Aunt Nancy's hands could make it. Aunt Nancy was the first to welcome Miss Belknap, looking a little askance at her style and manners, and wondering how they could ever entertain so fine a lady, even for a few hours. Mrs. Morton was sick with a headache, and Mrs. Brown was still down with nervous prostration, having stoutly resisted all Mrs. Julia Haydon's advice about making an effort, and hints, which sometimes amounted to assertions, that she could get up if she liked, and would diet on oatmeal and barley. In her last letter to Mrs. Morton, Beatrice had declined Mrs. Haydon's offer, and said she should feel more independent at the hotel for the short time she should remain in Bronson. But within half an hour after her arrival at the parsonage, Mrs. Haydon was there also, in her handsome carriage, drawn by her shining black horses, and driven by a shining black coachman in gloves and brass buttons. And she insisted so hard upon Beatrice stopping with her, that the latter finally accepted the invitation, but said she would remain for the day where she was, and see if she could not be of some comfort and help to Mrs. Morton, who seemed better from the moment she came and laid her soft hands on her head. Nothing can help her or her mother either unless they make an effort, Mrs. Haydon said with a toss of her head and a flash of her black eyes. Spleeny and notional, both of them as they can be. Call it nervous, if you like. But what's nervousness but fidgets? I was never nervous, but if I give up every time the weather changes, or I felt a little weak, I might have prostration too. There's Harry, my husband, would have died long ago if I had not kept him up just by my own energy and will. I make him sleep with the windows open, and he takes a cold bath every morning at 6 o'clock and eats oatmeal for his breakfast, with a cup of hot water instead of coffee or tea. And does he thrive on that diet? Is he well and strong? Bea asked, and Mrs. Haydon replied, well and strong? No, he could not be that in the nature of things. He comes from a sickly stock, but he keeps about, which is better than lying in bed and moping all the time. How strong and full of life Mrs. Haydon was, and so unsympathetic that Beatrice did not wonder Mrs. Morton shivered and shrank away even from the touch of her large, powerful hands. I am sometimes wicked enough to wish she might be sick herself, or at least nervous, so as to know how it feels, Mrs. Morton said after her cousin had gone. She thinks I can do as she does, and the thing is impossible. My health is destroyed, and sometimes I fear I shall never be well again. She had failed since Beatrice saw her, and her eyes looked so large and glassy as she lay upon the pillow, and her cough was so constant and irritating that to talk of effort and oatmeal to her seemed preposterous and cruel. What she needed was rest and nursing and care and change of thought and occupation, and these she could not have in their fullest extent at the parsonage, with poverty and a sick mother and bustling, irritable Aunt Nancy to act as counter-influences. She must be taken entirely away, and amused and nursed and petted, and Beatrice began to see the first step of that vague plan formed in Rothsay, and which she meant to carry out. For a day or two she stayed in Bronson, sleeping and eating in Mrs. Haydon's grand house, and feeling all her sympathies enlisted for shriveled-up Mr. Haydon, who in the morning came shivering to the table from his cold bath, and swallowed his oatmeal and hot water dutifully, but with an expression on his thin, sallow face, which showed how his stomach rebelled against it, and craved the juicy steak and fragrant coffee which his blooming wife regaled herself, because she was strong and could bear it. Once Bea ventured to suggest that steak and beef tea might be a more nutritious diet, even for a dyspeptic, than oatmeal and barley, varied with dry toast and baked apples. But Mrs. Haydon knew. She had read up on stomachs and nerves and digestion, and knew every symptom of dyspepsia and its cause, and what it needed, and how a person ought to feel. And her husband submitted quietly and said Julie was right, and grew thinner and paler and weaker every day with cold baths and starvation. But he kept the respect of his wife because he tried to be well, and that was a great thing to do, for in his estimation she was a wonderful woman and represented the wisdom of the world. On the third day, Beatrice left Bronson to look, she said, for some quiet, pleasant nook where she could spend a few weeks during the hot weather. She found such a place in Holberton, whither she came one warm July afternoon, when the town was at its best. It was not an unheard of thing for city people to pass a few weeks in Holberton during the hot weather, and no one was surprised when Miss Belknap registered her name on the hotel books and said she was looking for some quiet and reasonable boarding house for an invalid and 2 children. Several were recommended to her, and with the list in her hand, she started out to reconnoiter. Mrs. Rothsay Fleming was the 4th name on her paper, but she went there first, and was pleased with the place at once, because it looked so cool and inviting under the wealth of hop vines, which covered one side of it. The day was warm, and Mrs. Fleming, in her clean purple calico gown, sat sewing on the doorsteps, while a woman with a deep pasteboard bonnet on her head, concealing her face from view, was sweeping the grass in her backyard. But she turned as she heard the gate open, and seeing Beatrice, came forward until she saw her mother. Then she withdrew, leaving Mrs. Fleming to confer with the stranger. She had rooms to let, she said. Did the lady wish them for herself? And she looked curiously at Beatrice, who was so different from the boarders who usually came to her, for her rooms were low and scantily furnished, and not at all like the apartments city people desired. Miss Belknap wanted board for herself and a friend with 2 children. 2 sleeping rooms and a parlor would do nicely for them all, and she was willing to pay whatever it was worth. Mrs. Fleming readily guessed that money was no consideration with the lady, and as it was of much importance to her, she decided to ask the highest possible price at first, and then fall if necessary. After a moment during which she seemed to be thinking, she said, "I don't know but I can accommodate you with 3 rooms, though I do not often rent an extra parlor, and if I do so now, my daughter Josephine must give up the room she occupies when she is here." "Then she is not at home?" Beatrice said, feeling that she must know that fact before she engaged board, where the only attraction was Josephine, who, she found, had only gone for a week or so to Oak Bluffs with a party of friends and was expected daily. The price named for 3 rooms, though high for Holberton, did not seem unreasonable to Beatrice, and the bargain was closed with the understanding that Beatrice was to take immediate possession. It will be a change for Mrs. Morton, a relief to Aunt Nancy, and a possible benefit to Everard, and an amusement to me, Beatrice thought, as she hurried back to Bronson, where she found the Reverend Theodore himself, handsomer, more elegant in appearance, because better dressed than when she saw him last, and very glad to see her as an old friend who was kind to his wife and children. To the Holberton plan he listened approvingly. It would do Molly good, he said, for 2 sick people in one house were quite too many for the comfort of either. But Molly demurred. She could not sleep in new places unless everything were right, and she presumed that there were swarms of crickets and tree toads, and possibly bullfrogs, there among the mountains, to make the night hideous. It would be impossible to portray the scorn and disgust which blazed in the black eyes of Mrs. Julia Haydon, who was present when Molly uttered her protest against Holberton. Crickets and tree toads and bullfrogs indeed! She'd like to see the bullfrog which could keep her awake, even if it sat on her pillow and croaked in her ear. It was all nonsense, such fidgets. Just use your will and a little common sense, and you will sleep through everything. That was Mrs. Haydon's theory, which made Molly cry and Beatrice angry, and Theodore laugh. He had to stand between them all and keep them from quarreling, and he did it admirably, and smoothed everything so nicely, and made the trip to Holberton seem so desirable that Molly began to want to go, especially as he assured her he could well afford it, as the church in Boston paid him liberally, and had just given him $100 to do with as he liked. Beatrice had intended to meet the expenses herself, but could not press the matter without hurting more than it did good. It was just possible that Mrs. Haydon might follow them with her husband, if good rooms and board could be found for her, for she had taken a great liking to Miss Belknap, who stood even higher in her estimation than Mrs. Sniff, and whose acquaintance she readily saw would do her more real good in a social point of view. So it was finally arranged that Molly and the children should go to Holberton for the summer, and word to that effect was forwarded to Mrs. Fleming, and instructions to have the rooms in readiness by the middle of July. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Mrs. Fleming's Boarders. It was a lovely summer day when the party arrived at Holberton and were driven to the brown house on the common, where they found everything in readiness for them, and Mrs. Fleming and Agnes waiting to receive them. Josephine was not visible, for she had resolutely set her face against them. She did not want a lot of women in the house anyway, she said. They were a nuisance and made as much again trouble as men. They were never satisfied with their board, were always in the kitchen washing out their pocket handkerchiefs, heating flat irons, and making a muss generally. For her part, she liked to be free to do as she liked without the fear of being torn into shoestrings by some meddling, jealous old woman. If they must have boarders, take gentlemen. There were plenty who would be glad to come. She would rather have clerks or even mechanics than the fine lady they described, and a sick woman with her brats, and blue as whetstone undoubtedly, inasmuch as she was a missionary's wife. She'd be wanting family prayers and a blessing at the table, and be horrified to know there were 2 packs of cards in the house, and they were used, too. That was Josephine's opinion, but her mother had her way in spite of it, and went on with her preparations, while Josephine sulked and declared her intention of avoiding them entirely and never, in any way, coming in contact with them. Still, there was a consolation in the fact that the small room she was compelled to take was downstairs, and so far removed from the boarders that they would not know how late she was out on the street with admirers, of which she had several, and how long they stayed with her after she came in. Josephine liked the kind of life she was leading at present. No lady in town dressed better than she did, and though she knew that people commented upon it, and wondered where she got the money, and hinted at things which no real modest woman would like to have laid to her charge, she did not care, so long as she knew it was all right, and that some day everything would be explained, and she stand acquitted before the world, which criticized her unmercifully because there was no tangible proof against her, noticed her just the same as if there were no breath of suspicion attaching to her name. She would be noticed, and if she saw any signs of rebellion in any quarter, she fought it down inch by inch and rode triumphantly over the opinion of those who tried to slight her. No other young lady in town could boast as many admirers as she, and she managed to keep them at her side even after they found there was no hope. Old Captain Sparks, the millionaire, had long known this, and yet, as the moth flutters around the candle, so he hovered around the young beauty, accepting the position of father instead of brother, and from time to time presenting his daughter with costly presents, which she accepted so sweetly and prettily because she knew it would hurt him if she refused. To the other lovers she was sister and friend, and she gave them a great deal of good advice and made them believe they were much safer with her than they would be elsewhere. Only Dr. Matthewson knew her thoroughly, and him she never tried to deceive. And still the doctor was more absolutely under her influence than any of the train who visited her constantly. But just now he was away on business, he called it, though Josephine knew that the business was gambling, that being his only means of livelihood. A fortunate play or series of plays had put a large sum of money into his hands, and he had gone on a sailing vessel to the West Indies, thinking to visit England before returning to America. Josephine was a little ennuied without the doctor, whom she preferred to any man living, and yet could she have had him by giving up Everard, she would not have done it, for though she had no love for her husband, she had a fancy for the money and position he could give her by and by, and for which she was patiently waiting. Had her life been less pleasant and exciting, or had Everard sent her less money, she might have rebelled against it, and taken steps which would have resulted in her learning the state of affairs at the Forrest House. But as it was, she was content to wait and enjoy herself in her own way, which was to dress and flirt, and come and go at her pleasure, and be waited on at home as if she were some princess of the blood. And this was about the state of affairs when Beatrice reached the Fleming house with Mrs. Morton, which, contrary to her expectations, was pleased at once. "I do believe I shall rest here and get well again. Everything is so comfortable," she said, as she lay down upon the chintz-covered lounge for a few moments before taking the cup of tea which was brought to her by Agnes, who, in her clean calico dress and her dark hair combed smoothly back, and a sad but peaceful expression on her white tired face, enlisted Beatrice's sympathies at once, for she saw from her manner that she was a mere household drudge, and resolved to stand her friend whatever might come. Agnes was very fond of children, and when she had arranged a tray for Mrs. Morton, she turned to the little ones and tried to coax them to her side. Bunchy came at once, but Trixie held aloof, and with her hands behind her, watched the woman curiously, and it would seem without a very complimentary verdict in her favor. Trixie was fond of bright, gay colors and elegant apparel. Beatrice's style suited her better than this faded, spiritless woman, whom she nevertheless regarded very intently, and at last startled with the question, "How did you look when you were new?" "Oh, Trixie!" Mrs. Morton and Beatrice both exclaimed in a breath, fearing lest Agnes's feelings should be hurt. But she only laughed a hearty, merry laugh, which changed her face completely, and made it almost young and pretty as she said, "I don't know how I looked, it was so very long ago, but I love little girls like you, and my old black hands have made them so many pies and cakes and paper dollies, and they shall make some for you, if you'll let me kiss you." Trixie was won by this, and when Agnes went back to the kitchen, she was followed by both the children, who were intent upon the little cakes she made that morning in expectation of their coming. Josephine had watched the arrival of the ladies through the half-closed shutters, deciding that Mrs. Morton was a dowdy countrywoman, and that Miss Belknap was very elegant even in her plain traveling dress, and that perhaps she was somebody whom it would be policy to cultivate. But she would not present herself that afternoon. She was tired, and wished to keep herself fresh for evening, when she expected a call from a young man from Albany, whose mother had taken rooms at the hotel for the summer, and whom she had met at a picnic the day before. The next day was Sunday, and though breakfast was served later than usual, Josephine was later still, and the meal was nearly half over when she entered the room, attired in a blue cambric gown, with gold pendants in her ears, and a bit of honeysuckle at her throat. There was a very sweet, apologetic expression on her face as she went up to her mother and kissed her good morning, saying coaxingly, "Late again as usual, Mamma, but you must excuse me. I was so sleepy." Then, with a graceful recognition of the strangers, she took her seat at the table by the side of Trixie, whom she patted on the head, saying, "And how is the little girl this morning?" Mrs. Fleming was accustomed to all manner of moods and freaks in her daughter, but the kissing was something new, and surprised her a little, especially as there were no gentlemen present to witness the pretty childish scene. She passed it off, however, naturally enough, and introducing her daughter to the ladies, went on serving the breakfast. Agnes waited upon the table, and so there was no kiss for her, only a gracious nod and a good morning, sister, as if this was their first meeting, when in fact Agnes had been in and out of Josephine's room 3 or 4 times, carrying hot water and towels and soap. But Agnes was accustomed to such things, and made no sign, except as a slight flush passed across her pale face, which was unobserved by Beatrice, who was giving all her attention to the young beauty, sipping her coffee so leisurely and saying pretty things to Trixie. How beautiful she was, with those great dreamy blue eyes, those delicately chiseled features, and that dazzling complexion, which Bea thought at first must be artificial. It was so pure and white and smooth, but she was mistaken, for Josephine's complexion had never known powder or paste or wash of any kind. It was very brilliant and fresh, and she looked so young and innocent and childlike that Beatrice found it hard to believe there was aught of guile or deceit in her. Everard must have become morbidly sensitive to any fault she might have, and Bea's thoughts were at once busy with what she meant to do for this estranged couple. There must be much of good in her. Surely that face with those eyes, which looked so confidingly at you, could not cover a bad heart. Weak and vain and faulty she might be, but not bad, not treacherous and unwomanly, as Everard believed, and Beatrice was so glad she had come there to see and judge for herself. Every action was perfectly ladylike, every movement graceful, while the voice was soft and low, and well bred in its tone. And during the few moments they talked together after breakfast, Beatrice felt herself fascinated, as she had never been before, by any human being. As she was tired and had a slight headache, she did not go to church that morning, but saw Josephine leave the house, and watched her out of sight with feelings of wonder and perplexity. Could this be the woman whom Everard regarded with so much disgust, the Joe Fleming whom she thought so detestable? Nor was her wonder at all diminished when that afternoon she found Josephine in the garden, seated under a tree with Bunchy in her lap and Trixie at her side, listening intently while she told them the story of Moses and the bulrushes. They had heard it before, but it gained new power and interest when told in Josephine's dramatic way, and they hung on every word, and when it was done, begged her for another. Surely here was more of the angel than the fiend, and Beatrice, too, sat down, charmed in spite of herself, with the girl she had expected to despise. She must be good, and Everard is surely mistaken, she thought, and her admiration was at its height when Josephine finished her stories and began to talk to her. Mrs. Fleming had received an impression that Miss Belknap was from New York, and Josephine began to question her of that city, asking if she had always lived there. "I was born there," Beatrice replied, "but I was educated in Paris, and my home is really in Rothsay, a little town in southern Ohio." At the mention of Rothsay, Josephine started, and there was an increase in color in her face, but otherwise she was very calm, and her voice was perfectly natural as she repeated the word Rothsay, evidently trying to recall something connected with that place. At last she succeeded, and said, "Rothsay. Rothsay in Ohio. Why, that is where Mr. Forrest lives, Mr. J. Everard Forrest, Jr. He boarded with Mamma 2 or 3 years ago. He was in college at Amherst. Probably you know him." And the blue eyes looked very innocently at Beatrice, who, warned by the perfect acting to be cautious and guarded, replied, "Oh, yes, I know Everard Forrest. His mother was a distant relative of mine. She is dead. Did you know?" "I think I heard so. Everard was very fond of his mother," Josephine said. Then after a pause she said, "Judge Forrest is very wealthy and very aristocratic, isn't he?" "He was always called so, and the Forrest property is said to be immense," Beatrice replied, quieting her conscience with the fact that, so far as the judge was concerned, she had put him in the past tense, and spoken of what was once rather than what he was at present. But Josephine paid no attention to tenses, and had no suspicion whatever of the truth. She was really a good deal startled and shaken, mentally, notwithstanding the calmness of her demeanor. Here was a person from Rothsay who knew Everard Forrest, and who might be in great service to her in the future, and it behooved her to be on her best behavior. "Is Everard married yet?" she asked after a moment. "Married?" Beatrice repeated, and she felt the color rising in her face. "Why, he is not his profession yet, but is studying very hard in his father's office." "Ah, yes, I remember he intended to be a lawyer. I liked him very much. He was so pleasant and gentlemanly," Josephine said, and there was a drooping of the heavy lashes over her blue eyes, as if with regret for the past, when she knew and liked Everard Forrest. "But is there no one to whom he is particularly attentive?" she asked. "He used to be very fond of the girls, and there must be someone in Rothsay suitable for him, or is his father so proud that he would object to everybody?" Beatrice knew perfectly well what Josephine meant, and answered that she had heard the judge was very particular, and would resent a marriage which he thought beneath his son. But if the woman was good and true and pure, and did her best, I think it would all be well in time, she added, as an encouragement to this girl, in whom she was trying to believe, and Josephine continued. "He used to speak of a little girl, Rosamond, I think was the name. She must be well grown by this time. Is she there now?" "You mean Rothsay Hastings, his adopted sister. She is there still, and a very nice womanly little thing. She is 16, I believe, though she seems to me younger," Beatrice said, and the impression left on Josephine's mind of Rothsay was of a child, in whom Everard could not be greatly interested, except in a brotherly way. She had made all the inquiries she cared to make just then, lest she should excite suspicion in Beatrice, and was meditating a retreat, when the sound of rapid wheels reached them, and a moment after a tall, slender young man, not over 20, came down the walk, flourishing his little cane and showing plainly the half-fledged boy who was beginning to feel all the independence and superiority of a man. Bowing very low to Beatrice, to whom he was introduced as Mr. Gerard from Albany, he told Josephine he had come to ask her to drive after his fast horse. "You were at church all the morning, and deserve a little recreation," he said, as he saw signs of refusal in Josie, who, sure that Miss Belknap would not accept a like invitation, felt that she, too, must refuse. So she said very sweetly, and with a little reprovingly, "Thank you, Mr. Gerard, but I do not often ride on Sunday. Some other day I shall be happy to go with you, for I dote on fast horses, but now you must excuse me." Young Gerard was surprised, for he had not expected to find conscientious scruples in the girl who the previous night had played euchre with him until 11:30, and then stood another half hour at the gate, laughing and flirting with him, though she had met him but once before. He was not accustomed to be thwarted, and he showed that he was annoyed, and answered loftily, "Certainly, do as you think best. If you won't ride with me, I must find somebody who will. I wish you good afternoon, ladies." Touching his hat very politely, he walked away, but Josephine could not let him go in this mood. He was her latest conquest, and she arose and followed him, and walked with him to the gate, and said to him apologetically, "I want to go awfully, but it will never do with a missionary's family in the house." "Bother take the missionaries," he said. "I wanted to show you how fast Dido can trot." "Yes, I know, but there are other days than Sunday, and there are lots of girls aching to go with you today," Josephine said, as she fastened a little more securely the bouquet in his buttonhole and let her hands rest longer on his coat sleeve than was necessary. "But I shan't take 'em. I shall wait for you," he answered, quite soothed and mollified. Then he bade her good-bye and drove off, while Josephine returned to Beatrice and said laughingly, "What bores boys of a certain age are, and how they always fasten upon a girl older than themselves. This Gerard cannot be over 20. He reminds me a little in his dress of Everard Forrest when he first came here, so fastidious and elegant, as if he had just stepped from a bandbox." "He is very different from that now," Beatrice replied, rousing up at once in Everard's defense. "Of course he can never look like anything but a gentleman, but he wears his coats and boots and hats until they are positively shabby. It would almost seem as if he were hoarding up money for some particular purpose. He is so careful about expense. He neither smokes nor chews nor drinks, and it is said of him that he has not a single bad habit. His wife, should he ever have one, ought to be very proud of him." Beatrice was very eloquent and earnest in her praise of Everard, and watched closely the effect on Josephine. There certainly was a different expression on her face as she listened to this high economian of her husband, whose economics, she knew well, were practiced for her, and there was something like a throb of gratitude or affection in her heart that the money she had supposed was given to him by his father was earned or saved by himself, that she might be daintily clothed. "I am delighted with this good account of him, and so will Mamma be," she said. "He must have changed so much, for he was very extravagant and reckless when we knew him, but I liked him exceedingly." Again there was the sound of wheels stopping before the gate, and excusing herself, Josephine hurried away to meet the second gallant who had come to take her to ride. Of course she could not go, and so the young man stayed with her, and Walter Gerard drove back that way, and seeing her in the parlor, tied his horse to the fence, and came sauntering in with the air of one sure of a welcome. Josephine did not appear at the tea-table, but Beatrice saw Agnes taking a tray into the parlor, and knew the trio were served in there, and felt greatly shocked and disgusted when she heard the clock strike 12 before the sound of suppressed voices and laughter ceased in the parlor, and the two buggies were driven rapidly away. End of chapter 25.